Ladies and gentlemen, Chad Daniels.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi. I'm glad you're here. This is gonna be okay. I want you to know that I don't look like you thought I would. Take it in. I realize that. My kids remind me that I've gotten older every day, every day. I dropped my son off one time and he goes, "God, you have aged like a president." And then my daughter goes, "I was thinking guacamole." So, you know, they're pretty cool, right? Yeah, great. I grew a beard. That can make a guy look older, but I grew a beard for two reasons. Number one, beards are like sweatpants for your face. Doesn't matter how chubby you're getting when you're wearing one. Man, I grew a beard for a whole year and then shaved it to the skin. What an asshole. Who does that? I mean, just in one thing. I looked in the mirror and I was like, no. It was crazy. What was I doing? Just sat in my bathroom all night going, ah! Trying to push hair out of my face. But that's just how you hurt your back. The other reason I grew a beard is because my 18-year-old son challenged me to a beard growing contest. And he lost because he is 18. You ever seen an 18-year-old's beard? Oh my God, they're so gross. It's like a daddy long leg who's just crawling out feet first. Like a whisker up here and a whisker over here. I have a grandmother that could beat this kid in a beard growing contest using only moles. I think my son challenged me to a beard growing contest because pubic hair grew in on other parts of his body, and that grew in full. Because that is how pubic hair works. Nobody has patchy pubes. Let me rephrase that. I don't think anybody has patchy pubes. Some of you shut down on that one. You're like, hey, buddy, right here. What are you doing out of the house? Just stay home and fix your dick mange or whatever. It's probably not called that, but that's what I'm gonna call it. I have never seen pubic hair on my son's body, but I have for sure seen it shaved off of his body onto my toilet seat. You know where my toilet seat is? That's in my bathroom. That's an easy one. Everyone should have got that. Do you know where my bathroom is? That is in my bedroom. So that means he walked through my bedroom, and he's not allowed in there because clothes go missing and pillows get moved, and I don't trust that. A crooked pillow is a mystery I don't want to solve. So that goes in the garbage immediately. I just picture him straddling my toilet, and I know he straddled it because there are only pubes on the back half of the toilet seat. If you have a better theory, I'll listen, but there isn't one. That's the only way, because I know he wasn't using painter's tape and shit to, like, straighten it out. Hold on, it's not even yet. Let me get a laser level. I got it. Just over my toilet. Fion, fion, fion. Like he's making a pair of Ugg boots. Right? Walking out of my bathroom like, fuck it, my dad'll clean it up. I'm 18, I don't try. Or, you know, whatever kids say when you're not around. Now, the main problem I have with these pubes on the toilet is that during this story, my kids live with me Sunday to Wednesday. They live with their mother Wednesday to Sunday. And he shaved his pubes Wednesday before he went to school. That means he was not going to be home for 4 days. So I called his cell phone when he was at school to leave a message, but he answered because he is not a good student. And I said, hey man, found some pubes. And he said, where? which leads me to believe I have not found all the pubes. What do you mean, where? Why are there options to this conversation? Am I going to happen upon more pubes later this afternoon? Boy, I sure hope not, because I taught him how to prank, and I know he's real good at it. I haven't checked, but I bet you there are pubes in my sleeping bag right now. That's a hard-ass burn. Nobody naps when they're camping. The first time you get in that bag, the food is in the tree and the fire is out, and you're like, oh, I can't wait to get some. Oh, those are pubes. You got me. So I said, hey man, why'd you shave the pubes at my house? And he goes, because mom's not there to yell at me. And I said, that is the dumbest answer I've ever heard. So get back here after school and clean these up. And he said, I'm sorry, Father, but according to the custody agreement, I am at Mother's now. And I know that was meant to make me mad, but it didn't. I was thrilled he used 2 3-syllable words in one sentence. Because I have watched him walk into a wall during the daytime. Natural sunlight guiding his way and just still, thunk. So I waited till Sunday, and he came to my house and said, hey man, come give me a hug. And he came to give me a hug like this, and when he did, I spun him around, and I put him in a full Nelson. And I walked him up the stairs, and I walked him into my bathroom, and I bent him over the toilet like I was rubbing a dog's nose in its own shit. Because the pubes were still there. They're not mine. I'm not cleaning those off. I walked downstairs in my own home for 4 straight days to use the bathroom because I am committed to parenting. So I have him bent over the toilet, and he starts making the weirdest noise. He started going like that. And I panicked a little bit, because when he was 2, he had asthma. When he was 7, it went away because of a nebulizer. And I thought, oh my God, did I give my kid back asthma? But I didn't. Turns out he was just blowing pube dust to create a clean breathing area. Once I figured that out, I could not stop laughing. Because I had come to the realization my son is pubic hair waterboarding himself. And that hits the spot. I was laughing so hard, my grip loosened. He finally wiggles around and he goes, why are you doing this to me? I said, because your mom's not here to yell at me anymore either. No. Thank you. I used to have a story about when my son turned 18, I was going to punch him in the face. He's 18 now. On his birthday, I got up early. I set my alarm. And I went downstairs and I made myself a good breakfast. And then I heard him getting up. And I go, here we go. It's game time. My heart started racing. My hands got sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. So dumb. Oh, God. I started giving myself a pep talk. I was like, you can punch him. He's 18. You can do this because you did not spank him, and these are all the spankings that he should have coming to him. And then I heard him coming down the stairs, so I started walking towards the bottom of the staircase, and then he turned the corner, and I just saw a little boy walking towards me. And I was like, you can't punch this little boy. But here's what you can do. You can put a hockey helmet on him and hockey gloves, and then you can put those on as well, and we can go in the backyard and we can locker box. So that's what we did. And I kept hitting him in the shoulder. And he goes, it doesn't even hurt. What are you doing? And I was like, all right, just wait. And then the third round, he could not lift his hands up to protect his face. That's old man knowledge. President style. After we locker boxed, I went inside and I checked my social media, and there were over 1,000 messages asking if I had punched my son in the face. Happy birthday. That's the kind of world we live in, I guess. So I replied to all these messages. I said, no, I couldn't punch him in the face. I didn't think it'd be fair to him. So instead, we went in the backyard and we locker boxed. And then I put my phone away. And then 24 hours later, I checked, and I had a message from a man in Little Rock, Arkansas, and he had replied back to me with a picture of Urban Dictionary's definition of locker box. And I would like to tell you that it is not what I thought. Urban Dictionary's definition of locker box is when you're having sex with someone, you also shove your nuts into them. I mean, where do you even start? Do people do that? And if so, how? How do you do that? The only thing I know about that sexual position is you probably need the lights on. That does not seem like a feel-around job to finish it. Oh my God. So anyways, I sent over 1,000 people a message from my home computer that said, nah, man, I didn't punch him in the face. You know, because that wouldn't be fair. Instead, I brought him in the backyard. And I put my balls up there. For like a week, I was nervous that the green light on my computer was gonna come on the camera, and it would just be the feds like, what else is going on over there, creep? All right. My son no longer lives with me. Not because of locker boxing or whatever, but... He went to one semester at college and didn't like it, and I get that. I didn't like college either, so that's fair for me. But he also didn't want to get a job, and that's where I drew the line, because I just can't. So I let him go through the holidays. We did all that stuff, hung out a lot, and then January 1st, I said, you owe me $400 rent, and then if you don't have a job by February 1st, I'm going to kick you out. If you do have a job by February 1st, I'm going to give you $200 of that $400 back. And we're going to call that a happy father rebate. And then if you have a job, the first of every month, you're going to pay me $200 rent for the rest of time until I kick you out permanently. And he goes, 200? What about 150 and I buy my own milk? Who in the fuck drinks $50 worth of milk in a year? Are you having bone problems? What's going on? It's probably why I can't find a job. He's a horrible negotiator. We'll give you $17 an hour. What about 16 and I'll drive myself here? Well, you would be expected 14! Okay, we're no longer hiring. The first month my son left, my electric bill went down $80. That's a lot. Want to know why? Because his hobby is leaving my lights on. It's like a passion project for him. He wears a Fitbit around his wrists, and I bet you he gets 10,000 steps a day just turning my goddamn lights on. All around the house. Boing, 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 boing. Ooh, that's a lot of green. All right. Boing, boing, boing. I know all my lights are on at all times. because I live in a place where a lot of people like to hunt. My friends will get up early at 4 in the morning and they'll drive out to hunt and they'll go by my house and then they'll call me and say, hey, are you home? I go, no, why? Well, because all your lights are on. Well, which ones? Yeah, all of them. Porch to garage, buddy. Porch to garage. And you want to know why they're on? Because my son's scared when he's there by himself. That's the only logical reason. He's tough. I mean, he wanted to live there, right? He doesn't live with me full time at that point, you know, because he loves me more than his mom. No, because he wanted the freedom when I was on the road working. I'm tough. I'm gonna live with my dad's house. When he's gone, it's gonna be my house. Because I'm tough. Until the wind blows a tree and the branch scratches the house. Boing, 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 boing. Just the steps. Brrr. Operation Sunshine. Still running into walls. I also have a 14-year-old daughter, and I gave her a chore list with 3 words on it, and she goes, where's your chore list? You ever had a kid say something to you that then they're serious, but then you almost ruin it because you laugh? That's what I was like, oh, God, what? And I just go, what did you say? And she goes, where's your... She slowed it down, like I actually didn't hear her, you know? So I said, you know everything that happens in this house to make this home operate? Subtract the 3 things I asked you to do, and that is my chore list. Remember when you woke up in a bed, warm and not hungry? Fucking check, check, check. I did that shit. My chore list also has 3 words on it, and it says, keep her alive. And it expires in 4 years, so focus. She's 14 now. When she was 12, I started listening to podcasts about periods. And I know that seems creepy. I'm positive I'm on a list somewhere. But I never wanted to be the dad that had to send her to her mom to ask her all those questions. I don't want you to know, like, that's a question for your mom. You know where to find me if you want to play catch. I mean, it's like ridiculous, right? So, I was listening to these podcasts, but I had to stop because one of them kind of creeped me out. It said, if you're going to show your daughter how to use a tampon, you push it into your hand. And then, so I was like, well, yeah, my hand's been a vagina. Okay, that makes sense. Sure. If you're looking for a number, you're not gonna get it. Just know that it has been. But then I pictured myself pushing a tampon into my hand, and oh my God, it just looks like a magic trick. Does it not? Just like, hey, whoa. Where's the tampon? You better find it, because toxic shock is real. My daughter got her period at my house for the first time, and she came downstairs and she goes, Dad, 2 things. Number 1, got my period. Number 2, don't want to talk about it. And I was like, number 1, great. Number 2, greater. And she said, I have to go to Mom's house because she bought me some stuff. And I said, I don't know if you've heard about the new legislation that was just passed, but dads are now allowed to buy things. They're letting us out of the house. So I said, come upstairs. And we went upstairs, and I opened the closet next to the laundry room, and in there was 1 box of all of the each. I had all the kinds, every box that they make. Or at least they were at the store, because I got there and I was like, oh, that's different. All right, oh, that's different too. And I got all of them. And that cost $217 where I live. And I said, whatever you need for this is gonna be in here. Because that is every kind. They don't make any more than that. If you need something that isn't in there, I'm sorry about your square vagina. And in that case, we are gonna have to call your mom, because she's way better at making appointments. And then she just goes, God, you're so dumb. And she grabbed a box, she goes, it's right here, I know what I need. And then she left. I didn't have anything to do, so I brought back $211 worth of tampons. That is an interesting exchange. There were so many boxes left, and you can't carry them in, because they're all individual boxes. So I had to walk into Target, get an empty cart, and just walk out with an empty cart. And people were like, is this bitch stealing a cart? What is going on? So then I loaded it up with all the tampons, and I brought it back in, and I brought it to the exchange counter, and the guy goes, you checking out? And I go, checking in. And he looked at my cart, and he looked at me, and he just goes, I mean, what happened? That is a reasonable question. But I didn't know I was gonna get asked, so I panicked, and I just went, she said pancake mix. If we could get this done, everybody's real hungry at the house. In my opinion, it is harder raising a 14-year-old daughter and an 18-year-old son than when they were little. Because when they were little, I could give them all the same rules. I could sit them down on the couch, and both of them I could say, hey, don't break anything, don't drink my chocolate milk, and go outside till it's dark. Right? And they'd go, all right, Dad, and that was it. But now I can't do that. I have to give them individual rules, and that takes longer, and I don't like it. I also don't think it's fair, right? I have to tell my daughter, oh, you're going to a party? Okay, well, keep your water bottle close to you, and keep the cap on, and, if you're gonna play hide and seek, please don't run into the woods with 4 boys, even if they're your friends, because people could start talking, and then that's not gonna be great. I don't have to tell that to my son. Hey, if you're going to a party, please don't run into the woods with 4 girls, because people could start talking, and then they're gonna think you're awesome. That's a really weird double standard that I don't like. I tell my daughter a ton of stuff when she leaves the house. You know what I tell my son? Drive safe, don't rape. That's it. That is it. That is every single thing I want him to know. And some of you might be like, you can't say rape, Chad. Well, you sure can if you say don't in front of it. Yeah, that's like the #1 time they want you saying it, I'm pretty sure. One time a guy, after a show, honestly asked me, he goes, why would you tell your son, drive safe, don't rape? And I just was like, I really did think that was self-explanatory. But if you're looking for an answer, here it is. I want him to arrive safely, and then when he does, to not rape anyone. I don't think he's going to, but it doesn't hurt to remind people of big things. Drive safe. Don't rape. That's 4 words. They're all 1 syllable. Sounds like a caveman. Drive safe. Don't rape. And that works well for 18-year-old boys, because they are cavemen. Drive safe. Don't rape. Me. Yeah, you, buddy. You, for sure. But everybody. Him too! Him too and me, just like the red! There you go. Good. Good. hair is good. Fat, good, rape, bad. Isaac, smart. Isaac, smart. I'm gonna start saying that everywhere I go. I mean, not like a caveman, because that would creep people out, of course. You can't walk down the street, just say 30! Everyone would be like, oh, he lost his chaperone. I think it's a good message. I think guys should say it to guys all the time. I don't think there's any harm in it. Plus, you're gonna learn a lot about someone that you say it to. Right? And here's your change. Have a great day. Thank you so much. Don't rape. Why would you say don't rape to me? If that ever happens to you, you are face to face with a rapist. Because why else would you freak out that much? I thought about it. If I was walking down the street and somebody goes, hey man, don't rape, I'd be like, oh my God, I was just thinking that. Thank you. You too. I've also told my son that if he's on a date and it's not going well and he doesn't want a second date, but the girl wants to kiss him at the end of that date, well, just don't. Because that's going to be a real awkward situation later on. It's going to be awkward for sure in those 5 minutes. But that's okay. That's 5 minutes. You don't want to have that shit go on forever. And if you don't believe me, why don't you call Aziz, see what he thinks about it. That come out of the mic wrong? What happened? Aziz got in trouble for having a bad date. He's a famous comedian, for those of you that don't know. And there was a girl that he went on a date with, and he wanted to have sex with that girl, and she wanted a famous boyfriend, and neither of that worked. There is so much dumb on both sides of this story, it is mind-blowing to me. For those of you that never read the article, here's what happened. They got home from dinner, she sat on his kitchen counter, and then they both agreed that he was going to put his this part on her this part. Immediately when they got home. It's like a kid hitting a ball at Little League and running right to third. I mean, yeah, it's adorable, but there are rules here. Then they both agreed that she was going to put her this part on his this part 2 times. Gentlemen, I think we can all agree that no means no every single time. But what about, even then for sure. But then, ladies, you also have to agree that no one can hear you saying no when you voluntarily put their dick in your mouth 2 times. In the article, she was quoted as saying, he wasn't getting my nonverbal cues. Well, where I'm from, sucking a dick is not a good one. I'm not having any fun. Ngah, ngah. I mean, that is not how you call Uber. Everybody knows that. Everyone knows. It's an app. The reason I bring this up is because I think sometimes we shift the spotlight from where it needs to be, right? My daughter's 14. I'd like to have this shit figured out in 4 years. We do, we shift it. The Me Too movement is super serious. Have you read some of the stories? They're gut-wrenching and heartbreaking. And then there are some where it's just like, all right, there was a lady from Michigan who got her ass grabbed by President Bush Sr. 27 years ago, and that was her Me Too story. And like you read the other ones and you're like, how are you limping in with this bullshit? He didn't finger your asshole. And I want to be very, very clear about something. In no way am I blaming this woman, but I feel like all of us learn at a very young age to not stand in front of an old man for any reason at all. They are the grossest things, not people, things on the whole planet. It goes old men, monkeys, seaweed. Those are the top 3 grossest things on the whole planet Earth. Monkeys throw shit at you. Yeah, that's an easy number 2. I get it. Seaweed messes with you when you're swimming. You don't know what it is. You can't see underwater. Old men do both of those things. An old man will throw shit up into the air so you look at it just so he can give you a wet willy. They're the creepiest things ever. Have you ever swam with an old man? It's always just like, bad at, like their tits floating on top of the water. Like an oil spill, like when you make a pancake, you know what I'm talking, how it spreads out? Just, bad at. I'd rather get eaten by a shark at that point. That's real. Now, some people may think, Chad, you just think this way because you're a man. Well, that has to be part of it. My brain has been connected to a dick for quite a while. But I believe that all of our lenses are tinted from several different things. I was also raised by a very strong single mother. And so I watched her operate in different situations, and that's what I learned. If my mom would have got her ass grabbed by anyone, doesn't matter if it's a president, she wouldn't have went away for 27 years. She would have done one of 2 things immediately. She would have either turned around and said, do it again and I'm gonna break your hand. Or she would have just yelled, this piece of shit just grabbed my ass. And yeah. I don't know if you know this, but that's how you end a picnic. And my sister and I would have been just cowering in the car like, oh man, we should clean the house when we get home. You know, because she's pretty mad. Did you see what happened? I didn't even see it, but there was an old guy, so probably him. I live in the same small town where I grew up, and nobody likes me from a long time ago. And I know that sounds sad, but it's pretty freeing. But I can say whatever I want, and I'm not gonna lose friends. I'm there. I was at a small cafe, and a woman was reading the article about the lady from Michigan, and she said, can you believe this? And I said, that they would waste that much ink on that? No, I can't. And then everyone turned their chair to look at both of us like we were gonna locker box or something. And she said, I will have you know, a female American president would never grab an ass. And I said, well, neither would a unicorn, because neither of them exist. You can get as mad as you want, but you can't do an experiment with a group that doesn't have any fucking people in it. I thought she had it locked. She wears pantsuits on purpose. What a great presidential candidate. But 45% of people that looked just like her said, maybe next time. You want to know why? Because women don't get along. And I know there's this movement. Yes, we do, but you don't. You're at the movement with a picket sign and you have the same one. You're like, oh, fuck this. I mean, it's... And that's sad to me, because you're easily the better of the two sexes. You should own everything, but you're busy bickering your way to second place. It's crazy to me. A man could punch a man in the face and have a beer with that same man 5 minutes later. A lady could hear some shit she maybe thought was about her and hate that bitch till she dies. It's crazy, you guys. Why are you doing that? Here's my theory. I feel like you don't get along because you've been pit against one another since you were little kids, right? You're going to school. Oh, you better get all cute and get pigtails so you can find a boy. You don't want to be an old maid, right? That's crazy that you had to listen to that shit. How is the human species the only species where women have to look nice? Have you seen nature? Have you seen a beautiful peacock? That's a dude. That's a dude peacock, just, ha, look what I got. You ever seen a female peacock? Fucking gross. They're gray. They're gray and just slothy. But they have a vagina. So they win the whole thing. Women, you should not ever have to put on makeup. You should be able to walk into a bar and just go, I'll be in the car. That's bonkers. I also think it would be nice if we could all have the same rules. Let's make a big rule book that everybody agrees on. I think being an individual is amazing and what makes the planet great. However, everyone has their own rules and you can't get to know someone in a day for all their rules, right? So I have a friend on Facebook and she posted, am I ever going to be able to go to a bar by myself and not have a man ask if I'm okay? And no is the answer. And that sucks, but it worked once. I don't know when, let's say the 40s. There was a lady drinking a drink all by herself in the bar, and a man walked in and he goes, are you okay? And then they had sex, and he told everyone he'd ever met. And that story's been passed down from generation to generation. Little boys are walking home from their grandfather's homes like, ask if she's okay, ask if she's okay, ask if she's okay. Because we're simple creatures. We go with what works. In 7th grade, a teacher told me I look nice in sweaters. Well, here we are. Now, some of you like me again. That's good. Welcome back. Welcome back. I try to stay out of the rest of the politics because it's too demanding, right? And I like to sleep, so. Hey, Chad, did you hear about? No, I didn't. Good night. It's like my new move. I do think politics divides us and makes us softer because, I mean, people are so fake taken aback when it comes to every opinion. They're like, oh, I don't want my friend to think that I think this and they don't think that, and everybody, oh my God. I'm surprised we haven't changed our national anthem to I know we're getting soft as a country because one time I heard a guy go, if I could just be half the man my father was. Well, you are. That's how genetics works. You're also half the woman your mom was and you're acting like her right now, so get your shit together. And I'll tell you this, I don't even like that joke. I just like to watch some of the women laugh and some of the women not laugh because it proves you don't get along. It's crazy. I just said it and you're back on track already. All right. I think we're getting softer as a country. People say sorry all the time when they don't need to, right? You ever been bumped into and somebody goes, oh, sorry. Yeah? For what? You just barely bumped into me. Have you been planning this for 2 weeks? Because then an apology is necessary. But this seems like an excuse me moment, right? Like, what are you going to say when someone important to me dies? Right? Like, oh, I'm so sorry. Same way like when you bumped into me? I went to Starbucks once. I go, hey, man, are you in line? The guy goes, yeah, I am. Sorry. Yeah, for what? Getting here faster? So I stood right in front of him. And he goes, hey, man, I am in line. I go, yeah, but you're sorry. So just trying to help with the guilt. My daughter says sorry nonstop. My daughter will say sorry 3 times for the same thing. And now you're just being an asshole. Sorry once. You can't keep doing it and think sorry's gonna get you off the hook. So I have a swear jar in my house, that costs you $0.25. I have a sorry jar, that one costs you $1. What's the lesson there? Call your dad a piece of shit, just don't apologize for it. Because that is a 400% markup. My home is also filled with hyperbole because of my daughter. Everything is the best, or the worst, or the funniest. And can I tell you something? It never is. You know something's gonna be really funny when someone laughs all the way through it, right? Dad, you're not gonna believe this is the funniest thing ever happened to me. Oh my God, it's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Oh my God, believe that. Okay, let's hear it. There was a girl running through the hall and her shoe fell off and it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Oh, Dad, please. When either one of my kids tells me stories, my face must just glaze over. Because all I am thinking is, how in the world do some people have sex with their own children? Does that make sense to anyone else in this room? How does a human brain allow that kind of shit to take place? I am so utterly turned off by both of my kids in every single way. And by the way, if you're not laughing right now, you're the creepiest person in this room. Because that is easily as anti-kid touching as it gets. I said, how in the world, you know, Earth, the world, the whole one, do some people have sex with their own children? And some of you went, I'm protected, Second Amendment. Everybody knows you can't change an amendment, Chad, because amend means... All right, hold on. That's how I'm gonna start choosing hotels when I'm on the road. I'm gonna walk into a lobby and be like, how in the world do some people have sex with their own children? And if no one even looks up, I'll be like, okay, cool, next hotel. Sometimes when I tell that story, someone will laugh so hard their shoulders will shake. And other times, someone won't even smile. But on a magical night, those two people are sitting right next to each other. And I get so excited about the idea of that uncomfortable ride home. Hey, Erica, do you care if we stop by the gas station and get some Skittles? I don't know, Patrick, why don't you go fuck a kid? You heard me say Skittles, right? I know we're getting soft as a nation because I travel all around it and I hear soft noises in comedy clubs. One time I heard a grown man go, "Moo." That's crazy. If that is the noise your body chooses to make, stay home always and forever. Because no one likes you for sure. But the worst noise I've ever heard at a comedy show is this one. Man or woman, that is the twattiest noise that can come out of the human body. You should be able to karate chop that out of somebody's throat. Hey man, how was your day? I don't. I would rather hear choking than hear that noise. Because you know who makes that noise? It's people that wake up every morning and think, how could I be a victim today? And you know who I'm talking about. It's people that don't get enough attention at work, they don't get enough attention at home, so they're on social media posting all these vague-ass statuses. Sure could use some prayers today. post. It's like you can almost hear them typing it. I don't. You have to be kidding me. Knock it off. What do you need prayers for? Be specific. Everybody's worried sick about you. There's 150 comments, and they're all some version of Mary, sending good vibes your way. Raising the roof with prayer. Emoji. And 4 days later, Mary comes back. Tomatoes weren't as red as I'd hoped. Well, fuck you, Mary. I hope you get lupus and everybody's all prayed out. But your tomatoes are red, right? They'll have antioxidants, won't they, Mary? Best of luck to you, little girl that cried prayer. How can we not test for the noise, I don't. We can test for almost anything in utero, right? Let's get one of those fancy ultrasound machines and figure it out. That's your baby's heartbeat. We should get that out of you immediately. 'Cause nobody wants another one of those walking around town. And you do not want to live with a third grader that doesn't want Oreos because they're made with hydrogenated oil. Fucking die. Just die already. When I hear the noise, I get ISIS. I get it. I understand starting a group to hurt other people. That makes sense to me. Does that mean I would join ISIS? Of course not. Would I scout for them? I don't know, probably. Hey man, how was your salad? I don't. ISIS! Beep, beep. I found one. You don't want to mess with ISIS, man. They're a crabby group. And we should have seen that coming because they are all caps. And you guys, that's yelling. How did we not know? I bet if you asked everybody in ISIS why they joined, over 40% would say traffic. Because traffic can turn a reasonable, rational human being into a murderous monster. You ever been at a four-way stop and it's not your turn to go, but it's the person in front of you, it's their turn to go, but they're not going, they're doing this. Go, 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 go. No, you. Go, 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 go. And you're behind them like, fucking go! You have to go or nobody's ever gonna go. There are rules in place for this situation. You're not gonna get into heaven for letting somebody go first at a four-way stop, because I'm gonna stab someone and that shit's going on your tab. Because go, 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 go is gonna lead to gaga, gaga, gaga. Listen, you guys, you cannot be nice with someone else's time. That is not how kindness works. If you want to be nice, join the Big Brother or the Big Sister program and bring a kid to the movie. But on your way to the theater, fucking go. You have to go. Now, I want you to know, traffic is the only time I get real upset. That's true. I'm a pretty laid-back guy. I love walking around and seeing other people get mad. I think that's fun, because I am a hypocrite and I like to judge others. And that makes me feel good. If I see a man yelling at his kids, I'm like, oh, I'm so much better than him. And that gets me through my day, even though it's not true. My favorite kind of anger is self-produced anger. We've all seen that. Guy at the grocery store is holding the door. Somebody walks in, doesn't say thank you, and the guy holding the door is like, welcome! Oh my God. Has anyone ever needed to hear drive safe, don't rate more than him? Like, ever? What does he think? Everyone's just at the gym, running on the treadmill, getting in shape. Sure hope somebody holds the door at the store today. Cannot wait to say thank you. It's crazy. People have other things going on in their lives, right? Even if it's something as small as remembering your list when you're walking through the parking lot. Just milk, eggs, flour, welcome! Okay, all right. Yeah, that was most likely for me. Were you holding the door? You were, right? Yeah. I was just trying to remember my list. Yeah, well, you're welcome. Nobody likes getting yelled at, especially in public. Nothing good has ever happened from that. A guy is never like, oh, I should take that guy fishing. Right? It's always something like, oh, I'd kill him for sure. That's why I admire psychopaths a little bit. I think psychopaths have figured some things out. I do. A psychopath thinks, I'm gonna kill that guy, and then they just kill him. And the rest of the day, they're like, da 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 da. They're just so happy that their to-do list is done. But a man that fears society's rules, you can't go killing people all willy-nilly. Right? So like, oh, I'm gonna kill that guy, but I'm already at the store, I should probably just get my stuff. Yeah, I'll do that. And then he goes in the store, but he hasn't forgotten that he's been yelled at, right? So 10 minutes later, he's walking around the frozen food section just like, okay, hold on, what do you mean I'm welcome? Why am I welcome? You're welcome. How about that? You ever thought about that? How about you be welcome? I just opened this freezer door. Didn't need your help there, did I? No, man. I got doors all day. Fuck! Welcome! And he strokes out in the frozen food section. And he forgets his list. And he goes home without milk, eggs, or flour. And his only job all week was to make his little daughter a birthday cake. You assholes. I mean, seriously. Let's review all the things we've talked about tonight, and cake just shut you down, huh? We've talked about so many topics. You're like, not the cake! Don't you dare! My God, you're so nice. Stop. The Lord is alive in Denver. Weirdos. Just as a reminder, a man had just stroked out in a grocery store and nobody had any problem with that at all. And then I mentioned a girl not getting cake and you're like, oh God, is there a bakery he could stop at? Stop at a bakery and get some cake? It's her birthday. I need you to know something. When I wrote this story, I never even thought about that little girl for more than 1 second. I just needed something to do with those ingredients. So I picked cake because I like cake. This little girl is just supposed to go, hey guys, and then leave the story. That's it. She's like 1 second in, 1 second out. And you guys were like, come here, we'll get you some cake. Come on. You come here right now. This story is about a man on the verge of a mental breakdown. I just picture this man in his kitchen stirring an empty bowl with dead eyes. Still has his hospital bracelet on from the stroke. Just mumbling things like, hold the door for me, hold the door for you. Didn't need you to hold the door. It's automatic door. You were waving at the camera. It's not automatic door. His father-in-law walks in the kitchen. How's the cake coming? Fucking welcome! Like, loses his mind. And a whole bunch of you were like, is there frosting at the house? Can we get this kid some frosting? Which is crazy to me, because the point of this entire story is this. When a woman is breastfeeding a child, and the child is sick, that illness is in the child's saliva. It enters the mother's body through the areola. It travels around the mother's body. The mother's body fixes it. It puts it back in the milk, sends the cure out through the nipple. Kid feels better. Our noses can categorize 50,000 smells. Our eyeballs can see 10 million different colors. That is the potential of the human body. And you can't figure out a four-way stop? I know I have had a lot of problems with humanity up here tonight. But I also want you to know, I think I could be friends with almost anybody. I mean, the only group of people I can think of that I wouldn't be friends with is if we're walking down the street and we overhear somebody say finger bang and you don't even giggle, then I don't care to have you a part of my life, as a part of my life. Or we're gonna go to your house and drink gin and do accounting? No, thank you. If you're an adult and you hear finger bang and you don't even go, okay, or like nothing, that creeps me out. That's why I like talking to really old people, like 95 years or older. You can say whatever you want around them. They're just glad you're talking. You could say finger bang in front of a 95-year-old woman and she'd be like, I remember finger banging. I was fingered by Abraham Lincoln's nephew. Also a tall man, huge hands. I remember he removed his riding glove and it was like a fistful of dicks. It was thrilling. President Lincoln once said, a house divided cannot stand. Well, neither could I. Dude, old people can say or do whatever. That's how old men ended up as the creepiest things on the planet. I can't wait to be that old. I cannot wait until my actions don't have consequences. I'm not gonna throw shit at people or be weird when I'm swimming, but I still wanna have fun. When comedy's done, I don't have hobbies, so I'm not gonna whittle recorders out of wood and bring them to middle schools. I'm just gonna sit at the bus stop and then I'm gonna flick guys in the dick when they walk by. And I know comedy's supposed to be smarter than that, but I don't care. Flicking dicks is really funny to me. I'm just gonna sit at the bus stop with a big coat on, but my arms not in the sleeves. Then I'm gonna sneak attack out the zipper. Flap! What are you doing? Doesn't matter, I'm old. Well, I'm gonna call the cops. Go ahead, I need a ride home. They're not gonna arrest an old man for flicking dicks, right? It's probably not even in the book. Hey, we're down at the bus stop and we have a... There's an old guy down here flicking dicks and... Dude, it is outrageous. I don't know, he's killing people. It's crazy. I don't know if his right shoulder is made up of only fast twitch muscle fibers, but this guy's unreal. He's beating younger men to their crotches, and my God, is it fun to watch. And you know my rule. If I laugh at something, I don't make an arrest, so. I'm just gonna eat my lunch here and watch. Over. Because dicks are not protected by the law. And I am in no way saying they should be. I'm telling you straight up, they're not. You flick a lady in the tit, well, pack your shit, because you're going to jail. Right? As it should be. But you could curb stomp a guy's bare dick in front of a cop. And the cop would be like, it's probably gonna be a stomachache. Catch you guys later. Nobody cares about dicks. That's why sometimes when I hear women go, we want equality, I always just want to whisper, yeah, but not all of it. You don't want the curb stomping part. Just take the good stuff. Take the M&Ms out of the trail mix. Leave the raisins. Because if you have equality across the board and you get the good stuff, you're going to have to do things you don't want to do, like start calling your shots when you play pool. Hold on. Hold on for 1 second. I saw some women react like I said you were bad at pool. Those words never came out of my mouth. I never said women are bad at pool. I said you're cheaters. That's different. It's gonna be no more of this. Oops, I made it in the wrong pocket, but I'm cute and you wanna fuck me, so it's still my turn, still my turn, still my turn. That goes out the door with equal pay. Now you're gonna have to buy your own drinks, and they're $17.50 a piece. You didn't even know that, did you? Yeah. Back of the line, yoga pants. It's a quality night. If we have true equality between men and women, we're gonna be able to fist fight in the middle of the street. And I can tell you, I don't want to live in a world like that, because I would lose to upwards of 45% of women. Sounds like a high number, but let's go through the groups. White trash ladies. Uh-huh. I lose to most of them, because they're tricky. They've had to get out of some tight spots by thinking on their feet. A white trash lady will say something like, "Look at my tits!" And when you do, they hit you with something real hard. Probably a glass ashtray. You ever seen a kung fu movie? Little Asian girl skipping to school. Old Asian guy walks around the corner. "Your skipping is stupid." And she floats up into the air and murders him with face kicks. You're gonna have to factor in all little Asian girls to that. Every single one of them, because you don't know which ones can float. They don't put stickers on them. You're going to have to factor in all black women that start removing their earrings as they're moving towards you. Because I don't care what martial art you've trained in, gentlemen, that's gonna be a loss on your record. If you make a black woman so upset with you for whatever bullshit you're doing, and she pulls her earring off and goes, "What?" Just go, "Nothing, nothing, nothing." And you run. And you find shelter. And may I suggest a body of water. Now, some of you are gonna be pretty surprised by this next part. Because a lot of you think I think black people don't swim. And that's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. You can't think an entire group of people doesn't do one thing. That's ridiculous and how bad stuff starts. I know black people swim. I've seen black people swim. What I have never seen, and no one has, is a black woman that just got her hair done get it wet on purpose. That has not happened since the beginning of time, and black people were the first people. They've had more time. A black woman will follow you into a body of water, but just up to her hair. And then she'll be like, nope, and back it on out. And then you're just treading water in the lake. Are you gonna leave? I took the afternoon off to get my hair done. I have nowhere to be. I saw a black lady leave a hair salon one time. She looked up, it started raining on her hair, and she looked up into the sky and she goes, "No!" And it stopped raining. So, you know, still think Jesus is white? I know I talk a lot of crap about my son up here, but I do want you to know that he's a very respectful young man, and he is smart, like too smart maybe, and he has a very dry sense of humor to the point where you don't know if it's a joke or if you're gonna get murdered. Right? You wake up the next day and you're like, "That was funny, buddy! Good job, this is a very funny joke. Oh my God, I'm alive!" It's like that kind of sense of humor. We were walking down the street one day. It was my son and my daughter and I, and an Asian family was walking towards us, and there were 7 of them, and none of them were higher. I don't get it. There were 7 of them? Is that like a weird thing to say? Fucking legalize pot, here's what happens. You don't have to say anything funny, you just present a fact and people are like, "Oh my God. Dad, you're not gonna believe what happened to me. Oh my God, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. We were walking towards an Asian family. There were 7 of them. None of them were higher than my chest. Now, does that mean I think all Asian people are short? No, of course not. I know Asian people are taller than me. I'm just telling you these are the facts of this particular story. So the grandparents passed us, and then the parents passed us, and then the children passed us. And my son slowed down, and he looked at me, and he goes, "Do you think Godzilla was just a normal-sized lizard?" And my daughter said, "Isn't that racist?" And I said, "We will figure that out when I'm done laughing. Because sometimes you just gotta let her buck." I brought my son to a comedy festival in Nebraska. It was Johnny Carson's hometown. And I was always such a huge fan of Johnny Carson. I wanted to show my son some history, right? They have a museum there and everything. So we went there and we had a great time. And on before the first show, we were in the green room. It was me, a couple friends, my son, and then 2 comedians walked in that I had never met, so they didn't know me and they certainly didn't know my son. And so they thought he was a comedian. And they were like, "How old are you?" And he goes, "I'm 18. They go, "Oh, you think you're going to go out there and wow the adult crowd with your 18-year-old humor? Yeah? Is that right? Is that what you're going to do?" "Sure. Uh-huh. Going to tell them about how you live with your parents?" And somebody whispered to me, they go, "Are you going to help your son?" And I was like, "Nah, I sharpen the stick. I know how it pokes." So the guy was just giving it to my son, and he's finally done, and my kid goes, "Yeah, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate the advice. Do you mind if I say something I like about your act?" And the guy goes, "Go for it." He goes, "I really like how you smile at the end of your jokes to let people know they're finished since the punchlines don't do the trick." Everybody slowly looked at me, and I was just like, "Daddy raised you right!" So thrilled. But that wasn't even my favorite. At the end of the week, there was a former Miss Nebraska there. Just a lovely woman. She was like the town celebrity, so nice. And she invited us all to her home to have a buffet at the end of the week. And so we got there. It was my friend Joe, my friend Phil, my son, and myself, and we got there late. And there were no plates left. And Phil is from Canada. And I only tell you that to let you know that he doesn't care about others. So we walked in, and there were no plates left at the buffet. And there were 3 plates on the kitchen wall. And Phil goes, "Can I use one of these?" And she goes, "No, you may not." And he goes, "Why not?" And she started crying. And through tears, she told us this story about how her mom had left Europe with just 12 plates and the clothes on her back. And then she met the husband, and they had 4 kids, and they all got 3 plates. And all 4 of those kids had 3 children of their own, so they were all going to get 1 plate. And Phil goes, "Is that it?" And she goes, "Yes, it is." And he goes, "Well, I'm hungry. I'm going to get food." And he turned, but he had a backpack on. And it knocked a plate off of the wall, and it shattered. And the only thing you could hear in the kitchen was the clock ticking and this woman sobbing. And my son goes, "God damn it, Phil. Now she's going to have to kill one of her kids." I mean, come on. This lady went from crying to laughing, and she goes, "Oh, I like you." And my son goes, "Enough to let me pick which kid?" This dude's like a superhero who doesn't know how to use his powers yet. "I'm flying." "Is that a wall?" Smash. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate you coming to the show. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are the best. Thank you very much. Hang tight. Hang tight. I want to tell you one more story. You can sit back down if you'd like. What a weird way to ruin a standing ovation. When I was starting comedy, I had 0 money. And so my son was about to be born. So I called this booking agent, and I go, "Hey, man, is there any way you can give me any work at all? I just really need to make some money." And he goes, how about this week? And I go, that's not gonna work, because that is the week my son is going to be born, and I need to be around for that. And he goes, well, good luck, because children ruin comedy careers. So I would like to introduce you to two people that beg to differ. This is my son, Isaac, my daughter, Olivia. Pretty good, huh? Do you have anything to say?
I just wanted to let you all know that I start my job on Monday.
Anything?
Anyone bring their passport?
Kids do not ruin comedy careers. They make them. But more importantly, these two have just made my life 1,000,000 times better. So I just wanted to tell you guys that, because I know I pick on them a lot. But they are the best. And thank you guys very much.
Everybody, please welcome to the stage, Ben Roy.
What's up, creepo? How are you? Hey, thank you all so much for being here. How the fuck are you tonight? Come on. Hi, how are you? What's going on, weirdos? Hey, how are you? So fucking good to be here. Real quick, give a big round of applause to the Comedy Works in downtown Denver, the greatest comedy club in the country. This fucking rules. You all, this means so much to me, and thank you all for being here, and what a night. I want to say this right off the bat. If at any point you're easily offended, I don't fucking care. Like, I truly don't give a shit. If anything I say upsets you, fuck off, like, legitimately. And I want to say, times are crazy. I want you to know I'm carrying a knife because of some shit that happened at the Oscars. You know, so I am fully armed on stage right now. And I'm gonna be honest with you all. I don't know how to hold this fucking thing. Which actually makes it feel far more dangerous, doesn't it? The fact that I'm holding my knife like that feels like it'd fall out of my hand at any time. Get up on stage. Say what you want to say. Do it. Yes, I'm armed. God, what a time to be alive. Oh, God. I also want you to know I walked down the aisle and I shook a bunch of hands. I shook your hands. I want to get this out of the way. I'm vaccinated before anybody fucking gets weird about it. I did the you don't even have to woo it. I don't know why the fuck I did it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I grew up in Maine, in the middle of just, the person who wooed, never been to Maine. I mean, it's a shithole. People are always like, Maine, that's gorgeous. You like lighthouses and warm butter with your lobster. But there is 8 hours of buggy, hot, and somehow cold all at the same time. Racist inland, and that's where I'm from. And so, but I want you to know, I grew up in a small town, which means I don't know why I got the vaccine. I'm chock full. I am a piñata of deep Reddit ideas. Like, I am just full of, like, conspiracy theories and shit like that. My upbringing was so Stephen King Like, I'm serious. I grew up in an area that was so Stephen King. I remember that the first time that me and my friends saw the movie Stand By Me, our only criticism of the movie was, oh yeah, it's a fine fucking movie and all, but if their dads are such bad alcoholics, how come their treehouse is finished? That was our only criticism of the movie. Because if you grew up in a rural area like we did, where all your friends' dads were alcoholics, you didn't get a treehouse like they had. You didn't get that cedar planked Howard Johnson's a reasonable 12 feet off the ground. What you got was 4 or 5 boards that your dad, in a rare moment of sobriety, before any of a dozen funerals that summer, nailed in the crook of a birch tree 45 fucking feet in the air. It was the most unsafe thing in 3 states. So we saw that movie and we were like, that's fucking Hollywood bullshit. Yeah, fuck that shit. But the rest of the movie, spot on. Yeah, good fucking flick. A freight train will do that to a body. That's true. Yeah. I went and got the vaccine, and I don't know why the fuck I did it. I was one of those people that was out there, like, just out going, hey, take the vaccine! Read the science! I want to be clear to you all. I've read none of the science. Yeah, I was just trying to sell you on I don't know what the fuck was in that thing. That thing may kill me. I don't know. I have no fucking clue. I just decided a while ago that I would rather die than live on the planet with a bunch of anti-vaxxers. But wait, no, stop. See, you think I'm saying I don't like anti-vaxxers, no, I'm saying that not because I hate anti-vaxxers, but can you imagine how insufferable they're gonna be if they get this one right? Like really think about it. They've been wrong on a number of occasions. And then they reel in the biggest fucking fish of all time. You think they're ever gonna let you live that down? There's no fucking way. Every doctor after that, if they knew you took the vaccine and survived, they're gonna be like, oh, what's the matter with you? I don't know, I think I got shingles. Right on. Hey, you know what? Make him put a pine cone in his ass. What? Put a pine cone in your ass. That doesn't even sound like medicine. Oh, it doesn't, does it, vaccine boy? Because I think you were wrong a couple times before. Now, I want you to go with the pedals going up. Okay, that's the only way it works. I can't be an anti-vaxxer. I drive a Hyundai Elantra. That Punisher sticker's gonna take up the entire back window on that car. I won't be able to see out the rear window on that fucking thing. It's crazy. I want you to know, people are like, why are people so vaccine hesitant now? Me, I'm the reason. I'm telling you, people are hesitant for vaccines because of my generation. That's it. I'm a child of the 90s. Like, I play in a punk band. I still tour in a punk band. I still love playing punk rock. I've been playing in bands since I was 15 years old. Do you know how many songs I wrote that were like, fuck the government! Never do what you're told! Do you know how much I love Rage Against? How many of us in the 90s were listening to, fuck you, I won't do what you're told! Yeah. Do you know how much of us love that song? I've seen memes going around like, remember when we said, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me, and now we're getting in line? We did all say that. I want to be clear. I said that. I did say all that. But I want to be clear about something. We didn't mean don't take medicine. I want to be clear. That's not what we were talking about. We're talking about, maybe if you're like Zach De La Rocha, a person of color, and you're in a city like Los Angeles, and there's a notoriously racist police organization policing your city and you get pulled over and they want to go search your stuff, hold your middle finger up. If they don't have probable cause, that's your right. Or maybe you're like I am and you go to a redneck school and you're born genetically a man, but you identify as a different gender and you just want to live the way you want to live without a bunch of morons ruining your fucking day. Stand up. I'll stand with you. I will. Yeah. Take medicine! And people medicine, not horse medicine. Unless you're at a rave, then take horse medicine. That's the way it works. And if you have too much of the horse medicine, go back to the people medicine. That's the way it's always worked. Horse medicine is recreational. No one actually tries to solve shit with it. I have so many friends, though, who are like, you need to fucking tell off your family members if they're anti-vaxxers. I'm not gonna be part of disowning members of my family. Not gonna do it. People want you to just cut off people who don't agree. I'm not gonna be a part of it. These people raised me. They're good people. Do I agree with them? I don't. But I have friends on the left who are like, can you fucking believe that these people are taking horse medicine? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, totally. You'd say you'd put that in your body? I used to huff gas. Like a fair amount of gasoline. Yeah, I mean, from 98 to 01, I was a gas sommelier. I could get one nostril in the can of a 5-gallon tank and just be like, I'm getting notes of scotchgrass and mesquite. I'm gonna say this is an 89 that came in off the coast of Galveston. I'll tell you what, fuck me if I'm wrong. That's some good shit, woo! I destroyed my body. I don't have a right to criticize if someone fucking put whatever you want in here. I also don't have a right to criticize what people put in their body when I am eating an aggressive amount of marijuana edibles. Yeah, and those of you who are laughing, you know it's because the marijuana edibles industry, and we're in Colorado right now, it is the definition of shady. Like, nearest I can tell, the entire marijuana edibles industry is run almost entirely by 3 of the lowest performing marketing students on the planet and an out-of-work surfboard. That's who's running the entire show. I remember when the edibles industry started, even like 10 years ago, that shit was the Wild West. I've eaten shit out of dispensaries that was stapled shut. I went in and bought food that had been stapled closed to apparently keep the freshness out. I don't know why. Like, think about it. Could you imagine going into a grocery store? If I walked into one and I bought food items that are packaged in the same manner marijuana edibles are, I'd definitely be talking to a manager. There's 0 question. I'd walk in and be like, hey! Who the fuck is running this place? I just bought all these gummy worms and they came in an expired Valium container. Look at this pack of brownies. It's spelled with a Z. On the back, it says it's made in Loleta, California. Where the fuck is Loleta, California? Battle Creek, Michigan. That's where food lives. Everybody knows that. It's crazy. For a while, remember you used to buy a marijuana edible and it would just come in a package that said like weed bar or something on it. That's insane. And it was as if the FDA stopped in and was like, oh, stop. You all have to stop this shit. And they were like, what? You have to put a number on the package. The marijuana edible industry was like, what kind of number? 5, 12%, 3, dash, hyphenate? I don't fucking know. And that's it could be, honestly, my favorite part about marijuana edibles. My favorite part is that they even put a fucking dosage on it. I love this shit. You'll get a candy bar, and on the candy bar it'll say, there's 100 milligrams of THC in this candy bar. And they're right, there is. But where in the candy bar? Well, that's anybody's guess. I don't know. That's up to luck and gravity, I suppose. Better hope you don't get the weed bar that was made on the dented pan that afternoon. So you're gonna get 100 milligrams of THC right in the fucking center of it. Which has happened to me before. It's like the most insane thing. Well, I went in to a dispensary and I bought some edibles. And the woman behind the counter was like, these are mild. And I didn't believe her for some reason. So I took these shits home and I cut them in half. And the first one that I ate half of it, and it was fucking great. I made my hips a little looser. That's all I want. I want something to get my body roll flexing, you know what I mean? How can I lock, you know? And I felt great, mild high. 2 weeks later, I go into the back of my refrigerator and I find the other half of that edible. And I decide to eat it, thinking I'm gonna be treated to the exact same experience I was. But you see, y'all, that's my fault. See, I think logically, and that's my cross to bear, you know what I mean? Because one half is gonna be like the other. Nope, I took the other half, and it wasn't a hip gyrating time. I took a ride on my face for 4 fucking hours that I didn't sign up for. And honestly, try calling anyone if you've overdosed on a marijuana edible. Try calling for help. The audio recordings of it end up on the fucking internet when you do. I should say this. May 23rd of this year, I passed 12 years of sobriety, which is fucking, yeah, thank you. It means a lot. Thank you. 12 years of not drinking and doing pills. I used to take Klonopins and alcohol. I'd love to take 3 Klonopins, put them on my tongue, and wash them down with whiskey, which is the chemical equivalent of unreading books. It makes you so fucking stupid. And if you overdose on pills, it is all hands on deck. You can't get help to your house quick enough. You call somebody because you OD'd on Xannies, and this is what you get. Hey, what's going on, man? It's like 3 in the morning. What's happening? Hey, dude, I took too many Xanax and I've been graying out, and I don't think I'm gonna make it to the morning. Holy shit. Okay, hold on, honey, call the ambulance. Okay, Ben he's overdosing again. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Stay on the line. Stay alert. Talk to me. What's happening with you? What's been happening in your, you know what, I'm sorry I haven't been around. I've been so busy. But I just, like stay on the line with me, relax. What's going on? That's what you get. But if you call somebody because you're getting a divorce and you're renting a 300 square foot room from a stranger and you've taken too many marijuana edibles by yourself. This is how that call goes. Hey, what's going on, dude? It's fucking 3 in the morning. Hello? Hey, yeah, you there? Hey! Can you hear me? Yeah, what's going on? Hey, you know, You know how I'm getting divorced and I'm trying to work on some of my past childhood shit and now I'm renting that room and I took too many marijuana edibles and I am fucking losing my mind, dude. What are you doing taking drugs alone, you fucking idiot? Who are you, Timothy Leary? Seriously. Don't ever call me again. And they hang up on me. They'll always hang up on you. I guarantee you he hangs up and his wife is like, what's going on? Nah, Ben took too many marijuana edibles. He'll be fine. Are you sure? He's not gonna fucking die. Because that's our biggest, that's what we care about in our culture. Is he gonna die? No, he's fine. He's gonna be fine. And you're all right. You are correct. You will not die if you overdose on marijuana edibles. Worst that'll happen is you'll be spiritually waterboarded for half a day. Which is what the fuck happened to me. I had all of my failed dreams poured into my mouth for an evening. It was nuts. The worst part is, I took them back to the dispensary. I brought them back. I walked into that dispensary and I slammed them down on the counter and I was like, those are uneven! And the woman that sang for Four Non Blondes, who is now apparently working there, she looked at me and was like, what? And I was like, they're uneven! And she was like, what do you mean they're uneven? And I was like, I took half of one of those the other day, normal. 2 weeks later, I take the other half, I went, God the fuck knows where. And then, this is legitimately what she said. She goes, oh, well, did you eat the second half with a lot of fat? I was like, well, I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood the question. I asked, did you take the medicine with fat? Because if you take the medicine with fat, you can get a lot higher off it. And I was like, did you just have the audacity to say that? And then call that medicine? Because you should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. Could you imagine going into your doctor and walking in and being like, yeah, doc, I pulled my lumbar and I think it's on my sciatic because it's just, my leg is on fire. And your doctor being like, I'm gonna refer you to a chiropractor. In the meantime, I'll give you some Percocet. Take one at night, should help you with the pain and get you to sleep. Right on. But if you want to unlock a secret level, eat it with ham! eat it with a bunch of honey-baked ham, and you'll get fucked up. And, yeah, I was fucked up, man. And I'll tell you what, I could not get out of my head. Like, I was in this room freaking out, and it's a new roommate, and I'm like, I don't want to freak her the fuck out. And I'm like, how am I going to calm down? I need to calm down. And then I hear this voice in my head go, you need to watch the Great British Baking Show. Yes! Yes! Yes, I do! One handshake from Paul Hollywood and those piercing blue eyes. I love that they say things like stodgy. The cake is stodgy. Do you watch it? Do you watch it? You don't watch it, you should. Oh, it's the best fucking television show on. They say things like that. Look at you. Oh, I thought your legs would be a lot harder, but they're a bit stodgy. They say, I don't even think that's how that word is used, but it's great. Stop. Oh, God. I love it. Thanks for being up here, bud. Thank you. God, I love it. You should watch the show. So I immediately get into my head and I'm like, fuck yeah, I gotta watch the Great British Baking Show. So I take out the remote and I go over to the bed and I put my knee up on the bed and I turn the TV on and I click into the search engine and I start typing Great British Baking Show into the search engine. And then I get lost in a thought. And I start having this vision that I was born with a forehead where my bones had fused like a little staircase. Like it had not a big one, but like a 3-stepper, just. And that it looked from the profile, it looks like a little staircase. It's some weird genetic thing that I have. And then I imagined if that had happened, that I could have got like a little parakeet, and I would let this parakeet walk up the steps of my forehead, and I'd have a hat with a beanie on that had a flag on it, and every morning people would come down to the mall and they'd watch as the parakeet ascended my forehead, and then with his tiny little beak he would raise the flag, and maybe I could train him to put his wing up. Oh shit. Oh God, I laughed about that for anywhere from 5 to 45 minutes. I lost track of that. I time warped. But I'll tell you, but I came out of that visualization and I was frozen. Like I came out of it and I was like, I still had my leg up on the bed, my arm extended, and the remote still in my hand, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And then I look on the screen, and in the search engine, it's no joke, all I had typed in the search engine was a capital B and a lowercase a. Another capital B, another lowercase a, and then a question mark. And that's it. I typed in the search engine, Bubba? Because apparently what's bubbling to come out of me is a 12-year-old Persian boy looking for his grandfather. That's what lives inside of me. Bubba, did you survive Tripoli? And a lot of people have asked me, they're like, Ben, how can you say you're sober and you eat marijuana? I'll tell you why. I believe that sobriety comes in the form of quitting whatever substance ruins your life, whatever makes it difficult. Yeah, that to me. And marijuana does not do what I want it to do at all. Very, very difficult to control. Marijuana's slogan should be, weed. Hey, do you want to be aware of your own heartbeat for 90 minutes? Because that's what's about to happen. God, it feels so good. Get in here. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it! I was on extended basic cable television. Jesus. Thank you. I did right out. It's crazy, I had that experience, and then almost immediately afterwards, like the next day, while I was coming down, I got norovirus. Which, yeah, those of you that have had it, if you heard everybody in here, you heard a very low bass groan, like a, because if you have had norovirus, you know it. It is the worst illness. If you don't know what it is, it's that virulent stomach illness that lasts only like 20 hours, but it docks cruise ships, right? I didn't think you could get this shit unless you came into contact with a limbo stick that hadn't been properly sanitized. But you can get this shit on dry land, and oh my God, was it bad. I mean, that's the most sick I've ever been. I learned shit from norovirus. Seriously. For instance, man has pondered for generations whether it is possible for one's own soul to exit out one's own asshole. And I'm here to tell you all, I know the answer now. And the answer is no. It can't. But it can poke its head out. And my soul got to gander around because it almost came out of me. Holy God, not a very, very technologically, very primitive illness, that one. A king killer, the kind of illness that halted the exploration of continents. It was bad. Like, I like to imagine if norovirus is a person, he's just a real straight shooter. You know what I mean? If norovirus was a guy, he's like, COVID, That's a designer illness. I mean, really, think about it. What does COVID do? You know what I mean? Long COVID, you have all these crazy symptoms, you know? You got loss of sense of smell or taste. You've got brain fog, neuropathy, the shakes, right? Fever. Every illness is different for every person. It tailors it to you. That is a nice illness. That is, COVID is the J.D. Power and Associates Illness of the Year. And that is a nice illness. But not me. Norovirus, not me. I'm a meat and potatoes type of guy. Just give me a lot of liquid out the face and butt. That's what I like. Because I fucking died. 18 hours, oh my God. Have you ever been so sick like that? That you're just sitting there, and at some point you're just like, there's nothing left. At one point, I had been shitting and barfing for so long, so aggressively, that at one point I heard my own voice. I don't remember saying it. I heard it reverberate off our bathroom tile. I just heard my voice shrill and go, "Oh, now you're just showing off." It's like my body was out doing donuts on the 50-yard line and it's El Camino. Check it out, bro. Oh, there's more down here. Whenever human beings get too high on themselves, norovirus is there to remind you of what you are. We believe ourselves to be too much. We're always like, oh, human beings, the most evolved species on the planet. Whenever I hear somebody say that, I want to be like, oh, really? And then hold up a Polaroid, just a profile of them, naked, their ass sealed to a porcelain hole in a house, legs up on a squatty potty. They look like a gargoyle outside a Bed Bath & Beyond, right? Hair scraggly. In their hands, a giant steel pot. Usually reserved for slow simmering family stews. But not today. It's for the front half of you to leak in like a yoga studio ceiling. I want to hold up a photo of that person. Oh, we're the most evolved species, are we? I'm one of God's miraculous creations. We are primitive. Just watch somebody have diarrhea to tell you how primitive we are. Speaking of shitting your pants, did you know, like, right before a human being dies, it shits itself? I mean, it lets go of everything. It shits and pits itself. Because we have a lot of pride muscles. You know what I mean? Like, just muscles that are vanity muscles, that are concerned with how you appear to other people. And when you die, your body's like, fuck it, I don't have to do this anymore. Like, my job's done here, he's dead, right? I didn't realize that culture does that as well. Cultures shit their pants when they're about to die. And I have witnessed one of these proverbial pants shittings of Western culture in the form of a new television show on Netflix that is just titled, Is It Cake? That's the name of a fucking television show right now. Is it cake? That's how fucking dumb we've become as a culture. We used to have puzzle shows, $100,000 Pyramid, Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune. And then we started to backslide a bit, you know? And I thought we had hit the bottom when we got to Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? But little did I know the Marianas Trench of intellectualism was right there. And now we're just like, is that cake or is it not cake? You know, I gotta be honest, man, I'm gonna say that's cake. Wrong, get the fuck out of here. Ma'am, cake or not, I think it's cake too. He just said that, fall off a cliff. You, dude from Massachusetts. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that's fucking cake at all. You're right. Fuck yes. Thank God. Here's $25,000. Fix your face. Like, so fucking stupid. Most of the world is starving around us, and we're sculpting things out of food. How many different show ideas do you think Netflix went to until they arrived at that? Were they like, cookies or concrete? Let's do it. A contestant is guessing whether or not that's a snickerdoodle or actually a chunk of I-70 that rolled into the median. Let's see if it is. Or perhaps my favorite idea would be just a game show called It's Asbestos! This sounds so fun to me. It's asbestos. It's so good. Like when the contestant gets the answer wrong, all the audience goes, "That's not cake. It's asbestos!" All right, thanks for being here tonight. Now, thanks for joining us on It's Asbestos. Kyle here from Branson Hills. Kyle is playing the game show. If you're not familiar with how it works, our contestants have to guess whether or not that is a cake made of the finest ingredients on the planet or 2.5 pounds of pure, unabated asbestos. Now, let's check in with him. Kyle right now is willing to bet that that is a Tres Leches cake and not 26 ounces of questionable insulation from an inner city high school. Now, Kyle, I want you to take a bite of that for me now. Here he goes. Oh, no! Bees in the mouth. I'm sorry, buddy. That's not cake. It's asbestos! Oh. Mesophilia, oh my God, are we having a blast. Call the strong arm, too much fun tonight. It's asbestos. Come on, you'd watch that fucking game show. I also got into watching this show Alone. Has anybody... You like that show? Fuck yeah. Yeah, if you don't know what Alone is, this show's fucking awesome. It's also on... I love Alone. It's the best show. It's so fucking good. If you don't know, Alone is a show where they take like 10 survivalists and they drop them in the middle of a hopeless area. It could be the Canadian Arctic. It could be a swamp in Arkansas. It could be Newark. And they leave them there. And then they have to like survive as long as they can, building their own huts and hunting their own food and everything. It's amazing. It's basically the Great British Baking Show, but for people with outstanding warrants. Like it's for criminals, like hideaways and whatnot. It's awesome. My favorite part about this show is that they go like in the intro they go, "Alone, our contestants must live as primitive man did." And they're right. Ooh, boy, they nailed it. Yeah, it's exactly like Primitive Man. If Primitive Man were given a small porn productions allotment of camera equipment to drag through the woods with them, 10 survival items of their choosing to start with, and a satellite phone with a panic button that summons a boat filled with antibiotics and rescue workers that whisks them away to a Denny's at the first sign of trouble. But aside from that, it is the Paleolithic period out there. Just those minute little details. I love these shows. Like, I've watched every season of Naked and Afraid. I've watched all of, I love shows like Project Alaska and stuff like that. But I realized it's because I'm a nature cuck. Like, legitimately a nature cuck. Like, because there is nothing I love more than to sit in the corner of a room and watch as Mother Nature fucks my fellow man right in front of me. I love to watch it. I just sit there and I'm like, yeah, fuck him real good, Mother Nature. Yeah, he's got a cut on his finger he got this morning chopping wood. Yeah, I bet that's gonna get infected, isn't it? Oh, and I bet he's got a fever right now, doesn't he? Now drop a blizzard on his ass, Mommy. I love this shit. It makes me so fucking It makes me so happy. Just so good. I love all of this stuff. I just think it is so funny that people believe that it is this childlike level of delusion to believe that we can go back to primitive living. There are 7 billion of us on the planet, 330 million Americans. We cannot agree on everything or anything at all. And you think we can go back to the most primitive and difficult way of living? You're crazy. I love when people say they're paleo, because it's code. Whenever a buddy is like, yo, I went paleo, I'm like, oh, I know what you mean. You mean you don't want to eat tomatoes or listen to women. That's what you mean. That's all you mean. Like, paleo people are like, all they mean is they're just like, yeah, bro, I'm paleo now. Yeah, I'm paleo, I do it. That's the craziest. The Paleolithic period was like 2 million years long. It extended over such a long and vast time span and area. There were so many different, and the best part is, paleo people take it as, I get to eat meat 3 meals a day. That's basically what it means. Do you know now that they think that hunting for big game was a mating ritual because it was so fruitless? That was such a difficult thing to do. Big game was very difficult to come by. Most people just foraged for everything. That's why just once I want to hear somebody go, we went paleo, whole family. And they actually went Paleolithic. Like they're like, yeah, whole family went paleo. Great, so you're having bison with every meal now? No. Most of my protein is coming from spiders that I dig out of the corner of the shed. And I'm getting a fair amount of my greens that grow up as dandelions around the walkway. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've had a urinary tract infection for the last 3 straight months. And 7 of our first 10 kids died in childbirth. It's not easy, I'll tell you that. It's not easy, it's a sacrifice. That's why I'm 3 feet 7 inches tall. Fucking dumbasses. We're this tall because of Korn. Korn did this. And not the band. That would be sweet. God, if the band Korn was responsible for our development. You know, or whatever. My buddy is always trying to get me to take primitive survival classes. He's like, dude, you want to come and take some outdoor survival classes? No. What, you don't want to? No. Well, all right, bro, I thought you said you wanted simpler living. Yeah, I meant I want to read more and I don't want to wash my face at night, okay? But I don't want to fight raccoons for my food. Are you fucking crazy? Look at me, I'm an indoor girl. This is what it looks like. I'm American. Without my Pontiac G6 and my condominium, I am just an unpeeled banana. Just loudly stomping through the woods at a profoundly trackable rate. Like, you'd be amazed at how quickly an animal could eat me. They're gonna eat me first. I'm already in the posture of a corn dog. Look at me. I'm an upright walking stick of meat. I'm definitely gonna get fucking eaten. That's why I love shows. Don't put Americans on survival shows. We're the Fabergé eggs of this fucking planet. We are the most delicate, needy group of people on this planet. That's why I love this show, because I love seeing the hubris of Americans when they get on this show. They're always like, I'm gonna make this landscape my bitch. I ain't afraid of no bears or no wolves. See, we've all seen too many movies about the outdoors. We've seen The Revenant or The Grey or whatever. We've seen movies. We think you're gonna get eaten by mountain lions. It's not. In the wild, it's the little shit that kills you. And that's what I realized from the show. Like, I watched an episode of Alone one night where a field mouse took a man for everything it was fucking worth. And it was the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It was so good. This big gruff guy from Montana's in his shed, and he wakes up in the morning and he opens up his food store and he's like, oh shit, oh my God, all my blueberries I harvested are gone. What the fuck? And he looks out the door and there's this fat little field mouse sitting there, covered in blueberries and shit, just scowling at him. And he's like, what the fuck? And he runs and it takes off. And so the next day, this guy gets up and he goes back to his food and he's like, fuck! It ate half of my chanterelles. Oh my God, what the? And he looks out and there's that mouse again. Cheeks stuffed full of mushrooms, just scowling at him. And so he's like, I gotta do something about this. This thing is I'm gonna starve. So the guy makes a trap and he hangs a little bit of his meat in the trap and he goes to bed. And in the morning, he checks the trap and the trap is still set and the meat is still hanging there. But in the hardest rodent flex of all time, he noticed that the mouse just chewed all of the fat off of the meat and did not trip the trap. And this man went full PTA mom. It was amazing. His voice got shrill and he was like, no! This isn't the order of things. You're a mouse, you stay outside, and if you come inside, I humanely trap you and I put you outside, thus allowing karma to shine down on me. That's the way it works. And this mouse was sitting out there like, I ain't your typical bitch city mouse, am I? I came out here to do two things. That's fuck and chew the fat off stuff. And my wife didn't want to fuck this morning. So it looks like you're up to bat, you pink disappointment. And that guy just leaned on a log and was like, oh my God. He started crying. He started crying. It was so good. The mouse actually looked like it felt bad for him. Like the mouse was like, oh, come on, man. I didn't do you that bad. Last guy they dropped off out here, I ate his entire King James Bible in front of him. It took me 2 fucking weeks to get through. I didn't even like the taste. I just loved to listen to him scream at the moon every night. I love this show because you can tell when they're gonna tap out every fucking time. Because there's one word. If you watch Alone, there's one word that tells you they're gonna tap out. You'll hear it. They'll be down, they'll be sitting there on a log, 40 pounds lighter, just like shaking, and they're like, I can't do it anymore. And then you'll hear, I just want a donut. And that's it. That's the out. The minute the human brain goes to donut, you're fucked. That's it. Give up. Because a donut, the thought of a donut is universal acid. It'll chew through your will and drive. You just want a donut so bad. That's why we can't go back. Because there's no going back from donuts. There's only forward from donuts. And even if you don't like a donut, which I don't want to know you if you don't, you love what a donut stands for. Hot, ready-made trash at our beck and call. None of us can go back to primitive life because we've all had pizza. You've all had broccoli at any time of year that snaps fresh from the stalk. You've all had a kombucha. You can't go back from that. So the best thing you can do is be kind to each other, grab some neck feathers on this albatross, and ride this shitbird down until it dies from all the plastic it accidentally ingested. Yeah. Because if you haven't got hip to it yet, we're all gonna fucking die out here. Let's have fun while we're at it. Fuck it. That show doesn't scare me because it's not a reality I'll ever face. People are like, doesn't Alone terrify? It terrifies me. No, it doesn't scare me. If you ever want to make a show that terrifies me, don't make a show called Alone. Make a show called Lonely. Now that's terrifying. Make a show called Lonely. Listen to how terrifying that word is. You're lonely. Holy shit, you're all so fucking lonely right now. Could you imagine if I invited you over to watch Alone and I explained the premise? Yeah, it's about survivalists. They go out, try to live. You guys want to come over, have a beer, and watch it? You'd be like, fuck yeah. But if I was like, hey, you want to come over and watch this show called Lonely? Fuck is that about? It's just about 10 to 12 random Americans trying to go throughout their workday having an actual human connection with someone else. The fuck would I ever want to watch that for? God, no. I'll just look in a mirror for 45 minutes straight. You're also, like, that's the craziest shit. I love the idea of lonely versus alone. I've always imagined that alone versus lonely is the universe battling the human body. You know what I mean? Like biology. Like the universe in physics was like, we've created alone, the most terrifying idea there is. Basically, you take one organism or object, isolate it from any other like organism or object by a large, large swath of area, and you leave it isolated. And that object starts to question what it is and starts to self-destruct, and it starts to lose sight of where it belongs in the greater thing. It's very terrifying, very powerful. Alone is very powerful. And then the human body sauntered in drunk and was like, cool story, hold my beer. I can make a human being feel like that in a crowded fucking room. I can make you all feel like that wherever. Look at how lonely this guy is. Look at, that's what life is. Look at how lonely that guy is. And his face is inches from the comic's dick, and he still feels so alone. How is that possible? Oh, God. But you're not alone. You're not alone. Look at me. Look at me. Dress different and this wouldn't happen, okay? I love the way alone and lonely change. People think they're synonymous. They're not. I love the way they change a sentence. Like if I were to say, I am alone up here on stage, that's factual. I am the only comic on this stage right now. But if I say I'm lonely up here, all of a sudden that's a lot more fucking sad, isn't it? A little bit of a cry for help. You all laugh a little harder because I may walk straight into traffic after this show. I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of our hearts is the only... Come on! That's the classic 80s Tiffany remake of that classic song about two lovers who finally found some privacy to explore each other's bodies. That's a hit song. I think we're both lonely now. There doesn't seem to be anyone. Well, that's the story of a couple who goes home, draws the blinds, opens the oven, and blows out the pilot light together. That's the soundtrack to a murder-suicide pact, is what... Home Alone! Home Alone! The story of Macaulay Culkin as a precocious 9-year-old child left alone by his well-meaning parents to fight off would-be thieves. That's a fucking Christmas movie! But Home Lonely... Well... That's just Macaulay Culkin now. Poor Macaulay Culkin. Poor little guy. I'm incredibly lonely. I think that's part of the human experience is to feel loneliness, and it's weird. And I discovered, though, that you can go your whole life thinking you're alone, though. You can wait your whole life to just to have a moment, though, where you feel like you're connected to something else. Like you can go your entire life waiting for that moment where the proverbial clouds part and the warm healing rays of truth cascade upon your oft unused eyes, and you realize I'm not alone out here on this floating rock. I am connected to other people. You can die never having experienced. So I feel grateful when I can say that I, Benjamin Roy, at the age of 42 years old, Anno Domini, had one of those experiences when I was in the mountains and I witnessed a semi-truck slam into one of those runaway truck ramps firsthand. And it was the greatest fucking moment of my entire life. Some of you didn't applaud at that. I'm sorry. Have you seen it before? For those out in TV land, if you don't know what we're talking about, dotted along thousands of miles of pristine Colorado highways are these sand trenches dug up into hillsides for truckers whose brakes have inevitably overheated from traversing dozens of spiraling traffic-filled roadways to just haphazardly slam their truck into. It is the most beautiful confluence of modern automotive technology, and we're all out of fucking ideas here. I love that was their best idea. Like, what other ideas? Like, the trucking companies were like, what were we supposed to do? Not dig a sand trench? What were we supposed to do? Go to these truck manufacturers and say, manufacture your trucks and your automotives with a set of brakes that are capable of handling the load they're saddled with so as to keep our blue-collar and union workers safe out there on the road? Oh, fuck off. No. Because what would that tell them? That we care about their lives? No. Here's what we're gonna do. What we did was, this wasn't our first idea, okay? I want you to understand that. Okay, now first of all, we had thought about putting a giant slingshot at the bottom of the hill there. For when the truck is out of control to slam in that giant rubber band and it would extend all the way up to the end, and then it would fire them straight back up the hill. And we'd do some mathematics, of course, and it would time out to land them straight in the cargo bay of a Brakes Plus, but the migratory elk, their antlers kept getting caught inside the band, and the libtards had a field day with us on that one, So then we went to the idea of putting hundreds and thousands of bottle rockets taped to the front end of this. And so when the brakes went out, the driver would get out with an acetylene torch, and he would get on the hood, and he'd start lighting the wicks. Of course, they're pointed in the opposite direction, and it would create enough drag to slow him down, but the wicks kept getting wet in the inclement Colorado weather, so we had to trash that one. And then we were fresh out of ideas at that point, so we opened it up to kindergarten children from around the United States, and it was little Tommy Jenkins from Hogbone, Memphis area of Tennessee. And he drew this drawing of a flaming rectangle just careening into a sandbox here, and we thought that was a pretty good idea. So we did it pretty much to spec. Of course, we could not find a 40-foot calico cat, so that did not happen. He drew that in there, but that didn't make it into the specs. It was the greatest thing I'd ever seen. I'm not joking. I watched it happen. We were driving, thing by us, and let me just say, runaway truck ramp is adorable for what I witnessed. That's not a good name. That makes it sound like the truck has a painted-on beard and a fake cigar and a stick with a bindle, and it's heading out on its own, right? Doesn't want to live with its stepfather Todd anymore or whatever. That's what it feels like. No, what I witnessed was so much more violent. I mean, they call it a runaway truck ramp because you can't call it what it really is, which is a careening GED coffin. That's what it is. Just a man with an equivalent to a high school diploma screaming in a butter compartment as he flies down a hill. He was just like... And you can't hear him because he's behind glass, and he's like... And he's going... And he slammed into it, and I watched it happen. And see, I thought that my reaction was appropriate. Because I'd never seen this before. But my wife at the time called it deeply unsettling. Because this thing hit the sand, and I was like, pull over! Pull the fucking car over! I want to look at it! Pull over, I want to look at it! She pulled the car over and I was like, holy fuck! And she was like, was that necessary? And I was like, no, you're hard! I get fear boners. I was just like, oh my God! Oh my God! It was so cool. He just like, she looked over and she's like, are you crying? And I was like, what? She's like, you didn't even cry at your grandmother's funeral. And I was like, well, my grandmother didn't die by careening into 300 feet of viscous sand. Because if she had, maybe I could have squeezed a couple salty ones out for her. But how did Nana die? She fucking gave up. That's how she fucking died. Did that man give up? No. He saw it all the way through, and he's alone. Well, he's not technically alone. He had a sleeper cab, which means there's probably a sex worker in the back. But you all know that once the semi-truck stops and you have no more electricity, you can't support the life of a sex worker anymore. So the driver has to haul up onto the top of the roof and lean over the top and open the door and be like, you go on, you get. And he releases that sex worker into the Colorado Highlands. You know that, don't you shake your fucking head at me. Don't you do that. You know, y'all, ancient Ute legend says that sex workers released from the cabs of giant semi-trucks into the Colorado wilderness, that's where wolves come from. Weirdest crowd. It was the coolest shit I've ever seen, and I had so much fun. You should be able to camp, you know what I mean? You should be able to camp at the base of these runaway truck ramps and just fucking wait. You and your family roasting marshmallows. Ah, here comes a big Walmart fucker. He's smoking. God damn it. It's the new whale watching. It's white trash whale watching. It's so good. I love this so much. And the best part is when he was done, the driver didn't do anything. He just got out of his truck and he just stood there and smoked a cigarette. And I was like, what a wasted opportunity. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just feels like a wasted opportunity. You know what it feels like? I've always thought that at the top of one of those runaway truck ramps, there should just be a nice bench for subtle reflection. The driver just climbs out of his truck and gets to the top of the hill and just has a fucking seat. And then he looks down beside him and there's a binder with plastic on it to survive the weather. And on the outside of that plastic binder it says, "So you wanted to be a truck driver, did you?" And then when he opens up the binder, there's just dozens of brochures to reasonably priced trade schools and community colleges. Johnson and Wales. I always did love to watch my Nana's hands while she cooked. I'm a dad now, and I've been a dad for a long time. My son is really here. My son is 17 years old, and he's here at the show. Like, he's got a wristband on, and they were like, "Don't let him drink." My son is, I have a 17-year-old kid. It's crazy. It's so nuts having a teenager. I wanted a teenager. The entire time I had him young, and the whole time he was growing up, I was like, I want a fucking teenager. Because the whole time he's been growing up, everybody's like, "Wait till you have a teenager, Ben. Wait till he gets to teenage years." Yeah, wait till he gets to the teenage years. Kids these days, they're fucking different. That's what everybody says, they're fucking different. I have a teenager now, and I'm here to tell you all, they're not any fucking different. They're the exact same fucking things they've always been. It's crazy. In fact, my son, when he was turning 14, I remember this vividly. I went to him and I was like, "Hey, dude, what do you want to do for your 14th birthday?" And he was like, "I don't know." And I was like, make it cheap. Let's not go. I thought he wanted to go to like a gaming cafe or to race drones or do something futuristic. And he was like, no, you know what, Dad? Honestly, I just think me and my friends want to go roller skating. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, I just think we want to go roller skating. And I was like, that's the most American teenage thing ever. What one of us as teenage kids didn't go roller skating when we were in middle school or whatever? Look at you, even you, felon-looking guy. You're like, yeah, fuck yeah, I roller skated. It's crazy. We all did it. And you want to know what my son and his dork friends did at that roller skating rink? Do you want to know? They fucking roller skated. Do you know what I've never done? In the hundreds of times I went to a roller skating rink between the ages of 11 and 13 years old, I'd never put on a pair of roller skates once. I used to just stand in front of the door of Happy Wheels Skate Center and rip Marlboro mediums one right after the other. And plan my next fire. That's all I did. I'd just stand up front in a Def Leppard shirt and be like, we're gonna burn down Carl's Tough Shed after this, right? But my son and his friends, they actually skated. They played the claw game. They had pizza. It was adorable. And you're all like, Ben, how do you know that he actually did that? Because he's a teenager, you can't trust him. Oh, I'll tell you how I know. He invited me! My fucking teenage son invited his dad to go roller skating with him at his birthday party. He was like, Dad, do you want to come along to my birthday party? And I was like, yeah. Yeah, Daddy wants to go skating. You'd have me? And he's like, as long as you don't call yourself Daddy for the rest of the afternoon. And I was like, yeah, you're right. I guess your generation has ruined the word, haven't you? Oh, God. He was like, are you crying? And I was like, I've been to jail. And I was like, I would have never invited my parents anywhere. Like, I would have never, and he invited me, and it was so cool, and I was like, fuck, I'm going roller skating with my boy. Oh, what am I gonna wear? Like, that's a big thing. And I was so fucking pumped, and I'm like, what are we gonna do? And he was like, Dad, why are you so psyched to go roller skating? And I was like, kiddo, I used to roller skate as a kid. I haven't been into one of those shits in like 26 years. I can't wait to go inside that building and see all the cool ways in which they've updated it. And all of you that are laughing because you know that hasn't fucking happened at all. I walked in the door and I was like, holy fuck! And he was like, what? And I'm like, it's exactly as we left it. And he was like, really? And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure my joint is still behind the locker. It's a fucking time capsule. In fact, I've become totally convinced that there is only one contracting company on the planet that has the license to build every roller skating rink on the planet in perpetuity forever, right? Like, if your town wants a roller skating rink, you just call this company up, and a pot-bellied guy in a hard hat shows up, and he's like, hey, man, what's going on? Someone said y'all wanted to put up a roller skating rink up here, or what? I'm like, yep, right on, man. You want me to build you a squat, windowless cement building set back in a dirt parking lot that looks totally out of place in your town? Yeah, that sounds about right. Right on, cool, man. You want me to carpet that thing on the inside with wall to fucking wall? Yeah, I think I do. Right on, man. You want me to carpet the fucking walls? Fuck yeah, I want you to carpet the fucking walls. I want to get a rug burn on my elbows if I'm just walking somewhere with purpose. Why are the walls always carpeted? No one has ever asked that question. What a weird design. design thing. At everyone, it's uniform. It's just like, did roller skating rinks turn into the creepiest BDSM clubs after hours? Like at 2 a.m, are there just fucking cable executives cheese grating their balls on the fucking wall? That, and I had forgot that roller skating is a fucking enigma. It's one of the weirdest pastimes on the planet. Because if you think about it, it's one of the few pastimes on the planet where if you're really, really, really fucking good at it, it sort of creeps everybody the fuck out. And if you aren't laughing at that, that's because you're an adult who roller skates. And you're a fucking creep is what you are. Don't think I don't see you down there. Now listen, I do want to say this. It is totally sexist. This is a very real sexist divide. If you're a woman and you can roller skate, it's kind of hot. Like, it is kind of hot. I kind of like, it's fine. It's fine. You get out there, a little disco music, you know, it's hot. But if you're just an adult dad, like, think about it. Say this. Say you're having a birthday party for a little kiddo, and it's a softball game, right? And you're the dad that shows up, and every time you're up to the plate, you're like, all right, kids, back up. Mr. Roy's at the plate now. And you're just cranking home runs over the fence. Do you think anybody is bummed about that? No. No one is upset. All the other kids are like, holy fucking shit! He just hit that in the fucking road! I don't know why this kid has a thick Boston accent. It's an odd character choice. Or say you're having a bowling party, and you're the dad that shows up, and without even trying, you just lay out a 270 without even blinking. You think anybody's bummed about that? No. No, all the other dads are watching you bowl this game from their area, and they're like, holy shit. Honey, that's his 8th strike in a row. Hey, you know what, bud? Fuck my wife! I want you to fuck my wife. I want you to raise my son. Because you're more of a man than I'll ever fucking be. Did you just bowl a 258 on an amateur lane? Get the fuck out of here. But if you have a roller skating party and everybody arrives and you're the dad that's already there before anybody gets there, and when they come in, they get to the rink and you just come whipping around the corner backwards and you cross in front of that open area and you're like, everybody lace up, couple skate starts in 3 songs. And you're doing that weird sideways crotch buffet as you go by. All of a sudden, everybody in the building is like, hey, did you know that Ted's a sex offender? I had no fucking clue. I didn't see that coming. He works for the state. They're not doing background checks anymore, huh? Oh, fuck. Yeah, look at that. He's skating backwards again. Okay, you know what, kiddos? We're gonna stay away from old Feels on Wheels for the rest of the Well, I don't know. It just looks like your Uncle Ted is working through a few things out there. You all know that guy. We used to go to a roller skating rink. There'd be 130 tweens out there on the fucking roller skating rink, and then just one 40-year-old dude fucking ripping it up. You can't feel it. It's electric. Boogie, oogie, oogie. And then he crosses in front and does this shit where he gets low, and then he... One of you assholes in here does that. And you think it's funny. You're sitting here laughing. You're like, yeah, that's me. I skate well. But little do you know, you are playing with fucking fire. Because if you don't know it, let me tell you all, if you're an adult male over the age of 35 years old, and you turn a corner at a roller skating rink by crossing one skate over the other as you go around that corner, you are automatically a level 2 sex offender in the state of Colorado. Yeah, you now have to register with your neighbors when you move into an area. You want to be a dad who roller skates? Get your ass out. Grab the railing, pull yourself along the wall. No one is scared of this guy. Hi guys, hi. You all have been an amazing audience tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
This is fun. This is fun. There's some people in here who know me, some people who don't. Let's clarify some things. My name is Lace. That is my real name. It's not made up. It's not short for anything, right? But people don't accept that. When they meet me, their response is always, "That is so unique. What's your story that goes with it?" And I don't have a story. Lace is just the name you get when your parents are 17 when they have you. That's right, you two could share a name with an original American gladiator. If your mom was unsupervised after cheerleading practice. That's right, that's right. I have this little fantasy about like why my parents had me so young, and I like to imagine it wasn't just because they were good-looking, horny teenagers down in Warner Robins, Georgia, you know, getting it on in a 1975 Gremlin, a Gremlin that my dad painted with yellow house paint. I like to imagine my mom could see the future, right? She's a psychic, and she was like, "Listen here, David, one day we're gonna have a daughter named Lace, and she's gonna find herself broke and childless in her 30s as a has-been beauty queen bartender, pursuing her big dream of being a stand-up comedian, performing all over the country, right? In clubs and barbecue restaurants, and living rooms sometimes. Performing usually for free in front of tens of people at a time. So here, honey, hold my pom-poms. Help me get out of this cheerleading uniform. We're gonna breed ourselves a winner. Woo! Thank you. Thank you. And she did. She did. My parents are great. They are still together. It's very rare. Very rare. They are together. They shouldn't be, but they are, right? They're just together out of spite at this point, you know? I'm not gonna let anybody hate you the way that I do, and that's sweet. That's true love. That's the goal for all of us, really, isn't it? Isn't it? They're amazing. They're very supportive of me. It took them a while to be supportive, right? Because nobody wants their kid to grow up and be a stand-up comedian. Nobody wants that. First of all, not a real job, okay? Second of all, they put a lot of work into me, you know? And I know when they see me up on stage, they're like, "Oh, we're so glad that we sacrificed our childhoods to raise you. So you could make fun of us in front of strangers for validation." Cool. Here's the thing, they'd be way more impressed if I had grandbabies, though. That's what I do know, right? They're supportive of me, but they wish I had grandchildren. And it makes sense that they want grandchildren, you know, because they're in their late 40s, so it's about time. It's kind of late, actually. My mom likes to send me hints that she's ready for grandbaby. She sends me links to cute little baby clothes she finds online. Wouldn't it be so cute if one day you had a little baby girl and she wore this little crocheted bumblebee costume that I found on Etsy that I've already bought 3 of? And I don't appreciate that. That's too much pressure, right? So I've just been replying to her emails with links to cute little nursing homes. Just the cheap ones. I'm like, this one had a COVID outbreak. And I like to tell her, you know, I might be broke, but Costco has caskets. And I've already bought 2 of them, so, you know, I'm gonna keep her on her toes. Which is all fun and games until I remember how close in age we are, and I'm like, oh no, we'll be in the nursing home at the same time. You gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. here's the thing, though. When you have a name like the title of a country song, you have a lot of pressure on you. All right? Because prior to comedy, I did pageants, and that's just what you have to do when your name is Lace, right? It's like it's your responsibility to go out and make it in the big city, right? To keep the family farm alive. Except we didn't have a farm, it was just a trailer. But still, you know, when you have a name like Lace, like, here's your one chance, Lace, don't let us down. Okay? And that's what I had to do. So I had to do pageants for years. I did that. And people are always like, that's so weird that you went from pageants to comedy. That's so different. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's actually very similar, okay? Right? You're on stage being vulnerable, being judged by mostly gay people. Like, it's the same. It's the same thing. But the cool part is like nowadays I still get to be on stage, but I don't have to act like I care about world peace. Thank you. Thank you. I love that, right? I also like get to keep all the food I eat, and I think that's great. That's fun too. The easiest part is getting ready for the show because, like, if I do a comedy show, I don't have to now put a piece of tape on my hoo-ha while I'm backstage. To keep it smooth like Barbie. So I don't have to do that. That saves me a step back there. That's nice. It's nice. That's something we did, by the way. It's important. It's important that we did that, you know, because they won't give you a scholarship if they can see camel toe. It is very important. That is a real thing, by the way. We did that. We would put a piece of tape on, okay? That's what we did. It was called Tootie tape. They don't sell it in the stores, okay? Not yet. I will be selling some after the show. So if anybody's interested in freshening up their lake days this summer, I got you. I got you. If you're gonna try it out, though, you got to use medical tape. All right, that's very important. It comes off much easier. All right. You don't want to make a mistake and use duct tape. Not again, not again. Be careful, okay? It hurts, and you might end up with one less lip. And listen, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure you need all four. I don't know why, but you need all four of them, folks. Gotta use medical tape, it's much easier. It's very important, very important. Speaking of pageants, I know I got some pageant people in here tonight. Who's my pageant people? Some back here, some down here. Awesome, good to see y'all. Everyone else is like, why? Why'd you do that? Listen, it got me here, okay? So I'm happy. I've been missing my pageant body lately, though. I have been. All right, did pageants a while back now at this point. They kick you out. You can't stay in them forever. They don't let you stay in. You age out, and they just call it that because they can't tell you that you're no longer allowed to compete because now you have opinions and cellulite. So that's what they call it. They say you aged out. Not in there anymore. And people are like, oh my God, you could still do pageants. And I'm like, no, I couldn't. But that's sweet. I appreciate that support, right? That's why I love my girlfriends. Because as soon as I told them that I was ready to, get my pageant body back, they're like, we're supportive of you. You can do it, right? They're like, you joined Noom. It's gonna happen, right? And I love that. I love to have supportive friends because they're like, we love that journey for you. And that's sweet. I appreciate it because that is just the modern day version of bless your heart. We know you're not gonna stop drinking alcohol or start showing up to Orange Theory Fitness, no matter how much you pay a month for it. And those are good friends. Those are good friends, okay? It sucks though because I do comedy, so like I happen to have a lot of Gen Z friends by accident, and you can't tell them you want to lose weight. You can't tell them you want to lose weight because they're like, no, you gotta love your body. Love it for all that it is. And I'm like, first of all, I went through puberty in the 90s, okay? I've hated my body longer than they've been alive. So don't tell me how to love my body. It's like, call me when you get off your parents' health insurance, first of all. When you have an actual body to fix, okay? And you'll change your mind about that, right? But here's the thing, maybe they have it right. Maybe these Gen Zers have it right. Maybe body positivity is the way to go. It's healthier for the younger generations. I appreciate that, right? It's a healthier way to go. And you know what? I've picked up a couple ideas from them. For instance, like maybe I shouldn't call it cellulite. I call it cellulite, I shouldn't. Maybe I should just start calling it fingerprints. Right? Just little trophies. Just left over from all the good times I've had. Be proud of it, right? And maybe I need to stop worrying about my boobs sagging one day, right? I don't need to worry about that, you know? Maybe boobs just get heavier. Because they're full of secrets. Left over from all the good times I've had. So maybe that's what it is. And guys, all right, I don't want to leave the fellas out of this. Gentlemen, listen, your balls. All right? They're not getting longer and more disgusting. I'm just kidding, they are. That is it's exactly what's happening, all right? First of all, why are they on the outside? Okay, if they're so important, why are they protected by your abdomen, all right? Also, they are by far the most confusing body parts between all the sexes, right? If it's hot, they're long and stuck to your thighs. If it's cold, they disappear. The only body part that plays peekaboo with itself. Very strange, very strange. When you guys sit down, where do they go? Are you sitting on them? It's just a strange body part, that's all I'm trying to say. Don't get me wrong, penises, big fan, love them, love them. Love a dick, love them. This is how you know women don't care for balls. When we buy vibrators, are their balls attached? Nope. No. 'Cause they're weird. Right? Also, women are supposed to be the weaker sex, yet I can take you down with one flick. Boom, I'm done. One tiny flick of the finger. One little tap the back of my hand, you're fucking down. Who's weak now? All right? Thank you. You could punch my titty, I'll come back for more, right? Like, it doesn't... Can't stop me. Kick a twat, nothing's gonna happen, all right? I can fight harder then, okay? I can fight harder, I don't know. Speaking of bodies, anyone else spend the pandemic trying to grow their own pair of boy shorts? Anybody else, or was that just me? No one else wanted to push their body hair to the limit? See what their pubes were capable of? Nobody? It was a fun game I played with myself. I knew it was possible because I know I have very strong body hair game. I know that because I used to play a fun game with my mom when I was a kid. It was hours of fun. It was called Help Me Find the Whisker. Anybody else play this game? So fun, right? It's normally your mom or a female relative, right? And they've got their hand on their chin, right? Maybe it's on the back of their arm, right? But you've got the tweezers, okay? Takes two. It's very important, right? You're both looking for like an 8-inch long jet black hair. Looks like it came off a Rottweiler. Real thick and spiky. Wasn't there 15 minutes ago. Right? Fun game. Fun game. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's the kind of hair you go through like an entire day of work, and then you get in your car and you look in the rear view mirror and the sunlight hits you and you're like, oh, cool. Screw all my friends. Screw them all. Nobody, no customer, no friend, no coworker saw like a phone charging cord hanging out of the bottom of my chin, just dangling there. Nobody could have pulled me to the side, done a courtesy pluck or anything. Help a bitch out. Nobody all day, right? And I should have been prepared. I should have been prepared that it was coming, because I used to make fun of my mom, and I'd be like, ugh, you're disgusting. And she's like, you just wait. And she's right, because I was getting ready for a show the other night, and I was plucking my nipple whiskers, and it's like that were bitch knew what was coming. She knew. Now, first of all, I need to address the energy in the room. I don't appreciate like all the laughs I got for the chin hair bit, and then I started telling the truth. And then all the women are like, I don't know what she's talking about. Because you're worried that your men are going to find out. Guess what? Your men know. They know about your nipple hair, because when they're down there and they see one, they pluck it out with their teeth. They keep moving. They are horny and nothing can stop them. Okay? Also, I don't appreciate the judgment, okay? I don't. Because there's no way statistically I'm the only woman in this room with areolas. There's no way that's possible. Maybe look down a little bit more, ladies, all right? And if you don't have those yet, I bet you at least are rocking a sass crotch, because that's a fun thing we all had to find out about. No one gave us a heads up that this area doesn't stop growing. Nobody told us that, right? School books, like if you were in health class, they would just show you a body with like a triangle down here covered up. And you're like, oh, cool, it just stays in that shape. It's called a bikini line because it stays in your bikini. No, it doesn't. Not at all. Not even a little bit, all right? It's like it's got a mind of its own, just makes its way down your legs. Head to the back of your thighs. Connects to your knee hair. That's fun. All right, just like a bunch of pioneer hairs making their way out west. Just, I'm gonna go invent Mormonism. I'm gonna head out over the plains like a pioneer. I used to wonder why my grandmother would wear ruffles around her bathing suit. And now I know. Now I know, and I want one. I want one. Oh man, despite all of that, y'all, somehow I got married. I don't know how. Thank you. Thank you. How did it? I caught him in my net. Thick, coarse net. Just caught him in there, right? I did, though. I got married, y'all. We just celebrated our 4-year wedding anniversary. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all, I love being married. Gonna be honest, love being married. Love being able to tell people I married my best friend. That's the best. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet. I love being able to I say it all the time. I married my best friend. I don't mean it, but I say it. Because it sounds good, right? Like I saw a couple who shares a Facebook account say that about each other, and I was like, that's healthy. Here's the deal. He's great. I love the man. He's amazing. He's not my best friend, okay? He's a soulmate. I would call him that. He's my soulmate. Thank you. He's a soulmate, or the first one who ever asked. It's one of those. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's tough. It's tough. I just wouldn't say he's my best friend. Like, he's a friend. He's a friend at best. Like, that's what he is. Like, he's there a lot. Legally, right? Like, I knew I wanted a house with vaulted ceilings, and I forgot to ask him how often he'd be in that house. That's my bad. That's my bad. Okay. Here's the thing, though. He's great, but I have a real best friend. All right. She's been around way longer. All right. She knows all my secrets. She's way cooler than he is, and most importantly, y'all, she's never tried to stick it in my ass. And I think that's where I draw the line for best friends. That's not what best friends do to each other, folks, okay? Unless that's your agreement, and then cool, all right? Best friends don't do that. Best friends don't go out to a restaurant, see you drink 2 margaritas, and then make a plan, right? That's not what best friends do to each other, right? Get home, getting frisky, he's back there, he goes for it, and I go, huh? Nuh-uh. No, thank you. And he's like, oops, wrong hole. Oops. You knew exactly what you were doing back there, bud. First of all, you can see the holes, I can't. Oops, wrong hole. And then he's all disappointed. He's got a notepad on the nightstand. He's like, it's 3 margaritas. It's 3. 3, not 2. It's 3. Every time. I remember when things were getting serious between my husband and I was like, oh my God, this is it, right? Like, if he asks me, I'm gonna say yes, you know? Number 1, because I love him, but number 2, because I was like, oh no, I'm 30 and I don't own anything of value, and I forgot to start a savings account. Oh man. And I remember like fantasizing about like what that dream proposal would be like one day, you know, and I remember fantasizing about like what that dream ring would look like when I got it, and y'all, I am still fantasizing. There's a diamond there. That's what he said it was. So we'll go with that. Also, I gotta put some blame on myself. I did mention too many times that I was a feminist when we were dating. Okay, save that till later. All right. You can tell him, just wait till you get engaged. Okay. Don't say that beforehand, right? And here's what you wanna make sure you say things like diamonds are a girl's best friend, like whatever was on billboards in the 90s, just say that, okay? Be careful, all right? Don't say that, I don't even care if I get a ring. That's the stupidest thing you could ever say. You do care. You might think you don't care. You might think you're just saying something to keep him around, all right? You're gonna regret that later, all right? Because as soon as you get engaged, every girl you meet, all of your girlfriends, they're gonna grab your hand and they're gonna look at it. And you're gonna be like, and they look at you and they go, did you say diamonds weren't important? And you're like, yeah, I did. I did. But it's cool though. He said he doesn't even care. He doesn't even, and here, honestly, he doesn't. I could put this ring in a lineup with one other ring and he wouldn't know which one was mine. So it's fine. He gave me permission. He said that I could upgrade. So y'all, year 5, I am getting a new husband. So I am real excited. Real excited about that. Here's the thing, though. He spends his money, all right, on himself, and that's okay, all right? Once again, questions you should ask beforehand, okay? He spends his money. He's really into mountain bikes. That's where all his money goes. I don't know if anyone's familiar. I know we're in like mountain bike country up here, all right? So you might be familiar. Not everyone's familiar with mountain bikes. Like when we were dating, my girlfriends were like, ooh, mountain bikes. That sounds like motorcycles. That sounds sexy. And I was like, it's not like motorcycles at all. That would be sexy. What he's into are just bicycles that have a big dumb shock on them, okay? Each one costs as much as a used car, and he's the motor on them. Not as sexy, all right? Thank you, one person. And here's the thing. I was a good girlfriend at the time. I'm a good wife now. He wanted to get me into bicycles, and I was like, hell yeah, I love bicycles. I used to ride a Huffy around my trailer park. Jumped over those speed bumps, man, I can do this. So we rode together for a long time, and we had 2 bikes, 2 people. I was like, that's enough bikes for all the people in the house. But I was wrong. Apparently he needs a whole bunch of these bicycles, right? He tries to justify his fleet to me all the time. He's like, no, babe, hear me out. Listen, I'm gonna need all of them. This one over here, this is better for uphill, all right? This is heavier, it's better for downhill. This is an e-bike. This one over here is a hardtail, it's good for jumps. This one over here, it's got different suspension, it's good for roots and run. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're one man with one ass, right? Like, I don't know. The woods has all those things you just described, right? Like, what is he doing on the weekends? Is he's packing up all his bikes in the truck, heading up to the mountains, setting himself up like a redneck relay race? Every mile, he's like, oh no, got some more roots coming up, gotta switch bikes, hold my beer. Like, I don't know. I don't know what this man does. All I know is that every time I walk out into the garage, I just see 6 better engagement rings with tires on them. That's what I see. I guarantee you none of those bikes let him get away with that special thing I reluctantly let him do. Twice a year after 3 margaritas. So I don't know. There's no way. There's no way. Here's a little PSA, by the way. If there are any women in here who are waiting to get a ring from a fella, hear me out, all right? Maybe do a little butt stuff, just a little bit. Listen, only before you get the ring, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. The women are like, shut up, stop now. The men are like, hell yeah, finally. Listen, here's the thing. It wasn't until after I got engaged that I remembered an important lesson we all learned in science class, right? And that is how diamonds are made. Okay? If you don't remember, I'll break it down. It's the stronger the pressure, the bigger the diamond. I'm just saying, bear down. Do it a few times. It only hurts at first. Listen. But a tiny diamond, that hurts forever, okay? So you've gotta... weigh that out. Weigh that out. It's fun being married. Who's married in here? A couple people married? All right, okay, that's rare. Y'all wooed and said you were married at the same time. That is generally reserved for the single people in the room. Usually at any show that I do and I go, who's married? People are like, I guess. We'll see what happens in the car tonight after the show. Usually married people don't woo, but y'all are having a good time. You're fun people. I like that. That's good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love it. There was a weird time, though, that we had, a weird little moment. Y'all remember when Georgia had like a 45-minute shutdown during the pandemic? 2.5 years ago, right? It's a weird little bit of time where like I couldn't go and do live shows, and we were both kind of stuck at home together, and that's weird. All right, that's a stressful time for a married couple, is when you're stuck at home together, you know? Because at one point he looked at me and he's like, "Babe, I've been thinking," and I was like, "Please don't." And he's like, "Listen, I love you. You're sexy," and I was like, "Duh," and he's like, "But I wish that you would seduce me more. That's what I wish." And I was confused, because that means that he thinks he's been doing all of the seduction in this relationship. I'm like, when do you think you've been seducing me, honey? Right? Because I put effort in, y'all. Like, I own wigs, I have lingerie, I shower, right? I do all the things, okay? And what he does is sometimes when I'm trying to relax on the couch and binge watch Netflix, he comes wandering into the living room in his soft shorts with a boner, so proud. As if he just created it custom for me. And then he's like, "Huh?" Voila. I'm like, that is not seduction, right? And he's like, "That's not what I do." He's like, "I'm stealthier than that." And I'm like, "No, you're not." I'm like, "Are you referring to the times that I'm on the couch trying to watch TV and you come into the living room in the dark, but you approach the couch on the side that I can't see you on, and you're still in your soft shorts with a boner, but this time what you do is you just take my hand and you put it on it. Is that it?" Any woman who's ever lived with a man or dated a man, we've all been through that before, right? They just take your hand and they put it on it. First of all, as if they invented that move. And it's like, hate to tell you, bud, but that's the first and most recent way I've touched a penis. Y'all all do it. It's not smooth at all. The worst part, though, is once you touch it, you gotta finish it off. Them's the rules. We all know I didn't make the rule, but that's the rule, right? The whole time you're like, I don't want to pause the show for this, but all right. And there's one tiny bit of time where your hand is being lifted up and you're in the dark and you're like, oh my God, this is so romantic. Is this like the Addams Family and he's Gomez and I'm Morticia? And he's gonna kiss me up and down my arm, and then you're like, no, that's just a dick. That's what that is. Yep. And then it's even more stressful because you're like, that's not the ice cream sandwich I asked you to go get me 15 minutes ago, so I don't know what you were doing in the kitchen that made you so horny, but this is not what I ordered, all right? I wanted something soft and sweet, not hard and salty. That's what I didn't ask for. Didn't ask for. You enjoy that? Look, she said hard and salty. That's what they are. That's what they are, right? And the balls are there. There's so many things that nobody asked for. So I told him, I was like, maybe you could actually try, okay? Maybe you could actually try to seduce me. And he's like, all right, I will. And then it was a couple days later, I wandered into the bedroom and he was wearing the man version of lingerie, right? Which of course, if you're familiar, is the t-shirt, no pants. And by the way, fellas, what a look. Big fan, right? Take the one part of the body we all want to look at, your chest and arms, right? And just cover that up. And show us your dingle dangles at the bottom. And your butt that looks like a bullfrog stood up. Your white bullfrog butt. And your white thighs that blend into your tan calves. Nothing gets us going like that, fellas. Keep it up. That's what works. So anyway, there he is in his mangerie, and he's got his leg propped up on the bench in front of the bed. Because, you know, we live in the suburbs, so it's mandatory that you have a bench in front of your bed. That's how that works. He's got his leg propped up, and I'm like, oh shit. He's actually trying to seduce me. This is nice. Right? He's in costume, you know? It's all propped up like Captain Morgan. He's Captain Morgan. He's got an eye patch on for no reason. I don't even know where he got it. Right? I'm like, I'm gonna let him stab me with that sword. That's what I'm gonna let him do. That's what I'm gonna let him do, right? I might let him look for some booty. You know what I'm saying? That's a pirate joke. But then I noticed that in one of his hands, he's got a bottle of Clorox cleaning spray. And he's applying it to his dead toenail from a recent mountain biking accident. And I'm like, wow, that's just gross. That's what that is. That's home surgery. That is not seduction. We need better health insurance. I know that, right? I'm grossed out and I go walking down the hallway and I'm like, I don't know what I just walked into, right? But then halfway down the hall, I was like, wait a second. I didn't even know he knew where the cleaning supplies were in the house. I am turned on again. I'm soaking wet. We went back in there, we boned for 2 hours. I made him put some socks on first, but then we boned for 2 hours. That's the fun. It's the fun part of being married, right? She'll let anything slide, you know? Because it's too tough to get divorced. So you just keep it going. I do love being married. I make fun of him a lot. He's here tonight. He allows me to do so. He's here. That's good. I say allow. He doesn't have to allow me to do shit, but he's not going to fight me. He's not going to fight me. He's an amazing guy. I'm so thankful for him. Best guy I've ever been with, for sure. Love him. Good guy. So happy that we're together. But here's the thing. I do not miss dating. I don't miss dating at all. Anybody in here who is single or you're out in the dating world, that sucks. I'm sorry. I hate that for you. I truly do. I'm sorry. I love that journey for you. That's what I'm so sorry. Wait, I should have said the right thing. No, I don't miss dating at all because I don't miss like lying all the time. Act like you like the same shit the other person likes, right? I don't miss like hiding my crazy. Like I don't miss any of that. I much prefer being married. It's much nicer, right? I do not. I know when things were getting serious and like we were going to each other's houses, you know, before we got married, and I would let him like pick what we would watch on TV, you know, because I was like, this will be the last time, and don't get used to it, bud. So when he got to choose what we were watching on TV, I started to notice a pattern. I noticed that he was always watching the same types of shows, right? He loved anything about the wilderness, right? Especially if they were like people surviving in the wilderness, right? Men driving trucks on icy roads in the wilderness. Men heading out into the woods to build tiny homes, okay? And then I realized we were watching those shows for two totally different reasons. Like, I was watching it for entertainment, and he was watching it like he was making a plan. And I'm like, I don't know what you think, bud, but I'm not letting you take me out into the wilderness. That's what I'm not letting you do, right? Because first of all, he tried to talk me into tiny homes for years. He was a big fan of tiny homes, kept trying to talk me into those, and I was like, first of all, I grew up poor, okay? I'm not living in something that could be towed away while I'm inside of it ever again, all right? He tried to sell me on him. He's like, no, babe, you care about the environment. He's like, tiny homes, they got composting toilets. And I was like, hear me out. I went to college. I am not shitting in mulch. That's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not a stray cat, all right? I'm not kicking bark over my feces. That's what I'm not gonna be doing, okay? Not gonna do it. Also, like, I love the man. He's good in the woods on a mountain bike, okay? Great on a mountain. He can drive fast through the woods, okay? But I don't know that he has the skills to protect me from a bear, all right? He doesn't have very good tracking skills. And I know this. For instance, if he has a shirt that I don't like, I can move it 5 inches to the left, and he'll never find it again. He'll act like someone cased the house and broke in to just steal that shirt from him. And the whole time he's complaining, I see the shirt out of my corner of my eye, but I'm not saying anything about it. I know where it is, right? But he won't look for things for more than 1 second. Which is good. He'll talk it out, though. If something's missing, he'll talk it out, which is cool, you know, because that means ultimately he's just better at looking for things with his mouth than his eyes. And honestly, that's how we ended up getting married. So thank you. Thank you. But truly, though, I mean, I think the ultimate reason I don't want to live in the woods with him is we've been together 10 years. I'm still not 100% sure he's not a serial killer. Okay, listen. Hear me out, all right? I do watch a lot of Dateline. I listen to a lot of murder podcasts. Yeah. And he fits the profile, okay? I don't have any evidence yet, but here's the thing. We did meet doing comedy. He's a comedian. That's just one step away from being a clown. Very murdery, all right? Also, he owns a pressure washing business. That's a murder cleanup company. That's what that is. He's got a lot of bleach in barrels, and he could disappear me real quick if he wanted to. Most importantly, though, he's a middle-aged white dude. He wears glasses, and his middle name is Wayne. So, chances of him murdering me are real high. Real high, real high. He hasn't yet, though, and I'm a little upset about that, honestly. Like, are you murdering hotter bitches than me? Like, who? What's she look like? It's fun, though. I do enjoy being with a quirky guy, though. It's good. I like it. It's a little spicy, right? I like being on edge. I'm like, is he gonna kill me? Is he not? Like, It's fun. Keeps things fresh. I enjoy that. It's important, though, if you're looking for a fella. Like, find yourself, or anybody, woman, man, doesn't matter. Find yourself somebody who's been through some shit. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Get you somebody who's got a little PTSD, you know? Yeah. Keeps it interesting. That's what it is. That's what it is. He's been through a lot. Most of his family's dead. Listen, I know that sounded harsh, okay? but I didn't do it. He might have, but we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure. That sounds rough. And I give it to it. Like, he's been through a lot, right? And most of the time, like, you know, I'm sad for him, and I'm like, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. But there is one upside, though, to him having a mostly dead family. Listen, when I was wedding planning, having a dead mother-in-law, it's the best gift that you could get, honestly. That's the kind of gift you can't register for. They don't let you do it. The whole rest of the year, I'm like, this is awful, I'm so sorry. But like, those months leading up to the wedding, I was like, thanks a lot, Brenda. You know, like, I was really thankful for that. Because he's been through so much, it has made him a little different, all right? And that's okay. Like, he's a little bit of a conspiracy theorist, which is fun. You know, get yourself one of those. Those are the kind of guys who aren't going to cheat on you, right? Because they're busy. They got a lot of research to do, right? They're at the computer a lot, okay? It's a safe place for them to be, you know? Because they got to keep up with what's going on. They got to make sure, you know, the Illuminati isn't putting out chemtrails to confuse us about the truth of 9/11, right? So it's important. He's got work to do, okay? Here's the thing about my husband and I. I think it's important too, like, if you don't agree 100% on everything with the person you're with, that's okay. I think that's okay, all right? Because we ended up in the situation that we're in as a country because we didn't listen to people who disagreed with us politically, right? And I think that's ridiculous. We all got to come together. We can't just rely on the internet to tell us what other people think and what they don't think. Let's just talk to people in real life, right? Find out, because, yeah. At the end of the day, most of us want the same thing, right? We just want to come. And that's it, honestly. That's really all we really want to do. What else is the point? Yeah, the whole staff is raising the roof. It's a great throwback reference. Love that. I don't know. It's important to be with somebody and at least spend time with people who don't 100% agree with you, because you'll learn a lot from that. Like, for instance, I know I'm not in the right town for this, but y'all, I'm a registered Democrat, all right? I'm an NPR sustainer. And listen, I read. So there's things that I do. My husband, he gets all his news from YouTube, and that's cool. That's cool. But here's the important thing. This is where we come together. Like, this is where we share values, and that's what you got to find in other people. And he and I realized that, you know, we share an important value, and that is the importance of him going down on me. And that is what brought us together, honestly. And he's great at it. He's amazing. Like, he acts like it's on the food pyramid, right? Like, it's something that he needs to get in regularly, right? It's somewhere there near, like, dairy and legumes. Like, it's somewhere in there. He's like, I just got to get it in. And I love that. I love that. And sometimes, y'all, when I'm riding his face, I'm like, you know what? Ron Paul did have some good ideas, so you're not wrong. Just bone across the aisle, that's all. That's how we're gonna bring this country together. There we go. Thank you, thank you. We have a very interesting relationship. I know some people are like, oh, that's crazy. You talk a lot of shit. Y'all really, we are super fucking happy. We're great. And here's the best way that I would describe the two of us together in a relationship. We're kind of like, we're like the movie E.T. Have y'all seen E.T.? You're familiar, right? Some people are too young. You don't remember E.T., but I feel like I'm Elliot and he's E.T. Like, that's what I feel like, right? Like, one day I was wandering around outside and I saw, like, I saw some commotion coming from a shed and a light coming out. And I was like, what's in there? Because I'm white, so I'm like, let's open this up. And then I opened the door, and there he is, and he's just like, huh. He's terrified, right? He's like, I just got here. He's like, where am I? Where's my family? And I'm like, you're adorable. You come with me, bud. We're gonna get you inside. We're gonna dress you up to fit in with everybody else. We're gonna put you in some clothes that match. Come on. Come with me. You like beer? Let's do this. All right. And I had some Reese's Pieces on me, and I just used those. I was like, here, follow these inside. Come on. Let's get you indoors, see if you can eat some pussy. We're gonna get you in there. Come on. Come on. Come on. I don't think that's how the movie went, but I didn't watch the whole thing. It's a porn version. A lot of people hadn't seen it. E.T. Bone Home. It's just real. Either way, it ends up the same way, right? It's the same scenario. It's just him on a bicycle heading out into the woods. Thinking the FBI's out to get him. I got him wrapped in a little blanket. I got you, baby. Who loves you? It's fine. Oh, man. I don't know. For a while, we were trying to have kids. Not right this second. We tried for like a year and a half. It's a lot of work, first of all. A lot of work to have kids. Who's got kids? Some people got kids? Cool. Who had kids the first time they tried to have kids? Okay. Who tried to have kids and it took a little work? Okay, that's not who so who has kids? That's not. Who has kids and you don't know where the fuck they are? I feel like that's. There we go. I feel like that's more of the demographic in this room tonight. I don't know. We tried for a little while. We might try again. I don't know. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to have kids. First of all, I was terrified for so long of getting pregnant. I was like, you think that like if you have sex one time, you're gonna get pregnant, So, like, my parents had me in high school, and when your parents have you before senior year graduation, they put the fear in you. That's what they do, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure the first thing I learned as soon as I could start talking was, if you see a penis, run. Run as far and as fast as you can away from the penis, okay? So as soon as I started having sex, it was like my thighs were made out of like Wonder Woman's cuff bracelets. They're just like ping, 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 ping. Keeping all the baby juice away. You gotta be careful, you gotta get it away. Get it away, get. Sometimes you're hooking up with somebody, get a little sperm on your knee, and you're terrified because you're like, maybe it crawls up. I don't know. Not 100% sure I knew how babies were made for a while, all right? I was just like, I know I need that off me. That's what I know. So the second that I was in like a good, healthy place and I was like, all right, I want to have kids. Like I was like, if we're going to try, this is it. It's probably going to happen immediately. That's what they tell us. It's going to happen, right? So I was like, shit, we're going to start. I should start painting the nursery, okay? And we started. Nothing happened. We tried again. Nothing's happening, right? And people were like, but did you get tested? Yeah, I got tested. Did he get tested? Yes, all the things are supposed to work. They're also, people are like, did you use the fertility test? And I'm like, yeah, that weird Game Boy that I had to spend $400 on Amazon so that I could pee on a stick / my hand every morning for a year and a half. To plug into this stupid machine so it could tell me, you can have sex today, right? Like, yeah, I did all of that, And then I got some metaphysical friends, and they're like, have you tried all of these? Have you used the crystals? I'm like, yeah, I've got a few inside me right now. I'm doing all the things. doing all the things, okay? The worst advice, though, that I got was my friends who were like, well, you know, you should probably stop drinking. That's the most confusing thing, because I was like, bitch, that's how all y'all got pregnant. Like, I don't know why you would tell me not to do the one guaranteed way to get pregnant. That's when I learned I didn't have real friends, okay? I don't know, we tried for a while. It's not easy, though. It's not easy, right? So I was trying all the new things. I was trying shit that nobody told me to try, right? For instance, I started collecting sperm. I know I put it on all the chairs in the house. Started washing my clothes in it. Listen. Put a little in my smoothie every morning. I don't know. I know men are bad at asking for directions, so maybe the ones up here would talk to the ones down here. They could get together, point out where the cervix is, and they could work that out. I don't know. All I know is don't come to my house because there's cum all in my house. That's all I know. That joke's not gonna make it into this, for sure. That is definitely not one of the ones I'm gonna do on America's Got Talent. Now let me do it. Let me do it. I don't know, though. I'm ready to. I think I could be a mom. I think I'm ready to be a mom. I think I'm ready to be a mom because I know that I would be a good mother. Okay? I do know that. I do know that. I do know I'd be a good mom. Mainly because before my husband, I raised a lot of men. Okay? That's right. Raised a lot of them. And some I raised successfully. They went on to meet other women and have children. You know? And I'm like, you're welcome. You're welcome, women. I did that. You know? They weren't all successful, though. They weren't all good. Dated 2 different guys who both jumped out of a moving car. Okay? 2 different times, 2 different guys. And I do realize that I'm the common denominator in both of those situations. And I did push the second one, but that's not what we're here to discuss, Your Honor, okay? Had one long-term relationship that was really bad. The last serious relationship I had before I met my husband, dated a guy that I knew was cheating on me, but it was hard to prove. Has anybody else been in a relationship where they thought they were being cheated on? Okay. Some of you can't say anything because you're like, I'm with him right now. It's all right. I'll help you investigate later. Also, that wasn't enough hands. There's no way I'm the only woman in here who's dated men, all right? There's no way. I'm sorry, fellas. Sometimes guys are like, ooh, women lie too. Yeah, we do. We're better at it, though. Women are better liars, right? Because we start small. We have sweet lies, lies that keep the relationship together, you know? Stuff like, oh my God, it's so big. And, ow. And you're the first one I ever let do that, you know, stuff like that. Sweet lies. Sweet lies. Lies that keep the relationship together. Dudes, y'all don't do that. Guys, your lies are too big. You lie about things like second families, all right? Start smaller with your lies, fellas. Start smaller. This guy I was with for years, I shouldn't have been with him. Like I said, there were red flags from the beginning, but he was very tall. They'll get you. The tall ones will get you, right? They look good in pictures, all right? And I shouldn't have dated it. I accidentally dated that guy for 6 years, and I mean, he was tall the entire time. So don't judge me. Don't judge me. And I guess the whole relationship wasn't bad. You can't say a whole 6-year relationship was bad. Like, we had some nice pastimes, right? We had some sweet pet names for each other. Like, I'd call him Sugar Butt, and he'd call me a crazy bitch like my mom. And what a sweetheart. We did this one, my ex and I did this one fun thing together when we had a night off. It was called Fighting in Public. Anybody else? Oh. So much fun, so good. What we would do is we would have, we would pregame at the house, and because we were classy. And then we'd go out to dinner and we'd have a couple bottles of wine, you know, because it'd be a Wednesday, they'd be half off. And gotta get your money's worth. And then afterward, we'd end up, you know, at some bar, you know, and have 17 more drinks. And at some point, I would come out of the bathroom, right, with all my baggage from all my suspicions, you know, and I'd have my eyelashes from earlier on my cheek. And I'd come out of the bathroom and I'd see him talking too close to some woman, and I'm like, who the hell are you talking to? And he's like, this is the waitress. I'm trying to order you another drink. And I'm like, oh, really? Are you trying to order it through her ass? And he's like, you're crazy. And I'm like, you're crazy. And he's like, then leave. And I'm like, I will leave. Right? And I go walk outside, but then my shoe would fall off on the way out because I was too prideful to go get it. So I'd just be stumbling out like some sort of white trash Cinderella, right? Just heading out until I was sitting on the curb just crying into my phone, right? Until some sad bartender would come out with a shoe and he's like, this again? He's like, hey, could you put your shoe back on? I'm like, that's not my shoe. I'm fancy, I only wear Louboutins. That shoe says Forever 21. And he'd be like, that's interesting, because it matches your other shoe. And you're only you're the only shoeless bitch out here. So could you put that on, get in there and date that guy for another 3 years? And I did. I did. He was right. Thank you. I don't know, towards the end of that toxic relationship, like, I needed to catch him because I knew he was cheating and it was just, you know, it was too tough, but technology was finally on my side. iPhones finally came out, right? That's how long ago this was. And so we started this other fun pastime that we would do together. And what that was when he would come home from his bar job and go to drunk sleep, what I would do is I would wake up from fake sleeping. And then I'd go around the bed and go get a cell phone off the nightstand, right? I'd come over to my side of the room and I'd crouch down real low, right? It's important that you stay low if you're gonna go through somebody's phone, all right? You stay low, you stay in the room because you can keep one eye on him, one eye on the phone. And if he wakes up, you can throw yourself on the floor, roll under the bed for a second. Listen, wait till they go back to sleep, then you go back to recon, right? So I did this night after night. I'm going through his phone, right? Just looking at him, like, butt naked in the corner of the room, just scrolling. Like, I'll show you crazy. And I found it. He was cheating on me the entire time, okay? He was cheating on me, and I had found the most recent one. He had 3 months of evidence in his phone. He didn't delete anything. And what I could have done is I could have confronted him in the middle of the night, right? But it had been 6 years, you know? So I needed to collect all the information so I could do it the next day at his job in public. So it's much easier now, okay? Because now we have AirDrop. You can just send that over real quick. It's not what I had to do, though. I had to do the old scroll screenshot, right? So you got to do that. You got to go through, you got to collect all the evidence. Scroll screenshot, scroll screenshot, scroll screenshot. Then you got to text yourself the screenshot of the text messages that you found out of his phone, right? But you got to cover your tracks. Go into the photo album, delete the screenshots of the text messages that you already took on his phone. Go to the conversation between the two of you, delete the screenshots of the text messages that you already texted to yourself. Don't forget the deleted album. Go in there. Delete all the screenshots of the text messages that you already deleted out of the album and out of the text messages. And I just bring this up to tell y'all how good it feels to be in a healthier place. Thank you. Thank you. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good to be with someone whose phone I don't have to go through anymore, you know? Feels nice. I still do it, but nothing in there. Just pictures of mountain bikes. That's it. All right, y'all are incredible. I've been Lace Larrabee. Thank you so much.
It's good to be here. I fly all the time, so it's nice to have a gig at home where I get to go to sleep in my own bed, so I'm pretty stoked about that. I fly all the time. I should be the best at flying, and I'm not. I'm like kind of the worst. I don't have TSA pre-check. Yeah, I know. I should have it. I should totally have it. And I don't have it for a dumb reason. I don't have it because you don't just buy it online. If that was the only step, I would totally have it. That's why I have every dumb thing I have in my house. It's because I had too many drinks and went on Amazon. And then 2 days later, I go to my mailbox and I'm like, oh, I was sad 2 days ago. And now I have new coasters. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful? I got brand new coasters. So if it was like that, I would totally have TSA pre-check, but that's not the way it goes. You gotta buy it online, then go to a building for an interview, and I don't do that. That's not what I do. I'll buy anything online, but you bring it to my door, okay? Amazon has ruined me as a human being. I'll buy anything online, but you bring it to my door, all right? I'm gonna answer it, I'm gonna be wearing a robe, it's gonna be open, all right? I'm gonna feel like a customer in this situation. But that's not the way it works. You gotta go, so I don't have it. So when I fly, I gotta be in line with everybody else. You know, people that fly once in a lifetime. You know, these people, they just show up to the airport covered in belts, just head to toe. Every belt they own. Like, what? I gotta take this off? Damn it, I'm wearing all of them. Or it'll be some lady with like boots up to their thighs, like, oh, you had to go to Hot Topic before this flight? You're gonna need a spotter to take that boot off. I wanna see that happen. Those are the people I'm behind, so I'm usually having a pretty bad time. And earlier this year, I was flying out of Charlotte, North Carolina. I was flying home, and it was early. It was 5 in the morning. And there's only 2 people in the security line, me and one lady in front of me. I'm like, cool, this is going to be fine. And it wasn't, because this lady in front of me was traveling with the most amount of food I've ever seen anyone travel with in my entire life. She just kept pulling snacks out of her carry-on. Just jams and jars and crackers and nonsense, to the point where me and the TSA agent locked eyes, and we just went, That's how much food she brought, that I had a non-verbal conversation with a stranger about it, where we just went, I guess. And then this lady, I'm not making this up, she pulled out a giant tub of cream cheese. A big vat of it, about that big, just plump. And that's when the TSA agent goes, ma'am, that's too much cream cheese. And I could tell she had never said that sentence in her entire life, all right? And she'd been around a while. Never had she uttered those words in that order. Ma'am, that's too much cream cheese. She'd never said that at a deli, not at Nana's house, never in her entire life. I'll be honest with you, I don't know how she knew it was too much cream cheese. I doubt they have a chart in the break room, like, hey, everyone's allowed this much cream cheese, but she clearly brought this much. She just goes, ma'am, that's 2 ounces too much cream cheese. And when she said that, she probably thought what I did, that this lady would just throw it away and we could go about our lives. We were dealing with a lunatic on that morning. Because what this lady did, I'm not making this up, she peeled off the lid and decided to finger out what she thought 2 ounces of cream cheese was and started flinging it into the trash. That's when, with my eyes, I said, I bet you didn't guess that's what was gonna happen. I bet you didn't guess that's what she was gonna do. That wasn't in your top 100 list of guesses. No way at 5 in the morning this lady's gonna peel off the lid and just start figuring out cream cheese like a sloth on National Geographic and just start flinging it into the trash. But that's what she did. Have you ever been up so early you can't react? That's where I was. It was 5 in the morning. I'm watching this lady fingering cream cheese. Everything in me was like, what in the hell is the matter with you? But the only thing that came out was, all right. I guess that's what we're doing. That's how today's gonna go. The worst part was I was behind her. She's ahead of me, all right? This lady is now covered in cream cheese, both hands. She went through the body scanner like that, just covered in cream cheese. All of her luggage covered in it, the x-ray machine, the little rubber flaps, cream cheese. All of my stuff's next. I'm behind her. I'm pushing it through that mess. I look up at the TSA agent. I'm like, I should sign up for that pre-check, huh? Shove my stuff in there. It's dangerous out there. It's what it's like traveling. There's a lot of danger, you know? But flying's getting better. I only fly Delta, so I'm a gold medallion member on Delta. Yeah. You see me at the airport, don't even talk to me, all right? You're not on my level. I talk to other gold medallions and like a platinum and a diamond sometime, you know, if they allow. I'll talk to a silver medallion every now and then, you know, just a little, yeah, you can have a couple minutes of my time, but you know, I'm gold. I love it. I love being, because I always sat in the back, but if you fly long enough, they say, come up here. So I got to sit in first class, and I found out apparently I'm evil. I didn't know I was evil this whole time. I thought I was a good-hearted person. You know, I was like in the back, and I'm like, I can't wait till they let me sit up there. I'm gonna make some changes back here. Once they let me sit up front, I don't like the way we're being treated. I'm gonna make some changes up there. And as soon as they said, come on up to first class, I'm like, yeah, they can burn. What do you guys have up here? That's amazing. One time on first class, I'm like, hey, can they board from the back or something? Like, can't they go outside with like the people with the earmuffs and come up the back? Because I don't appreciate this parade of poverty coming by me. Trying to send off a couple emails before we hit the high air. It's an evil person. That's who I am. I didn't know. I just need an opportunity, you know? I'm not even rich. I'm upper middle class. But I grew up poor, so upper middle class is like $1 million to me. And I just look at people and go, ta-ta. I like it up there in first class. Like everyone else can tell I'm new money, but I'm accepted, you know? I'm Bank of America preferred. I'm a preferred customer at Bank of America. If you don't know what that means if you and me go to Bank of America, they prefer to see me. Right? Like they're cool with you being there. Like they're not gonna kick you out immediately, but they're stoked to see me. Like here comes Zoltan. Let's get him some free pens or something. Yeah. Preferred. That's most of my comedy right there. It's just observational, and then like, you know, I go, I'm becoming evil, you know? But that is a lot of my comedy. I just walk around and look at stuff, and I go, that's pretty silly. I'll talk about that. Yeah. At that same airport with the cream cheese lady, I saw a cowboy at the airport, like a real one, you know? Like a full-on one. He had the hat and the boots, with the, you know, just the full. It's weird to see him there, you know? Like, I know cowboys fly, but at the same time, you're like, this isn't how you travel, you know? It's still bizarre. Like, it's weird. It's like anytime you see like an Amish person, you know, like outside of a postcard, you're like, what are you doing out here with the rest of us? Get back on my refrigerator, you know? So anyway, full-on cowboy, this dude. He had the hat, the boots with the dirt, the Wranglers, you know, just that kind of walk. He had the dip, you know, the tobacco in the front. Is that not the manliest look on the planet? Dude, you see that in another car, and you're like, yeah, that's your parking spot. Because that's terrifying. This dude was just exuding testosterone. He's like the manliest, just like a Chernobyl of testosterone. It's just wafting into the air. He was walking by women. They were getting pregnant. That's how much was coming off of him. Wasn't even his fault. They should have taken a healthy step back, all right? They smelled his pheromones coming, all right? So anyway, full-on cowboy. The hat, the boots, the dirt, the Wranglers, the dip, the hit. And then in his hand, I'm not making this up, iced vanilla latte. I'd have paid $100 to watch that man order that latte. Can you imagine that? Just full-on cowboy. Madam, can I get an iced vanilla latte? Do you do almond milk? That's how I order it, so I figure that's how that goes down. That's good out there. Yeah, cream cheese lady. Traveling's dangerous. Don't let anyone tell you it's not. I almost died in an Uber this year. That almost happened. I was in an Uber in Seattle, Washington, and I had an Uber driver stop on the freeway. And I don't mean he pulled over. I mean he brought it to 0 miles per hour on the interstate. And that's when I started screaming, which I think is pretty normal in that situation. I don't think I'm out of line or anything. I was screaming things like, hey, we're all gonna die. And that's when I found out he didn't speak any English. So that meant nothing to him. He just thought I was being rude back there. He's like, why is that guy screaming? I'm trying not to drive right now. This is how the whole thing started. I did a show at a club, and then afterwards I was gonna meet some friends at a bar in downtown Seattle. It's a place called the Crocodile Cafe. So I ordered an Uber, and because I'm responsible. And he shows up, and this is how I should have known that he didn't speak English. I got in, and he goes, "You're going home?" And I'm like, "No, I'm going to the Crocodile Cafe." And he goes, "You're going home." And like, I was gonna correct him, but I'm like, why? I don't care if he thinks I live there. Just take me to the thing on your phone, you know? So he said, "You're going home." I'm like, "Yeah, all right, I don't care." And then he pulls out, and his phone starts yelling directions at him in a language I've never heard in my entire life. And I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting." But at the same time, I don't need to understand that. As long as you understand whatever the hell that's saying, and it's taking us to the Crocodile Cafe / my house, we're good to go. So I'm not paying attention now. I'm out of the transaction. I'm just in the back on my phone, you know, enjoying my life. And then we're on the freeway, and I just feel like we stop. And I look around, and I'm like, yeah, there we are. 1 a.m, in the middle of the 5 South, right before you hit downtown, doing 0 miles an hour. And I started screaming, "Hey, we're all gonna die!" But that doesn't mean anything, because the only English he knows is "you're going home." That's all he knows. And he's pointing at his phone, and there was a fork in the road. That's why he had stopped. There was a fork, and he's like, I don't, because, and I'm like, "You gotta make that decision doing 70. That's a call you make on the run. You just pick one. Even if you pick the wrong one, it's all right. We'll get a second chance. We can fix this." But you know how we won't get a second chance? We get plowed into from behind because you're doing 0 miles an hour on the interstate. It's not going to be a fun accident. We're not going to high five and exchange information. There will be a fire. So I'm screaming at him, and he finally starts moving. He starts going, and he eventually gets me to the bar. And as I walk into the bar, the first thought that came to my head was, I should have just driven drunk. I should have just drunkenly driven my rental car. And I know that's wrong. But I don't care how drunk I was that night. I wasn't drunk enough to stop on the freeway. I might have hugged another lane a little bit, but I wouldn't have brought it to 0 miles an hour. Everybody stop, there's a fork in the road. We're not going anywhere till we figure this out. So it's dangerous out there. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I don't want to make it sound all bad. There is good stuff out there. It's been a good year for me. This is my first year of acting like a real adult, so it's good, you know? I did a real adult stuff this year. I bought a couch this year. Yeah. I'm not trying to sound like I've never had a couch. I'm just trying to say I've never paid for one before, all right? You know what I mean? There's always been one around. Like, I remember the first place I ever moved into, my buddy and I, there was like a couch next to the dumpster, so we just picked that up, brought it into the apartment, sprayed some Febreze on it, and then a year later the lease was up, we were moving out, so we picked it up, put it back next to the dumpster, and I just thought that's how couches worked. But no, apparently there's a whole store full of them. You can just get a new one. So I got a new couch, that was cool. I paid my taxes this year. Never did that before. First timer. You know? And I'm not trying to sound like a tax cheat either. I've always filed my taxes, but all the other years the government was like, ooh, it looks like you need this. In fact, here's a little extra. We're worried about you. We don't know how you're getting by. Yeah. This is the first year they asked me for money, and just like that, I'm now a Republican. That's how that works. First 31 years, bleeding heart liberal. We got to help everybody. So this year, the government's like, you owe us $13,000. I'm like, oh, it sounds like the rest of you need to pick yourselves up by your bootstraps. I'm out here pulling the damn wagon, stuck behind the cream cheese lady. I almost died in an Uber in Seattle. This is my money. That's my favorite joke, because that's for everybody right there. That's a bipartisan tax joke right there. Because one side's like, oh, that's funny, he's being ironic, and the other side's like, he's seeing the light. It's a good year, though, man. I went out, also got me a retirement, got me one of those retirement plans I kept hearing about. You got a retirement, sir? No? Oh, you're just rolling the dice. All right. I'm out there, man. I got a retirement. And I'm a comedian. We're not supposed to have a retirement. We're just supposed to, like, die in a hotel room. That's what the guy at the bank said. He goes, I thought you were supposed to, like, die in a Hampton Inn. And I'm like, yeah, I'm trying something different. So let's give me one of those retirements, you know? So I went in there, I got a traditional IRA, because I don't know anything. He goes, do you want a Roth or a traditional? And I'm like, I enjoy a missionary position. Let's go traditional. Let's make eye contact during this retirement. So I got a traditional IRA. I thought it was going to be a great experience. Going in, getting a retirement, I'll be like, oh, good, I'll be taken care of in my later years. It wasn't that. It was a really depressing interview. That's all it was. It was super depressing. His first question out of the gates, he goes, well, when are you going to retire? And I'm like, I don't know. What are people saying? You know, like, when's everyone else retiring? And I know you're not supposed to live your life that way. Like, oh, if everyone jumps off a bridge, are you? Yeah, I'm not going to be lonely up there. Just some sad, lonely man walking around on a bridge by himself. I'm going with everybody else. So I'm like, well, when's everyone else retiring? And he goes, well, a lot of people now are saying 68. And I'm like, all right, put me down for 68. And then he goes, all right, now how long do you need this retirement money to last you? And I'm like, are you asking me when I'm gonna die? And he didn't say yes, but he also didn't say no. He just kind of went, And I'm like, I don't know. What's everybody saying? Like, when's everybody else dying? Yeah? And he goes, well, a lot of people are saying that they need this money for 15 years after 68. And I'm like, well, what happens if I live 16 years? And that's right, I think he got annoyed because he cut me off. He goes, look, do you want it or not? And I was like, all right, I'm in. So I got a retirement. I'm retiring at 68, and I need to be dead. 15 years after that. If I live beyond that, you guys are gonna be seeing some GoFundMes going up. Because I'm in some trouble. That's how it is out there. That scares me. I never really thought about how long I'm gonna live until then. And I was like, man, we're gonna live for a long time. All of us in this room, we're gonna live for advancements in medicine. We're gonna live for a lot longer than we think we are. I never really thought about it until, actually this time last year, I was watching the George H.W. Bush funeral. And the reason I was watching that funeral is because Bob Dole's name was trending on Twitter. And the reason his name was trending on Twitter is because at 94 years old, Bob Dole stood up out of a wheelchair and saluted the former president. And I was like, hell yeah, I'm watching that video. I love heartwarming stuff like that. Like, I wake up every morning watching those dodo videos on Facebook. Are you guys into those? If you guys don't know what it is, I'll explain. A dodo, every video, they take like two adorable animals. So just take like a puppy and a duck and throw them a little baby pool, and then they play around. They'll put piano music in the background. Da-da-da-da-da, it's a puppy and a duck. They don't have parents, but they got each other, diddly-doo, you know? I watch those and I cry. That's how I start my day, with a good, healthy cry, you know? So here I am on Twitter, and I'm like, they got video of 94-year-old Bob Dole standing up out of a wheelchair to salute the former president. Hell yeah, I'm watching that. I'm ready to have the cockles of my heart warmed. So I hit go on that video. I don't know if you guys saw that video. That's not what standing up looks like. Poor Bob Dole didn't stand up at all. There was a giant man next to him that picked him up against his will. It honestly didn't even look like he was trying to stand him up. It looked like he was trying to add another body to the box. Like, hey, before you seal that up, I got one more for you. Poor Bob Dole was just lifted against his will and like a marionette saluted and just jumped off and wheeled off to another activity. And I'm like, that's what 94 looks like? They never show us that. Anytime someone gets really old in the community, like if someone makes it to 100, the local news shows up, and it's some lady who's like 104, and she still takes a jazzercise class. And you're like, how'd you make it to 104? She's like, I never stopped dancing. And you're like, oh, I could do that, but not Bob Dole just being resurrected out of a wheelchair. You're just watching that going, how the hell did they get a suit on him? That looks terrifying. It's something you gotta keep in mind, you know. That's good. Yeah, I've been thinking about, how long I'm gonna live. I don't like the trajectory of who I'm becoming. That's already in question right there. I was thinking every year I become less patient and I complain more. I can't wait in lines. I can't do that anymore. If there's a line, I guess I'm not doing that. Plans have changed. I can't do it anymore. And I complain out loud. I used to be able to keep my complaints in my heart where it belongs, but it's coming out. Not even to anybody, just out. Just for it all, Like if you've ever been in like a crowded place, like I don't know, like a farmer's market or a mall or something, and off in the distance you just hear someone just ah, damn it! Why? And you're like, who the hell is that? That's me. That's who I've become. It's really bad. And I travel a lot, and every town I go to has like a famous burger place. Like, you could be anywhere. You could be in Davenport, Iowa, and someone will be like, oh, you've never been to Davenport? You gotta go to Slappy's Meats. That's the best burger in the whole damn state. You better get over to Slappy's Meats. And I'm like, all right, man, I like burgers. I'll go check this out. And then I go over there, and there's like a line coming out of it, and I go, oh, I guess I'll never know. And I go to a Wendy's. That's what I do. There's never a line at a Wendy's. Can't wait in lines. One time I had to pee. I was connecting at an airport. I had to pee, and I ran, and there was a line coming out of it, and to nobody I yelled, oh, I guess I'll just hold it! And I ran off. People were just turning around going, who the hell was that guy? And they just saw me stamping off. And that's me at 32. That's not good. It's not a good trajectory. All that stuff, man. I used to make fun of millennials. I used to do that until I did a Google search. And I realized I am one. Now I don't think they're that bad. That's exactly who I am right there. I'm a total hypocrite. I will make fun of a group of people till I realize I am that group of people, and then I go, come on, you guys. They're all right. If I did have to pick on millennials, I think our big issue is we're too self-aware. We know exactly what's wrong with us and why, and I don't know if that's healthy. Because nobody seems to be getting better. They just know what's wrong with them. Everyone's like, I have anxiety. And it's like, oh, what are you doing about that? Nothing, I'm telling you, so you work around it. And it's like, half the battle's won. Yeah, you established, but then... And people are too quick to tell you what their ailments are. Shut up about them a little longer, Within meeting somebody, like, I have anxiety. Because when I was 8, my brother locked me in a closet and kept me there all weekend. It's like, that's for tomorrow. That's for if we meet again tomorrow. That's not for now. We just met. And it's not like we're the first generation to have anxiety. It's just we're the first ones to look into it, Previous generations had anxiety, they just didn't know what it was. They're just like, I don't know, when I go to Costco, my cheeks tingle. And they kept it at that. They didn't have time to dig into their claustrophobia issues. This is how it goes. There are benefits, there are things about millennials I like. We've renamed things more positively, and I enjoy that. Like, I'm a 32-year-old man who lives in a studio apartment. In any other era, I'd be considered a loser, all right? But now I'm called a minimalist. How much better is that? That guy's not going through a divorce. He cares about his carbon footprint. That's what's happening here. Man's a hero. That's what it's like out there. Yeah, I live in a studio apartment. If you guys don't know what that is, that's when it's all there. All of it. I like living in a studio. I've never lost anything, you know? Like before I came to the show, I'm like, oh, where's my wallet? Oh, there it is right there. It's so easy to find things when there aren't walls in the way. All your belongings centrally located. Pretty solid. The only time I don't like the studio is if I bring a nice young lady over. It's a little presumptuous because my bed's right there. And I don't want her to think we have to go to that area of my studio. We can keep this date in the living room kitchen quadrant. Right over here. So this is what I do to make it feel a little more comfortable. I have a quilt that my mother knit, and I put that over my bed, and I make note of it as I give a tour of my domicile from the doorway. I go, welcome, this is my studio. Right now we're in the kitchen. That's the living room area. That's my bed, but that's a quilt that my mother knit. And you can just see the tension come down in their eyes. They're like, everything's gonna be all right. And I'm like, of course it is. And that doesn't mean we can't go over there. Like if the date goes really well, of course we can. We can go over there. We can fold the quilt together. Walk towards me. Fold it up, put it away, onto the sexton. You can tell by the way I said that. It doesn't happen a lot. That's the way it is. Like it. Any divorced people out there? Clap it up if you're divorced. All right. Good, happy claps. I like it. I'm going through a divorce. I didn't like to tell people, because usually when I tell people I'm going through a divorce, it'd be people going, aw. And it's like, how do you know that? You know what I mean? How do you know it's an aw situation? How do you know you shouldn't have been going, aw, when we were together? You don't know that. You're just making an assumption. I think it's because we have a negative connotation on divorce in this country, and I don't know why. Like, I remember when I first split up with my ex, I told my buddy, I'm like, yeah, I'm going through a divorce. And my buddy's like, oh, man, sorry about your failed marriage. And I was like, oof. You want to take a little off of that? Yikes. I'll be honest with you, I don't look at my marriage as failed. My marriage is just like your marriage. We just got through it quicker. That's all. The rest of you guys are super slow, all right? You're taking that coastal road, doing 30 miles an hour. My ex and I were on the freeway doing 90. Going, let's hurry up. We have other marriages to get to. My marriage wasn't a failure. It was efficient, is what it was. I'm still technically married because the paperwork's hard to fill out. It is. I see why there's lawyers now. It's not even like we're fighting over anything. It's just hard. Like, I was going to fill it out myself, and the first page is easy. The first page, you're like, oh, we're going to be done by lunchtime. This is going to be great. The first page is like, name? Hell yeah, got one of those. Address? Yep, got a new one of those. It's the second page that gets you. The second page, you got to write down all your assets. But we didn't own anything, and we didn't have any kids, so I'm over there just going, how the hell do you spell Keurig? Which letter has the dots over it? 'Cause I'm keeping that. I'm keeping the coffee maker. That's what it's like out there. So I'm out there in the dating scene. I don't like it. Not a fan of it. I don't like modern dating. I don't like it. There's a lot of sex without feelings out there, and I'm not a fan. Sex without feelings is weird. Sex without feelings is, Sex without feelings is like going to Cold Stone, but not getting any of the toppings. You know? It's like, really? Just a scoop of vanilla? You could have done this at home by yourself. You came outdoors for this? What are you doing? Just not a fan of it. I went on a bad date recently. On a bad date, and it wasn't anyone's fault. We just didn't get along. The sushi was fine. It wasn't the food's fault. It's just we didn't connect. You know, sometimes you don't connect with people. You know, she didn't like anything I had to say. I didn't like anything she had to say. So I called it out. I'm like, this isn't going really well, is it? And she's like, nope. And I was like, it was out in the air. And then a couple sakis later, we're back at the studio. And I'm like, how the hell did this happen? There was nothing. You ever look down at somebody and you're like, she could have burst into flames. And I would have been mainly concerned about the quilt. Do you understand? I would have been like, my mother knit that. Get the hell out of here. She's too old, she can't do it again. I like you guys, this is a good crowd. It's a fire crowd, you guys are going along with it. Sometimes people get sad. They do. This is the worst. I can tell these are healthy marriages and relationships here. Because anytime I perform in front of not healthy marriages and relationships, they don't laugh at any of that stuff. They're just like, is this dude a fortune teller? What's this dude doing right now? So congratulations, a lot of healthy relationships in here. But yeah, I like my life now. I live in Normal Heights, live in a little studio there. There's an alley behind my house. There's a homeless guy back there. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fight. That's what's going on with me. I don't know if anyone else is preparing to fight a man without a home, but that's where my life's at right now. This is how it started. I was walking to get coffee, and I was walking down my alley. This dude rode a bike past me, and I nodded at him. You know how you nod at people? You give them a little healthy, I acknowledge you as a human being nod. Well, he didn't nod back, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna fight to the death one day. Because that's what that means, you know? We just don't know when. We just pass each other in the alley every day, just like, is it today? You know? I gotta be honest with you, that fight's gonna happen, and I'm gonna win, all right? He doesn't know, but I've been taking a boxing class for 3 years, all right? He's not ready for the sweet science, all right? That guy's not ready for that. He's used to fighting other lunatics. Some dude with a tube sock filled with a little battery swinging it over his head. That's not what I'm bringing to the table. I got a good jab, work my angles. I take a fish oil supplement every morning, all right? This guy's not prepared. I got omega-3 fatty acids coming out of the gills, all right? His joints are brittle. Mine are lubed up, ready for action. That's who I am some days. Some days I'm that guy. I'm ready to fight a man without a home. Do you ever get called out on your nonsense? You ever get called out and you're like, I guess that's not who I am. I was driving to a show, I was merging onto a freeway, and someone cut me off. They zoomed me. They're doing like 90 in the slow lane, zoomed me, came into the exit lane. So I gave them the brights. You ever flash the brights at somebody? You ever give them the, oh, that's how you're gonna drive? Why don't you suck on that, huh? Huh? You're gonna disrespect me like that? Get along. Don't even dare look in your rearview mirror. I will burn your retinas. Better put your shades on, baby. I'm bringing the heat. So I gave him the brights. And then as soon as I gave him the brights, the dude hit the brakes, came back onto the freeway. And that's when I went, oh, I've made a mistake. And I told you, I'm ready to fight this homeless man in the alley, but I'm not ready to fight whoever this lunatic is. This man's certifiably insane. This man just changed his whole evening itinerary. He was leaving the freeway. He was probably on his way home to have dinner with his family until I hit him with the brights. He's like, oh, never mind. I gotta go fist fight a stranger on the freeway. So now he gets back on. Now I gotta lose him. You ever try losing someone that's ahead of you? That is so hard. That means I gotta catch up to him, then ditch him. You ever try losing someone while driving a Honda Fit? Extra hard. I had to take it off econ mode. And I love the environment, but I need all 115 ponies to get out of this quagmire. That's where my life's at. That's where it's at. It's nice. I had a good Thanksgiving. Yeah, it was good. I got to see my mom a little bit. I'm not wearing my Fitbit. That's what she got me for Christmas last year. My mom got me a Fitbit. I don't know if anyone else rocks the Fitbit. No? All right. Oh, one person. There you go. Cool. I always think moms are like 5 years behind on the hottest new gift. I think that's what it is. My mom was like, probably got like an email in her Yahoo account. And she's like, oh, the hot new Christmas item, the Fitbit. I'm going to get that for my boy. So she got it for me, and I love it. It broke on me, but I love the Fitbit. It counts your steps. It also tells you your heart rate. Like with that Fitbit, I found out that my resting heart rate is 51 beats per minute, which I didn't know. I didn't know if that was good or not, so I Googled, is that good? And I found out it's not good. I found out that a normal resting heart rate is between 60 beats and 100 beats, and if you have less than that, you have what they call bradycardia. And I'm reading all that going, but this is a Christmas gift. You're not allowed to find out you have a heart ailment from a Christmas gift. That's against the rules of Christmas. Hey, how'd you find out your heart sucked? The birth of Jesus? Yeah, we do a gift exchange every year, and that's where I found out. It was horrible. And I'm one of those people, like, I was like looking up the symptoms of bradycardia, and I'm one of those people, when I'm like reading the symptoms, I now have all the symptoms. I'm one of those people. They're like, if you have bradycardia, you might also have a hyperthyroid. And I'm like, oh, it's feeling hyper. I didn't even know the thyroid was here. Thankfully, there's a diagram next to the definition, and I'm like, oh yeah, right there, hyperactive. And they're like, if you have a hyperthyroid, you might also suffer from fatigue. And I'm like, I'm fatigued right now. Not thinking that I was doing all this at midnight right before I was going to bed. Yeah, a little fatigued. So I'm freaking out about it, and I post about it on Instagram. I'm like, I'm gonna die. 51 beats, bradycardia. Bye. And thankfully, one of my friends on there, she's a nurse. She works at a hospital. And she responded, she goes, first of all, you're an idiot. Second of all, 51 beats per minute isn't necessarily bad. It just means you have good cardiovascular strength. That's all, and you're fine. And then I responded, well, if it's a good thing, then they shouldn't name it. If it's a positive thing, don't waste time giving it a name. When you Google 51 beats per minute, just a big thumbs up should come up. Going, you're doing fine. No need to go down a rabbit hole of worry. So that's what I did. I just went down. I'm a total hypochondriac. I used to be a normal person, like you guys, but now I have to look everything up. I feel like normal people don't look things up. Normal people just wake up in the morning like, no, that's how my knee bends now. I just make sure everything's to my left. This isn't so bad. Not me. I gotta Google the patella tendon at midnight going, I think I tore my ACL. Probably from all these steps. It's bad. My worst case of hypochondria happened last year, where one night I thought I had bed bugs in my head. Yeah. Don't worry, it wasn't bed bugs. It turned out to be my first ever bout of hives. But by the time I found that out, it was way too late. I'd thrown a lot of stuff away. This is what happened. I took a hot shower. And it was at midnight, I took a hot shower, I came out, I had all these itchy red bumps down my side. And I'm like, bed bugs. That's for sure what it is. I travel every week, this was bound to happen. So I Google image search bed bug bites, and I scrolled past the ones it didn't look like. And then I found one it kind of did look like, and I'm like, oh, bed bugs. So I freak out. I immediately grab my pillows, throw them in a dumpster in the alley behind my place. I ripped a tapestry off the wall. I'm like, they're for sure in that. Threw that out, and then I'm watching YouTube videos on how to get rid of bed bugs. And this one video is like, don't throw your mattress away as I'm dragging my mattress out. And they're like, yeah, don't throw your mattress away because bugs can be in the walls and they'll just infect your new mattress. And I'm like, oh, so I gotta burn the place. No time to run this by the landlord. This is an emergency. And there was another video that said you got to be careful when you're throwing your stuff away because the bugs can jump on your clothes and come back with you. I'm like, oh, so you're saying I got to get naked. All right. So at 3 in the morning, I took all my clothes off, and I'm just dragging my belongings into the alley behind my dumpster. Behind my dumpster? Yeah, I said that right. Good, I'll be Googling dyslexia after the show. I was dragging all my belongings to the dumpster in the alley at 3 in the morning, and I'm just praying none of my neighbors are watching. Because I'm like, hey, I don't need that. They're just looking down. They're like, oh, man, we didn't know Zoltan was into meth. Look at him down there. He's throwing all his stuff away. It was the worst night ever. From midnight to 6 a.m., nothing but laundry, nothing but scrubbing, throwing stuff away, watching YouTube videos, reading blogs, losing my mind. And next morning, the sun came up. I called every exterminator in San Diego. But the first one that answered, I was so flustered that I accidentally called it a Terminator. They're like, how can we help you? I'm like, I need a Terminator. And they're like, do you mean exterminator? I'm like, there's no time to split hairs. This is an emergency. Send your top guy. So they sent an adult to my house. A full-grown man. He had his name sewn on his shirt. He looked legit. And he comes by, he's got a clipboard and a flashlight. He's looking around my little place, and he goes, dude, I'm not seeing anything. I don't see any bed bugs. I don't see any evidence of bed bugs. Why in the hell do you think you have bed bugs? And I'm like, well, I got these bites that are gone now. And that's when it clicked. I'm like, I think I had hives. Do you think I had hives? And he goes, I'm not a doctor, I'm an exterminator. And I'm like, you mean Terminator, but all right. But this is how I know he was embarrassed too. He wouldn't charge me. I was like, all right, man, what do I owe you? He goes, how about we just forget I ever came here? And he turned and walked out of my place. And I was just standing there naked going, I might be a hypochondriac. I need to nip this in the bud. It's not a good trajectory for me. I like it though. I like traveling. That's probably my favorite part of doing comedy. Not the getting there part, but seeing different places, that's fun. You know? I like going to places I can pronounce. It's such a big thing. People get particular, you know? If you can't pronounce the town, like Escondido, nailing it, you know? No one's ever corrected me. Actually, nothing. They're like, you're doing so good all the time. I work in Boise, Idaho once a year, and the first time I worked there, they're like, actually, it's pronounced Boise. It's Boise. And I'm like, all right, oh, okay. You know, just so you know, nobody outside of here is calling it that. That little tidbit of knowledge hasn't made it past the city limits. But people do get particular. This time, last December, I was performing. I got hired to do a company Christmas party in Louisville, Kentucky. Those people corrected me immediately, all right? It was a big room. It was like 400 people. I went out there. I was excited to be there. It was my first time in Kentucky. I'm like, hey, it's so good to be here in Louisville. I had 400 people immediately. It's pronounced wool. It's wool, and it wool. And I was like, whoa, I am so sorry, Louis Vile. I apologize. And they were angry. It's wool. And I'm like, wool, 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 wool. And then finally I'm like, I can't, all right? I can't say it. I think I have too many teeth. I think that's... I think I have too many of these pearly white roadblocks in my face. And I'm unable to go full wool. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that, because they did not. I had a room full of jack-o'-lanterns sneering at me. It was tough to come back from, and I didn't. I bombed for a whole hour. That's a long time to eat it. And here's the thing, when you're a comic and it's not going well, we're still optimistic up here. I'm like in my head going, that's all right, I'll get them with the next one, you know? But I could see in their eyes, they're like, no, we remember how you started. We're gonna hate you forever. I ruined their company Christmas party. I felt bad. And they had this really nicely catered dinner after my show, which I was invited to before I went on stage. Like when I showed up, the lady who booked me was like, hey, afterwards we got this dinner, please hang out for dinner. I'm like, I'd love to, I love dinner. And then I went up and bombed for an hour, and you don't hang out after that. It's a little inside pro comedy tip. You don't bomb for an hour and then just sit down next to someone going, what are we doing here, chicken piccata? Huh? No, you get the hell out of there, you know? So I had dinner at Waffle House. That's where I went. I went to Waffle House. Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Waffle House. We don't have them here in town or in California at all, I believe. But anytime I perform somewhere where they have a Waffle House, I get super excited. I'm like, hell yeah. I love it. And every time I eat there, I'm like, I wish we had these in San Diego. But then I think about it, and I'm glad that we don't, because we wouldn't have the proper Waffle House waitress. And that's what makes that place special. Like, the food's great, but the waitress, that's the heart and soul of that venue. You walk in, they're speaking in riddles. I don't know what the hell they're saying. They make you feel wonderful. The waitresses are like the life coach of the South. They just make you feel great as you come in. They look like they're all-knowing. They look like they've lived 10 lives, none of them with moisturizer. They look like they've seen some stuff, you know? So I walked in there, I looked way too excited to be there, all right? And I don't know what this means, but the waitress is like, oh, we better get him a seat quick. He's shaking like a dog about to pass a peach seed. And I was just standing there going, I have no idea what that means, but I do feel welcome. And then they went ahead and sat me at the counter, and like 2 seats down from me, there's a dude. He looked like he just got off his shift at work. It looked like he had a rough day. And the waitress came by, brightened up his day, filled up his coffee, looked him in the eyes, and goes, "Hey, buck up. Life can't always kick you in the dick." And then just sauntered off. And I was just standing there going, who is this woman? Because I think I'm in love. That's a ride or die, you guys. Everyone's out there looking for someone who's going to stick through thick and thin. That's the Waffle House waitress. All right, it's not going to be someone gorgeous. Gorgeous people don't have to put up with much. You can't come home to someone gorgeous and be like, hey, we got to live outside for a while. They're going to be like, oh, I don't. Good luck to you out there. That Waffle House waitress, she'll be out there with you, living in the bushes, sharpening butter knives, making weapons. It's a ride or die. Like it. I've been performing a lot in the South in the last 18 months or so. I do enjoy it down there. The only time of year I don't like it is hurricane season, for obvious reasons. But really the reason I hear hurricane season is because anytime a hurricane's about to hit the South, the news always goes to the trailer park and they interview someone who refuses to evacuate. And that offends me personally because I grew up in the trailer park and he's making us all look stupid. Anyone here grow up in the trailer park? One person. All right. Single wide or double wide, friend? Double wide? All right, easy there, you 1%er. Hey, double wide. What are you doing with all that extra width? I grew up in a single wide. That's proper trailer living. Single wide. And I don't like my people getting made fun of, because my mom would always evacuate us. I travel all over the country, and people always assume because I live in California that our big natural disasters, earthquakes, and I always tell them it's not. Like, I've been through a dozen earthquakes, and this is me in every earthquake. It's me going, is that an earthquake? And then it's over, and I go, I think that was an earthquake. Nothing happens. Like, all my bobbleheads are intact. Like, nothing. I don't need to call the insurance company. Everything's fine. Our big thing is fires. Like, that's what I tell people. I go, the fires we get are way worse than anything else. And my mom would evacuate us before the fire department would. Like, the fire department would come by and go, hey, you guys got to go. And that's when people usually evacuate. My mom wouldn't even wait for that. She'd see glowing coming over the hills, and she's like, we're leaving. I'm like, the fire department hasn't even come by. And she's like, we live in a paper house, all right? We could burn this thing down with a fart and a scented candle. We're getting the hell out of here. So, my mom was proactive, is what I'm saying. And that's why I don't like my people getting made fun of when they go to the trailer park, because really that one guy they're interviewing is the only guy sticking around. Everyone else left, because they got a brain, all right? That guy's the only one. And they go up to him like, hey man, there's a Category 5 hurricane coming right here in 3 whole days. Are you gonna evacuate? No. Well, what are you gonna do? We're gonna hunker down. And they go, that's the end of the interview. And they go, back to you. And I'm at home going, I have follow-up questions. Questions 1, 2, and 3. What the hell is a hunker down? What is that? How does one hunker down? Is there a pamphlet on what is it? You just hunker down. You just dip your head into your shoulders and you just hunker down and the storm goes over. And then once it clears, then you de-hunker. I am so sad every time they survive. That's just Mother Nature trying to swiffer up a little bit. They missed the hunker. That's what it's like out there. Living it, you know. It's good. I usually travel by myself, but sometimes I get to travel with a buddy of mine who opens for me. He's a very funny comic. His name's Dustin Nickerson. He's a good guy. And I like him. It's good to have a buddy out there. We were working in Colorado Springs, I think, like 2 summers ago. And this hotel they put us up at had like a tennis court. And he's like, you want to play tennis? I'm like, I'd love to, you know. I haven't played since high school, even though it looks like I could be ranked. You know, put a headband on me and a fancy watch. Is that guy ranked? But I'm not. I don't know anything, you know. And I'm like, yeah, let's play. But I forgot that my buddy Dustin is like really competitive. He's like one of those guys that doesn't have a half speed. Like he can't play for fun. You know these people? Like he'd be like the type of guy, like if you organize a little Thanksgiving football game, yeah, he'd tackle your aunt, all right? And you'd be like, hey, can you take it easy? There's women and children here. And they're like, no, it's Thursday. We're getting it. I'm like, okay, I guess that's what we're doing. So I forgot that. So we went out there to go play, and I started the game. So I served it. I gave a nice little bloopy, just a nice little, we're playing tennis now, little bloopy serve, and it just went over, and I just see him charge the net. And I'm like, what the hell? So I run up to meet him, and he just rips it over my head, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you playing dirty? And he's like, what do you mean playing dirty? I'm like, you know I'm not over there. What are you doing right now? We're just trying to get a nice little rally going. That's all that's happening here. We're not playing for some big bedazzled plate. We're in the parking lot of a Marriott, for God's sakes. Take it down a notch. That's just how he is. He's so competitive. One time he beat me in one-on-one basketball while he was wearing flip-flops. You know how demoralizing that is? He wasn't even wearing shoes, really. He was wearing less than shoes. And he was throwing all these elbows. He hit me twice in the mouth with elbows. And then I saw the third one coming, so I just hugged him. I just wrapped him up, and I went to his ear, and I'm just like, listen, your dad loves you, all right? I don't know what all this is about, but he loves you. I just don't have that. I'm not competitive. I don't have that gene. Whatever the hell that is, I'm missing it. I think it's because I grew up without a dad. I think that's who you learn that from. I grew up with a single mom. Like, I played sports growing up, but it was different. Like, I'd play soccer, and I'd come home. My mom would be like, how was the game? I'd be like, oh, we lost. And she'd be like, oh, so? And I'd be like, yeah, I agree. Like, a dad would be like, what, you lost? Did you try super hard? Did you listen to your coach? Were you a good teammate? Did you leave it all out on the field? My mom was just like, I don't know. You got some sun, hung out with some friends. Sounds like a win to me. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. It does sound like a win. And I did play football. Like, I played football growing up. Played for San Marcos High. Yeah. I wasn't good, but that team didn't have cuts. So I got to be on it. I played on a team with no cuts. The only way you could get cut from the team is if you missed a practice, you know, and I'm sure the coaches were like, I wish this kid would miss a practice. But I never did. I was there every day with my little helmet going, yeah, what's up? I played middle linebacker. That's what I played freshman year. I was a middle linebacker. I was a 6-string middle linebacker. Good. Some of you already know what that means. If you don't know what that means, I'll explain. 6-string middle linebacker means that, like, for me to see the field, about 5 kids gotta die, all right? I gotta hope one of the buses gets lost on the way to the game. Otherwise, no playing time for the Z-Man. There was one game where I almost had to play, and it was the most terrifying day of my life. I still remember it. We were playing against El Camino High, and they had a running back that year that I think was just a full-grown man. I think an adult was like, I want to injure children, and they let him. They gave him all the necessary equipment. He went out there, hurt a lot of kids that day, mainly middle linebackers. One after another kept coming out, and slowly it was coming down to me. And like, I always wanted to play, but not in this situation. This is I always thought like they'd slip me in like the blowout, like a fourth quarter blowout situation. Like I run in there, get a cheap sack at the end like Rudy, and they could carry me off like I did something. Those were my goals, not this. This is a suicide mission. So scared. This is how close it got to me. It came all the way down to 5th string. Who's a friend of mine. His name was Anthony Castellanos. And he and I never saw the field. So this is a terrifying moment for both of us. And right before he ran on the field, we had a moment where we just looked into each other's eyes, and he was just like, I'll see ya. And I watched him trot out onto the field. I watched him disappear in the fog. And now I'm scared because it's midway through the 3rd quarter, all right? There's a lot of football left to be played. And I'm like, please just make it till the end. And I wish I could tell you he did, but he didn't, all right? Anthony lasted one play. That's how long he lasted. He went in, the play happened, the whistle blew. I saw him come back. He emerged from the fog. But he's coming out like this now. He's just like, uh-huh. And I heard him yell from like 30 yards away. I've never heard a human make this noise before. But he just came out just like, ah! He stepped on my face! Now I'm terrified, okay? I don't know how much you guys know about football, but it's hard to get your face stepped on. There's like a helmet and a face. There's a lot of equipment between you and people's feet, and somehow he got his face mushed with a cleat, mind you. And now I'm on the sidelines going, I can't go in there. I got sensitive cheeks, all right? I'm so scared, but that's when I found out, like, the one positive to being a six-string middle linebacker. That is so damn low on the depth chart, all right? The coach didn't deem it necessary to put on his game day clipboard, so he didn't know who was next. He's just running up and down the sidelines going, do I have any more linebackers? I need more linebackers. And I'm like, oh, I'm a kicker today. Been a kicker all year, coach. Started working out. Stretching my hamstring, checking the wind. That's right, I was a coward in that situation. I didn't go in. That's because all the other kids had their dads in the stands yelling stuff like, leave it all out on the field, this is your day. My mom would come to those games, but she wasn't yelling that. She was yelling, hey, we don't have any health insurance. Duly noted, Ma. Try playing football knowing that if you get hurt, it's staying that way. Takes a hustle out of you. I also wear contact lenses. I know you can't tell. That's the magic of them. But I didn't get them until after I graduated from high school. So when I was in high school, I wore regular glasses, like yours right there. Yeah. But I wouldn't wear them when I played because I didn't want some final destination injury. So I used to just be out there blind. Like the times I would be out there, I'm a middle linebacker. I don't know where the ball is. I'm just kind of out there just going. And I would see like a clump of kids going that way. I'd be like, hell yeah, all right. And I'd never see the ball carrier till like 5 yards in front of my face. I'd be like, there he is. And I'd hear my mom's voice in my head, we don't have health insurance. Or right this way. Success and glory that way, young man. Get all you can get. Freshman year was my first year playing football. I never played Pop Warner. So when they handed out all the pads, that's when I found out that most football players don't wear cups, which was news to me. That sounded like a pretty important piece of equipment. But most people didn't. I remember they gave me all the pads, and I'm holding them. I'm like, where's the cup? And they're like, oh, we don't hand that out. You can go get one on your own if you want. And I'm like, I want? That sounds so important. Like helmet number 1, boom, helmet number 2. Like that's very important. I guess I was wise enough at that age to at least see what everyone else did. Not that I was like egregiously in the locker room just looking to see who was wearing a cup, but you know, I was side-eyeing the situation. And there's only one other kid on the team that wore a cup. His name was David, and he got beat up every day for it, you know? And I know now we live in an era where we're very against bullying, which is good. But this is the early 2000s when we were against bullying, but You know what I mean? Like there weren't any public service announcements about it. There's no commercials, no ad campaigns. It was just like coaches would be like, hey, can you guys stop beating up David? And we'd be like, no. We really enjoy it. So that was the era we were living in. So I wanted to wear a cup to protect myself, but I didn't want to get beat up like stupid David over here. So my genius idea when I was 14 was to put my cup on in the morning before school under my underwear. And I'm telling a room full of strangers this. And I would wear it all throughout the day. And then at the end of the day, I'd quickly put my football pants on, and no one was the wiser. Shockingly, I never got busted. I never got caught. There were some close calls. Like I remember in the classrooms, remember the aisles were super narrow? You get to your little desk, so I'd have to weasel in there to get to my chair. And one day I was weaseling in and I accidentally bumped the corner of one of the desks very lightly, just bump, and it sounded like. And everyone's heads popped up like prairie dogs. Like, what the hell was that? I'm like, oh, I'm not wearing a cup. That's not what's going on here. You guys need to calm down. That's how it was. I like the camaraderie of it. That's what I liked about it. That's what I like about team sports. Just hanging out with my friends. I didn't really like the games that much or cared if we won. That's what I was into. Yeah, I just liked hanging out with my buddies. I never got into the rah-rah speeches. Coaches would give us these like speeches, like these doomsday Armageddon speeches. And everyone else was like, yeah. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I agree. They just come out here like, there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. And all my friends were like, ah, and I'd be over there like, tomorrow's Sunday. All right? Like, I have plans. What the hell is this guy talking about? That's how it was out there. I like it. I don't know. I feel for coaches out there. Like, if anyone coaches high school football, I don't know how you guys do it. You know? Because you get fired if these 14-year-olds can't get it together. Isn't that stupid? If these 14-year-old losers can't figure it out there, a grown man and his family have to move. Isn't that dumb? Can you imagine that? Just going home to your wife? We're moving! And she's like, why? Because they found out there was a tomorrow. All right? I don't know what to tell you. Get my resume together. They're 14. It's tough. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like I live in the right era. Like, for me. I'm not saying you. I'm saying me. I know a lot of times people go, oh, I was born in the wrong part of time. Like, I'm not. This is exactly where I'm supposed to be. I'm the perfect modern male for 2019. This is exactly what you will tell your grandkids about. It's like someone that's like, yeah, he takes a boxing class, but yeah, I don't know if he could do any of it. You know, it's like that weird mix. Like, I feel like if I was born in the 50s, I'd be beaten with a shoe by like some dude with like a tight white t-shirt with a cigarette pack rolled up in the sleeves, just like, be more manly. And you're like, I can't. But I'm in the right era. Like, people can tell I'm not manly, but they're like, but he looks like he has a pretty eclectic record collection. And you're not wrong. There's some funky hits in there. Not manly. Someone asked me once if I could change my own oil, and I was like, I wouldn't even know where the hole is. What are you talking about? And how well do you think I'm doing that you think my garage has a pit in the bottom? So that's how you get your oil changed. I take it to Jiffy Lube. There's a hole down there, and we keep a troll of a person down there that just, he doesn't get to live in society with the rest of us. We keep him in that hole. Throw some Cracker Jacks down there. Stay down there! No, I don't change my own oil. I'll be honest with you, the scariest time of year for me is right now. It's the winter time. It's when I gotta light the pilot light on my furnace. It's a terrifying time for me. Why is it so scary? That whole thing's covered in warnings. You take the cover off of it, the whole thing. Don't touch that, this will explode, that'll kill you. I'm just trying to make it 72 in here, man. Why is this a life and death situation? I'm just trying not to wear a sweatshirt indoors. That's the only goal. Why is my life on the line? That's a whole day event for me. You gotta understand that. I gotta pump myself up. Just like a football player before a game. Like, there might not be a tomorrow. We gotta get this right. Then I finally get ready to do the deed, so I tie my hair in a bun, because I don't want anything to catch, obviously. And then I get my phone out, put on a YouTube tutorial video, you know, so a 14-year-old Malaysian kid can teach me how to light the pilot light on my furnace. And then I get down there with the lighter, and I'm like, oh my God! Here we go! And every time I do it, I step back, and I'm like, I don't know if this is how a real man attacks this activity. Like a real man just shows up covered in gasoline, strikes a match on his 5 o'clock shadow. Heat for everybody, 'cause I'm a man. Everyone's around him. What a man! Hell yeah, I'm gonna go take a shot of A1 sauce. See you guys for dinner. What a man! Not me, I'm down there going, oh, my eyebrows. Not manly. Now, the least manliest thing about me, I save for the end of my show, because it's gonna make a lot of you not like me. But no matter how you react, I'm leaving, okay? So, it doesn't matter. The least manliest thing about me is I can't drive a stick shift, okay? Yeah, listen to that, yeah. And that's what I'm used to. That's what I'm used to. Every time I tell a room full of adults that I can't drive a stick shift, everyone reacts like I just yelled, hey, everybody, I don't have any testicles. And that's not what I'm saying. I totally got 2 of them. All I'm saying is I can't do this. That's all I'm saying. I can't do this. And you know why? Because this is stupid. Did you know this is stupid? Did you know they make cars where you don't even got it anymore? Did you know that? Hey, listen, when you're done churning your own butter, why don't you join us in the 21st century? Listen, when you're done bookkeeping with your abacus, why don't you join us in modern times? You don't have to do, there's no way you enjoy it. There's a third pedal and a stick. Woo! Let's go on a leisurely drive. Isn't this great? Nope, can't high-five you now. I'm busy as hell over here. Look at me. Look at all this crap I gotta do. What's that, a hill? Nice, let's figure that out. How do you even text in this situation? I'm not a fan. You guys have been wonderful. I've been Zoltan Kaszas. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Wow, thanks. Hey. Hi. Thank you, guys. This is great. Before I get started, please do not be intimidated by my celebrity. Please. Just don't, okay? I'm gonna call out the elephant in the room. Yes, okay? I'm sure you've talked about it. I was on the Halloween episode of iCarly in 2007. Yes. Yeah. It's really me. It's actually me. I walk among you. I know. I'll let you touch me later. I'm just a man, okay? Let's just get that right out of the way, okay? I don't think celebrity exists anymore after all the crap we've been through the last 2 years. I think it's dead. I think it doesn't matter if someone's famous anymore as much. Though, I think we all have that person that if we saw them, we'd be like, it's them. No, look. No, don't look, but look. But don't look, but look. And I was very surprised to find out my geek out celebrity was Taye Diggs. Do you guys know who that is? Right? I was like, what? I didn't know I was on this guy's jock so much. That's wild. You know, like, granted, amazing actor, a beautiful chocolate man, but like, I mean, and I will admit it, I love a hot dude, you know? I do love a hot dude. I'm glad they're around, you know? They really bring a room together. I like to see a good look. To me, it's like looking at a sunset or a horse. Like, I'm not attracted. I'm like, look at him. I'm glad he's here. The party's lit. Like, you ever been in a party and a dude walks in, you're just like, who the fuck is that guy? All right. There he is. Nice. This is awesome. I just like to objectify, you know? And I'm done doing it with women. I think that is dead. Like, enough of that. Women have had enough objectification. Let's start objectifying men as straight men. That's what I say. Let's switch it. Why not? I like a beautiful man. And it's fun to do it to their face. Like, I'm married. I'm beyond off the market. I will make a hot dude feel uncomfortable at a party. Just walk right up to him like, all right, this is great. I'm digging this. Yeah. Yeah, look at you. All right. Just stare at a weird part, like his stomach or something. Like, yeah, that's great. I love this. Spin around. Let me see the whole package. He's like, I'm not gay, man. Neither am I, fucker. What's up? What are we doing later? It's like, I don't know. Whose friend is this? This is really weird. I'm not into this. Objectifying dudes. I don't think it's my fault, though, because I grew up in the homoeroticism of 80s action movies. Anybody else? Ridiculous.
ridiculous. Every guy was shirtless, cut, and shiny. Everybody. Every Rocky movie, I've seen so many boxing matches, I've never seen them whip out a bucket of baby oil like they did in Rocky. Why did Ivan Drago look like he was made of chrome? Like, it made no sense. Just gleaming like so much. Schwarzenegger, Rambo, like everybody was just veiny, muscular, just steroided out. And this was a time where I was judged if I said any of my friends was attractive, if they were a man, right? Like I'd be like, whoa, Zach's good looking, like, ugh! Everyone freak out. What are you, queer? You want to marry him? Like, I'm not gonna marry you, Dennis. You're ugly as fuck. If I had to marry a man, I would take Zach. He has gentle eyes. Son of a bitch. It's a ridiculous time. Jean-Claude Van Damme doing his crazy splits. It was so, all of us guys were like, yeah, I like that. I like his body. I like the way he moves. Queer? What? Like, who cares? But you know what number one was? You're thinking it, I'm thinking it. Roadhouse. Oh, Roadhouse. Sweet Swayze, who just danced his way through every role. Just dancing. Always dancing. Loved Swayze. I miss him every day, man. Roadhouse is the best. Dalton, best cooler in the business. Plus, side note, be nice until it's not time to be nice. That should be America's slogan, you guys. Like, that should be on the flag. Like, one of the stripes should just say that. But, like, back to hot dudes, like, he was the hottest. He was the hottest. Doing kung fu in the morning, shirtless, right? Right on the lake. But, like, kung fu in the morning, shirtless, sure, but wear some sweatpants. Not these, like, tightest jeans ever. Just can't kick above the waist. It's ridiculous. A huge rodeo belt buckle? Like, that doesn't make for mobility, Swayze. What are you doing? You know? Like, I love it so much. I have a bit of an ulterior motive telling you this because I am starting a petition, a movement. I want to get every bouncer at every comedy club to dress like Morning Dalton, okay? Just all of them, mullet wigs, no shirt, greased, the tightest jeans imaginable, huge belt buckle, and just have them surround the room. Just line the walls. Like, as you are filing in, they're just standing there. I just want to see a couple people be like, is this Thunder Down Under? Am I on the wrong night? This feels very strange. Is it gay night? I don't care, but is it? None of them will talk to me. Guys? You know why I like a hot dude? Yeah, we're still going. You know why? It's because I like seeing stuff that I'm not. And whoa, stop yelling, enough, stop, okay, I'm hot enough. Calm down. This caused that riot I was worried about. Jesus. I'm fine. But like, I'm talking movie star hot. Like that thick hair that they have, you know what I'm talking about? Like that werewolf hair, where it's like a forehead, then just a tree line, like this thick. Just a thick moss you can't put your fingers through. That's hot dude hair, you know? I worked with Jake Gyllenhaal in New York once. And I say worked with, we were on the same benefit show that went like 4 hours long. And he's well put together. Like, he is good looking as hell. I'm not blowing your mind here, you know? I wouldn't let him fuck. He's got those creepy nightcrawler eyes, you know? I want to look in the mirror and think, not for me. But it was like me, him, and a bunch of bands. And I had to follow him. He did a monologue from this beautiful two-man play he was in that was running on Broadway at the time. And I remember sitting there and going, man, this guy's really talented. And they're like, you're next. And I'm like, why? Why am I after that? You know, what a beautiful monologue. And now, Dick Jokes Magoo, and coming up. So I was like, let me just call this out and make fun of it. So I just, you know, went out there after him and was just like, give it up for my twin, Jake. And they laughed so hard it hurt my feelings. Like, it killed so hard. People were crying, like, oh my God! He said he's his twin. I think I'm gonna shit. We should go. It's like, fuck you guys. I'm not a monster. But he has that hair. Like, if you tried to run your fingers through it, you'd get caught, you know? You know what it is? The barometer? Pomade. Pomade. It's any dude that can use pomade, you know? You guys know pomade? You can put it on your head and an engine. Like, same thing. Just like a greaser. Elvis or Morrissey or Fabian. Just do a big wave Dave. Could never, ever, ever do that. My hair has always been thin and curly. If I ever use pomade, pubes, right away. Just a handful of pubic hair. May I have this dance? I'm a testicle with eyes. Would you? Why are you running? Please. Not a good look, ladies. Not the best. Though, you know what? I'm married, but like, if I was single, I would do it. I would pube up. I would. You know, obviously subliminal as a message, you know, because as we all know, say the obvious, women love balls. They love them. They love testicles and scrotums. They love them. And that's nice, you know. But it's weird, because they lust after them, like them just by themselves. It doesn't make me feel great, you know, to have a part of my body. Like, I mean, every guy here has been around a bunch of drunk women, and they don't know that he's there, they don't care, and they're just like, ugh, just want to get some sack tonight. I want to get some sweet ball bag. Just want to fuck a guy and grab his nuts. Take it, bitch. You know, like, come on. Stop. You know, your magazines, Ball Bag Quarterly, and heavy hangers, you know? And women are like, are they real? Like, that's how bad it is. I thankfully was born with big round nuts, but like there's guys who get implants because they feel lesser because you ladies like them big and round. You know? And look, I don't want to get serious. I didn't think I would get off on a soapbox here, but every man in this room was in high school at one point, right? And, you know, you developed, your balls got big, and then all of a sudden women notice you, you know, and start talking to you, and they want to hang out. And then a girl is like, do you want to, you know, go on a date? And you're like, totally. And you think she likes you for you. And you're making out in the car, you know? And she won't stop trying to touch your balls. I'm like, stop. No, I'm not ready. Lisa, please, stop. Not even over the denim. Stop it. Lisa, stop. I don't know you that well. Stop. I said no. You just grab her by the wrist, like, damn it, are you my girlfriend? Are you my girlfriend? No? Then don't touch my fucking balls. Drive me home. Chicks are pigs, man. I'm sorry to call it out. I really took that one really far. That was fun. I appreciate you guys for rolling with it. Thank you. So dumb. Obviously, you know what I'm talking about. I am certainly not talking about balls. It's very fun to watch your faces going, the hell? Does he really believe? Oh, he's talking about, okay, right, I get it. Switcheroo. Okay, yeah, you know. And I love to push that one, and I'll tell you why. Before the pandemic, I'd done that joke like 5 times. It was one of those dumb ones that I like doing because it's just stupid, and every comic has a stupid joke they love to just trot out, and that one's fun for me to do, you know. But I did it 5 times. 5 times before the lockdown. And all 5 times, all 5, I never said this part, explaining the metaphor or why I like the joke. I would just drop it and move on and leave people confused, you know? 5 times out of 5, I went to the lobby to take pictures of people who came or whatnot. 5 times out of 5, a dude came up to me and was like, dude, good set, but what's that shit about balls? Chicks hate nuts. You're the best man I've ever known. I love you so much, dude. You're such a dumb piece. Oh, never change. Like, I gave this guy an irrational hope. Women hate balls. Like, hate them. I'll get out of the shower, my wife will be like, would you wash your balls? Like, I just now, I washed. Did you just say that because you hate them? What is this? There's a part of us, besides our egos, women could wish away, it'd be balls, you know? I just love that that guy was just like, where is this woman? Damn it. Where's that woman that lusts for my nuts? Somewhere out there, beneath the pale moonlight. Where are you? Okay, I've talked about big penises, testicles. What next? Oh, I have a daughter. She's 1. Work on my transitions a little bit. Yeah, we had a baby during the pandemic, and that was the best thing we ever did. I got nothing bad to say about that, especially because my job went away, you know? All the penis joke emporiums closed down, and I became a stay-at-home dad, and it was great, and it is great. But, like, oh, thank you. I will say it spoils you because I missed the crowds, but God damn, if like a baby isn't the best audience ever, like nothing you do is wrong. They're impressed by everything. They're just like, you have keys to jingle in front of my face and you know exactly where the Cheerios are? You're the tits, Dad. A king, you know? It's the absolute best, you know? And we went to drive to Oregon, where I grew up, to show the baby off, show the baby off to my parents. I live in Portland. And then, I don't know if you heard, but Oregon caught fire at that point, just the whole state. And so like, oh, let's stay put. And then California got jealous and it caught fire too. And so we lost our minds. I think a lot of us did that during the lockdown. And we drove 3,338 miles, I think, to Boston, Massachusetts from Los Angeles with a 6-week-old, just like weird pioneers in an electric car going across the country. And it was a great thing to do. I'm proud of us. I can't believe we made it. I can't believe I did that. Like 2 weeks ago, I was sitting on my porch with my 1-year-old, and I remembered I live in a cul-de-sac that echoes, and I went, Jesus, fuck! Like I just screamed it. My baby got startled. Because it just hit me. It's like, I did, what? What? It's nuts, you know? But we met every kind of person. And it was enlightening and enriching because I met people I would diametrically disagree with online, but face to face, we got along fine because we were all going through this big thing together. I think the problem is maybe the internet. I don't know. There could be someone making money off us. Just throwing that out there. I don't know if that's true. No. But I definitely had prejudices. I definitely had stuff that I looked at. I was like, oh, this person is that, and this person is that. I'll never do that again, man. You know? No matter what. Because I had the most, like, assumption-shattering experience when we were driving, going through Nebraska, and Rose had a blowout. And it was like a blowout, like someone put 5 M80s in a towel. Like it just sounded muffled. Like in the old World War II movie where the guy's like, grenade! Lands on it. Like it was like that. It was insane how loud it was, but and I look back and she's like, oh, the evil is loose. Like her face looked so relaxed and happy. And it was my turn. Like my wife's like, your turn. And the stench filled the car like, oh God. We pull over and I take her out and I look and the closest business is a place called Thunder Road, which is a biker bar / family restaurant. That's actually a thing. Just motorcycles, hogs, as far as the eye can see. Every third guy has a leather cut, a vest on with his club on the back, and he's MC. And we were going into the restaurant, me and Rose, and we passed the restaurant. I'm like, where's the restroom? And of course they're like, it's in the bar. Of course it is. Like, I'm changing a baby. Did I stutter? I said the bar. And so we went through the bar, and there were as many kids in there as there were in the family restaurant. And I get into the men's room, and I make my assumption, my first assumption, which was, no way they got a changing table in here. Nah, it's gonna be my wife's turn. No way. Wrong. Thunder Road woke as fuck. Like, their changing table, you could have a horse give birth sideways on that thing. Just go, bah, like, oh my God. I could sleep on this in the fetal position. This is incredible. Put my diaper bag here, some snacks, couple beers, a baby in the middle. This is incredible. I'm sure that's why it was designed that way, you know? And I'm changing her, and she's cleaned up, and I'm about to put the fresh diaper on, and a biker passes me who looks straight out of whatever the Norse god Hel is. Like, wherever the evil Vikings go. Like, he had this giant, like, rivulet-covered beard and this grease-heavy... Like, he had that... If Jake Gyllenhaal grew his hair out long, that shit that looks like a helmet, right? Like, he had the tree line, but just grease and evil just melded in there. His eyes were somehow not brown or blue, but red. Like red pupils somehow. Not high, like just eyes of fire. And a leather cut that he looked like he was born in and grew into. Like it was part of his musculature. Buck knife. And he's walking out and he stops and he looks right at Rose's vagina. Pause for laughter. Nothing? That usually kills. Yeah, real awkward. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, mentally, I'm like, go away. Like, I would ordinarily never take you on, but I will pull this hairdryer out of the wall. Like, I've done it before. The little, right? You just put your foot up, yank. They're tiny screws. I've done it when I was hammered as shit in Chicago. And then hit him in the face, sit on him, put it through his head, grab my baby with bloody hands, run her out to my California-plated electric vehicle, and get chain whipped to death by the rest of the motorcyclists, I'm sure. That's my brilliant plan, everybody. So, I'm sitting there worried, and then he goes, yeah, that's a rash. What? He's like, I don't want to make things weird. Like, we're so there. You made it weird 50 seconds ago when you were staring. He's like, I don't want to make it weird, but I got 4 of those, and that's a rash. I got 4 of those? You mean kids? Those things? Yeah, 2 I won in a card game, 1 I got at a garage sale. 1 me and my old lady made natural, and I've seen my share of a diaper rash, brother. That's a rash. And then he blew my mind completely when he unsnaps his blood-caked leather vest and is like, you got the cream? And I pull out the same tube of diaper cream, and I'm like, got it right here, brother. And he's like, right on, brother. Stay strapped. And he walks out. Oh, my God. Oh. I still wake up in the middle of the night to this day and go, he had the cream. And I go back to sleep. Peacefully. Right next to his buck knife. Amazing. What's your gang? Hell's Dads? Who are you guys? It's magnificent. Oh. I am an old dad. I'm 47. And, but I don't care, you know. Doesn't make a difference to me. I'm sure in Tennessee, I'm a grandpa, for sure. You know, that's fine. That's fine. I take my baby out. They're like, oh, how old is your son that had that kid? That's your daughter? That's your... Jesus. You know? But I don't care, especially because I live in Los Angeles, where I am not an old dad. I've been in the park next to a dude watching what I think is his great-great-great-grandchild. Dude's like 80 on his 7th marriage to a 24-year-old, and he's like, she demanded we make one of our own. I can't chase it. I'll give you $500. My back. But I spent a year with her, just me and her, taking care of her. When all the comedy clubs were closed, I had Rose and just took care of her. So when it was time to take her to daycare, you know, we decided after a year she goes to daycare, I was a wreck. Like, I was driving her over there with my wife, and I was like, well, this is the day, Rose, you get to meet some friends, and it's gonna be great. My wife was like, are you okay? Oh, like, no, are you all right? Are you gonna have a breakdown right now in front of our baby? Like, nope, not till we leave. And we go, and I was so dramatic, I handed her off like one of those movies where there's like a soldier going to war. She'll have a better life with you. And this tiny Latina's like, okay, bye-bye, just goes through the door. Like nothing, just took her away, and the door just shut, and we're like, oh. Ah! Went away and sobbed, like so sad. I will say I'm lucky to be a dad because people see you alone with a kid and they immediately help you. Like, I went and flew alone with Rose once to New York from LA, and everyone's like, "Where's your wife?" "Oh, she's just me and Rose." You're alone with her? Come here. You need to pee? I'll hold her. You okay? You're not drinking, just coffee. Okay, good. All right, we're here. If you need anything. Like, they think you're just gonna, like, stuff the baby underneath the seat in front of you or something. You're totally useless. And like I'm like in love with being a dad, and I have a wife who's kind of a pirate, you know? Like I'm trying not to curse in the car anymore. I'm trying not to car curse anymore. I'm just, when you're driving, you're like, look at this fucker. God damn it, out of the way. Fuck him and kill you. God damn it. Like I get virulent and I need to stop. I got a real anger problem, and she's in the back soaking it up like, this is good stuff. Just sponging it all in. And my wife is all over me. She's like, stop cursing in the car. Like, I don't want her first word to be motherfucker. I really don't. And she's got a great point, but she says savage stuff around this baby, and doesn't realize it. Like once I was shirtless holding our child when she was still breastfeeding, and she went for my nipple. And I was like, whoa, nope, wrong parent. No milk comes out of this one. And my wife walks up and goes, just jizz. What the fuck? It's a baby. I'm holding a child. It's hilarious. But talk about a terrible thing. Jizz comes out of my dad. We're gonna send you home. She says stuff I would never say. My baby wakes up in the middle of the night crying. Kara just goes, oh, this bitch. Like, come on. Stop it. Yeah, I'm an old dad, got married late, got married in my early 40s. But that was perfect time for my maturity level, honestly. I don't judge. I think people get married any age, young or old, but look, if you get married young, I think men get married any age you want, but have your bachelor party in your 40s. Please, for the love of God. Because there's nothing sadder than a group of 22-year-olds that have one credit card that is like one of their dads or something. Like trying to get in a strip club and just like, I have one to tip. This is great. Like, you guys need to go home and play Xbox. Like, seriously. Because you got money when you're in your 40s if you lived right, I went to Temecula, wine country, mom wine country, with a bunch of dudes, 10 or 12 dudes, and we had t-shirts that had my wife's face on them, like a glamour shot, right? With the word Kara in cursive, like thug life across our stomachs. We're walking around partying. It was us some bachelorette parties, and they'd adopt us, like they loved us. And then one woman got it totally wrong. She's like, oh my God, that's so cool. Did she die? What? No. Actually, yes. We dated her. All of us dated her. She was our lover. And she died suddenly in a horrible motorcycle accident, and we decided to party. Cheers. I didn't even make fun of her. I was like, no, I'm gonna marry her. She's like, oh, good. And walks away. That was it. I loved her confidence. It was fantastic. But like, we had a nice Airbnb. We had like all these great wineries to go to. Every folk singer just out there plucking tunes, Little John Denver or Gordon Lightfoot. That's nice. We started getting hammered, balling up hundreds, throwing them at them, being like, learn Metallica, learn Bob Seger, learn Iron Maiden. Screw it, learn Drake. Just seeing how far they'd go. Doon, doo, dun, doo. Exit life. It was fantastic, man. I love being married. I know that's weird to hear from a male comedian, We're always just like, I'm married, brr. Like you failed. Like, oh no, you found someone to love you, you gross fat sack of trash. That's a failure, really? Were you gonna be surfing the seas of pussy at some point? You creep. I don't think that was gonna happen. I think she saved you from hell. I think that's what happened. When people talk about like the best things about marriage and the worst things about marriage, that's it. Never the in-between. They talk about the worst, which is what? You'll fall out of love with each other, or you're stuck with the same lover your whole life, Oh no. Or you know, the best, which is you have someone who loves you for the things you hate about yourself. That's amazing. And you have a best friend that you fuck. That's cool, you know? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. But we don't talk about the awesome little things in between. Like you have someone to mess with the rest of your life. And to get rid of you, they have to involve the law. You're trapped. And I'm not saying do it all the time. Don't, you know, be abusive or shitty, but every once in a while, do a little razz, right? Here's a free one. Did you guys know that if you're in public and you're holding hands with someone and you say some complete insanity, they're a part of that insanity now? They're on Team Insane. People look at them, they're like, you have sex with this man? You're with him? This is you together? Really? Wow, you know? I was holding hands with my wife walking into an LL Bean in Maine. Like literally the nicest store you've ever even seen or heard of. And this lovely elderly female clerk comes up and is like, can I help you find something? And I was like holding my wife's hand. I go, yes, where are your lovers' sex kayaks? So you face each other and your chakras mix, and every time you hit the rapids, they explode and orgasm, and you can hold it up to 2 hours. We're looking for a third. Come back. My wife's like, let go of my fucking hand! I hate you so much. God damn it. If you got the right person, they'll make you love stuff you never loved, you know? Like, I used to hate Las Vegas, as I used to play there a lot, and I would like just play for like crap money, and I'd eat in the cafeteria. Oh, casino cafeterias where the workers eat. It's like the Irish level on the Titanic, but not fun. It's real bad. And my wife loves Vegas because she basically pointed out, she's like, look, we're doing better now. We can spend money on things. You're getting better gigs. The thing I love about Vegas is everyone goes. You see every kind of person from all over the world all hanging out, right? Being idiot adults. Like looking across the room and being like, you being a shitbird? I am being a shitbird, are you? High five, here we are. Just for 2 days, then it's back to the kids. All right, wink. There's something for everyone in that town. You learn stuff about yourself. I learned I like watching young people get wasted, you know? Not like a creep, not like, that one's almost ready, start the van. Not like that. Get the zip ties, he's about to pass out. Not like that. No, just like I feel like a retired professional athlete, you know? So when I was younger, I used to get blown out. I had a Herculean tolerance, and I used it and abused it. I still drink, I still get it on, but not like I used to, because I'm old now. But I like watching someone with the metabolism of a jungle cat go nuts. It's fun. I saw a dude in Vegas, true story, tell a story to his friends, vomit suddenly, without his knowledge, on himself in the middle of said story and laugh it off. Oh, it was amazing. He's just like, man, last night was crazy. Woke up in this weird chick's hotel room. I don't even know what the hotel was. I was missing my shoes. Where were you guys? Because I... Look what happened to me. Look what happened to me. As if someone else barfed on this guy. It was amazing. If I threw up on myself suddenly because of alcohol, I would weep, change my shirt, and go to AA. I would walk right into an AA meeting. It's time for a change. Not this guy. This guy just went, holy shit, should I get another shirt? The whole casino goes, yeah, man. Jesus. There's no other option. The people watching on that level in Vegas is insane. Like, my wife and I were inside an air-conditioned bar that had a glass wall overlooking one of those daytime party pools with, like, pit bull music blaring everywhere and foam. Everyone's out there just doonch, 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 doonch. I think it's called rehab or something, or detox, ironically. So everyone's getting faded. And that day it was 115 degrees. It was a record heat wave that weekend. And I'm watching people almost just break down. Like, all the women are laying under whatever shaded surfaces there are, because they're the more, evolved of the species, let's be honest. But the guys are just like walking in the heat of God's wrath, like, this ain't shit, I'm fine. And hitting on women. Eventually, the women start going, I'm done. This is awful. I'm going inside. I'm gonna catch fire. This sucks. I'm so sweaty, I hate it. And they go in, but the guys who are still out there with their flame tattoos and their affliction tank tops, still hitting on women. Oh, they were so fun to watch because they were all yoked and muscular and butch and manly, but they kept being like almost pulled to the ground by science and heat. It was like watching the movie Terminator 2 when the T-1000's coming at the guy and he's machine gunning him and he's just breaking up but still won't stop. Joints giving out, still getting up again and again. I saw this bro just go up to this woman and was like, hey, couldn't help but notice you. Listen, my name's Chad. And I think you're hot. I think, I'd like to be a little forward. Think maybe you want to get a drink. No! So what do you say? Everyone in the bar's like, stay down, you're gonna die. Get him some water. So my wife and I are like, enough, I don't want to watch someone pass out. Let's go get changed. Let's get into our evening finery. And that's the best thing about Vegas is you have your daytime outfit, get day drunk, then you can take a shower and put on your finery, still day drunk, and get night drunk. It's fun. So my wife and I, we go up to the room and we have efficient marital sex. Not to brag. But, yeah, it happens. It happens. To me. And anyone who's married knows how it is. People knock it, but it is good and it's reliable. You know what each other wants. You know how long it should last, right? You get the job done. It's like, what do you got? I got some time. Do you wanna? Oh. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. Come here. Okay, cool. That was awesome. Good game. High five. That was great. Like that little thing you did where he punched me in the back. I didn't see that coming. Well, he knocked it out. Good job. I'm gonna get in the shower. Leave the water on or, yeah? Okay. I used to work in bars. I worked in bars for 6 years and I lived in Chicago. Great town, right on, great town, full of wild pirates like yourself, man. Respect, concrete respect to you. It was great, but I started as a barback, which it's a special kind of hell. I will say something, not to get political on you, but I think my strongest political belief is I just don't trust anyone who's never worked a job where they thought about killing themselves at least once. Like, at least once. Like, once. You're just like, this could all end, and I can end it right now. I'm not even clinically depressed right now, but what if? What if I just killed myself, That thing where you're like, God damn it, I got 5 hours left in this shift. Or... swallow 25 aspirin, I don't know. Whatever it takes. When you're bar backing, all you're doing is washing glasses and putting them away. Just stack them, put them away. And there's 2 or 3 bartenders that are slammed, and you're not allowed to make drinks. And there's beers and ice in front of you, and taps and liquor bottles behind you, and people are just like, just get me a drink. Just pour some whiskey in a cup. It's right there. There's a beer right there. God damn it. You're like, I can't. Please stop yelling at me. I'm not allowed. I'll be fired. Please, sir. What are you, a stupid monkey? You're just like, God damn it. I remember looking down at a stirring fork and being like, all it would take is just 2 right there. Just right there and just bleed out in front of this dickhead. Looking at him, sit on a stool and be like, you did this. Just break all his drinks in half with my face and slide down the bar. Clean this up. Just die right there, staring at him, still dying, shitting, all behind the bar. You're cleaning this up, sir. You are. I don't know what you said. It crosses the mind, you know? Absolutely. But I think those jobs hone you and make you into the person you're supposed to be. If you've never worked a crap job, you know, that's bad because you're not your truest self, you know? I think it's like MMA or something, right? It kind of makes you, you know, tough in your own way and find the real you. Like, I was always a funny person growing up, you know, I was always class clown and stuff, but I would get accidentally hilarious when I was a bartender. When I was slammed, and stuff would just come out of me, you know, that would kill. And I'd be like, I was just being serious. What, that was funny? Like, I remember being so busy, in the weeds, as we call it in the industry, the folks here know, I lost my sight. Like, I don't know if it was sweat in my eyes, I don't know if I was dehydrated, but my eyesight went blurry, and all I saw were colors and shapes. That's it. And I'm just pushing drinks out and hoping I'm making the right change and feeling credit cards like Braille to see who it is. You know? It was awful. And then some dick somewhere in front of me goes, "Fuck, am I invisible?" And I said sincerely, "Who said that?" And the whole bar cracked up. And I'm like, "Yeah, throw him out." And they did. The guy's like, "Hey!" Threw him out the door. I am Caligula. People would get away with crazy stuff in Chicago. Like, there was a bar called Coconut Joe's, a beach bar, nowhere near a beach. And there were like a thatched roof and tiki drinks and all that stuff. And they had this amazing, fun, and super safe thing they do, where they just take a bottle of 151 and pour it all over the bar, splashing, not in just a nice line, just everywhere. Light a match, just light the whole bar on fire. And you're like, "Oh, yay, arson! What a good time." And they'd never warn you. Like, that's how piratey it was. And one night, there's a dude laying back against the bar like this in a tank top, and he had the most back, shoulder, and arm hair I've ever seen in my life. Like, thick, like a Wookiee or a mammoth. So much hair. Like that thickness where if you took a baseball and set it on it, it wouldn't sink. It would just lay on the green right there. And he's just laying there, and sure enough, this dude's pouring the rum, and I'm like, oh, like I see it about to happen, but my throat seized up because I was so afraid. Whole thing went on fire, and so did this dude. Like, whole back and shoulders, just, and we threw a jacket on him. Thank God Chicago's always cold. There's always a pile of jackets. We grabbed 2 jackets and just covered them, right? Put them out. And I learned something horrible about myself, which is if I see someone catch fire, the first thing I do or say is not, "Oh no, let's help him. We should put him out. That guy's on fire," right? The first reaction that comes out of me instinctively is, "Wow. Oh no. Oh, is he all right?" I didn't know back hair caught that fast. Are you pouring VO5 Sassoon all over yourself there, sir? Chicago's great, but it's also just wrong. Bars are open till 5 a.m. 5? That's kind of a crime against God. Even as a 24-year-old, I'm like, we made it. I don't want to be here. Like, I'm tired. And you sit there and you drink till 5, and if you know the bartender, it's almost worse because he or she will be like, "Last call." "Not you. You stay." Cool. Right? And then you stick around, and they lock the door when everyone's gone, and you drink some more. And there's no better way to feel like an absolute pile of trash than by walking out of a dark, windowless bar, cartoon sailor drunk, into a bright, sunshiny, fully grown day. Like a zombie, like, "Oh no. Is it sun time already? Is that a term? Oh, how is everyone? You're jogging? Welcome. Okay. What a lovely dog and baby. Oh, is this the line for brunch? Go to bed, sir, my God. You're sweating booze. You're like such a pile of shit. But I love the stuff I've seen in bars. I think women need to start acting up in bars the way men have for millennia, you know? And you might not know what I mean. A lady, you're like, raise her fist, like, right on, brother. But like, you know, you might think I mean being loud or hitting on men. No, there's a power you might not know you have, which is you can take men's drinks away from them and drink them yourself. Because no one will believe the man that was his drink first. I know that because I was in DC and a woman took my whole beer away. I was sitting there in this place called the Big Hunt, which is underneath a bar. It's a comedy club. And I'm up there with my notepad, putting my little set together for what I'm gonna say tonight to the people. And I got a full beer. I haven't touched it yet. And this 22-year-old woman in a cotton sundress just swoops in and picks it up and just stares at me. And I turn around, I'm like, who's with this girl? And there's 3 bikers behind me, and they're like, like, I want no part of this. I don't know who that is. She's on her own, and she's just staring at me like, really, what the fuck are you gonna do? Like, if I say this is my beer, you know this is my beer. Like, come on. Just took it, because I realized I'm doing the math. If I snatch it, I look insane, right? Like I just stole some girl's beer, like mine, like a fucking psycho Viking or something. What do I grab her? No, I'll go to jail. And she knows this. She's just daring me. And my manhood is just gone. Like if it was a guy, I'd be like, hey, fucker, it's mine. The hell? Or whatever butch thing I'm supposed to do there, you know? But because it was a woman, all that came out of me was, hey, that's mine. Like that's all that came out of my face. Like so pathetic. Give it. Mom! So lame. And she stared me in the face and just drank it, like looking at me. Like a bigger guy in prison just eating my food in front of me. I've never felt smaller. And then she sat on me. Like, not in a sexy way, but just like, you're a stool. Fuck off. Just sat. And I'm like, get off me. Like, I pushed her. I took a little of my power back. And she just looks at me and just goes, ugh, like I'm no fun. And then she went down the bar and drank 3 more dudes' beers. And it was worth losing mine to watch them lose theirs. Straight up and down, man. If I would have gone in that bar and they're like, all right, here's the deal. You're gonna buy a beer, you don't get to drink it. She does. I'd be like, I'm gonna leave. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get to watch her steal 3 other guys' beers for that fee. I'd be like, I will buy this chick a keg. That sounds fantastic. Where do I sit? Why stop at 3? Have her steal 12 beers. Let's go. Guy next to me, first guy she took at the 3, way more evolved than me. Like, he knew the situation. He did the math better than I did. She grabbed it. He's like, hey, what the fuck? Shit. Another beer? Like, he just knew. That's gone. There's no winning this situation. It's over, you know? It's amazing. And she just drank it next to him, and he just looked away. Like, and she put the empty glass down and went to the next guy. The next guy was my favorite because he had been hitting on anything with a pulse all night. One of those guys who's like, you hit on 100 women, 99 say no, but that one. Yeah, but you've annoyed 99 women and the whole bar. Just jack off in your car before you come in, sir. Get the poison out of you. Be a human being. It's exhausting to be around you. I can't imagine what it's like for women, you know? And she comes up, and there were people in between us, so I didn't even see it. So I'll just do the audiobook version, okay? Here it is. Oh, hi. That's mine. Whoa. Wow. Thirsty, huh? My kind of gal. Let me get you another one. Hey, where are you going? What the fuck, man? That what the fuck, man, he said to himself was so good. His self-hatred just spilled out of him like an ooze, like a poison. The fuck, man? Why does no one like me? Because you're obnoxious, bro. The last guy was kind of sad. He was an old rummy named Dennis. He looked like the Gordon's fisherman. And I knew he was a rummy because the bartender put it down and went, last one, Dennis. Like, that's a bad sign. If the bartender knows your name and says last one, rethink your life choices, Dennis. So, bartender's like, last one, Dennis. And Dennis looks at his beer, looks outside, ready to drink it, distracted by something. She swoops in, drinks his whole beer, puts an empty, pristine glass down, and flies away on the wind. And he just looks back and goes, "Hey!" Like, to this day, he probably tells everyone he meets in that bar that a ghost took his beer. Was a night just like tonight. A ghost in a cotton sundress swept in and took my beer. Like, Dennis, you're an alcoholic. You drank it and forgot. Shut up, dude. I really love Nashville, you know. Not to quote the Bible, but I'm not just licking your dicks and clits. I mean it. That's Book of Matthew. That guy was a freak. But I like that this town is very gay. I really dig that. Got a lot of cool gay spaces, you know, big gay populace in town. And I see a few fellow allies, you know, and that's cool. And I feel like I've always had every kind of friend, you know, like different colors, different creeds. I don't know what a creed is, but we had all kinds. And, you know, people that have different sexual proclivities. You know, I've prided myself like not judging and having all kinds of people in my life, gay friends, non-binary friends, and that's cool. But I just have seen this too often that I feel like I have to make a PSA to my fellow allies. Please stop asking what a gay couple does in the sack to their face. Please. I know. You probably think, when does that happen? I've seen it. And it's always a dude who looks similar to me, and he's faded, and he means well, but he just walks up to a gay couple, and he's like, "Hey, sorry to bother you, but this is awesome. You guys rock. Fully support you. It's great. But listen, can I ask you guys, just curious, like, who's the one that, which one, just curious, who's the... No. Just let it be a magical mystery, you know what I mean? Or watch a movie. There's plenty of them, you know? My point is, why is it never the other way, you know? I've never had a gay guy just walk up and be like, "How do you fuck your wife? What do you do? What do you guys... How's it work? Who does what? Who does what to who? Who's the thing that's this and the thing that's this? What exactly happens? Play-by-play it for me. You want a drink? Sorry to bother you. Support you as a straight man, you know? Never. And people think gay sex is disgusting. Some people, nope, it's not. All sex is disgusting. All of it. There's no exception. It's awful looking. Like, have you ever had a moment of actual clarity while having sex? And you're like, the fuck am I doing right now? I look terrible. Why is there a mirror on that closet door? Oh, no. Ugh. When did I grow a mole there? It's so gross. That's why it's great. It feels so good. You just do this awful thing, you know? And like straight guys are grossed out by gay sex, and that's why they ask, you know? And gay persons never asked me how I have straight sex, you know? And ironically, if they ever did, they might be disturbed. My wife has done horrible things to me, ma'am. Brutal things. Look, she just did a normal thing that everyone in this room has probably done, and I've done at some point, you know? Just did it early. It was like our second or third time doing it. We were cartoon sailor hammered and, you know, going at it. That's fun. Drunk sex you can barely feel, you know? It's more emotion than physicality. That's neat, you know? But she did a thing we've all done, which is you think, this is going great. I feel good, they feel good. Maybe they like a finger in the bung, right? Maybe just a touch. Just check in, you know? But you gotta finesse it. Gotta go, "Hey, just checking in. Is this something you might like?" Right? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Maybe you'd like a finger in your butthole, right? Play that one-holed flute. See if they want to dance that tune, right? They might be like, "I like this jam." You know, they might, you know? You gotta knock, knock, knock on heaven's door, is my point. That's what that song's about. Take it from me. I'm friends with Bob Dylan. My point is, you can't just, like a maniac savage, you know? You can't. You can't. You can't. Unless you're my wife. Holy crap, you guys. She spelunked me. She went in. Oh. Just hard. Put her shoulder into it. Like hot dog sized veins came out of my neck I never knew I had. It was bad. Man. How can I punch in exactly how she did this? How can I describe it? I need to go deeper. Look. How do I drive this home? Okay, boxing, that's it, you know? You guys all know rudimentary boxing technique, I'm assuming, right? Because you're also, like me, from the streets. So, you know, you got your jab, you got your cross, you got your hook, right? But your uppercut, that's a fight finisher, okay? Because it's not just your shoulders and your middle, it's your ham, okay? So you want to drop, okay? And use your legs. Drop under the defenses, hook them like this, explode upward like a thrust, okay? And send your fist through their jaw, which goes through their brain. Knockout, right? Now imagine instead of a fist, it's my wife's finger held high and defiant, like a railroad spike of rage. And instead of a jaw, it's my asshole, Nashville. She got in and under, lifted me up, clubber langed me, lifted me off the bed. Ah! Blood came out of my mouth, eyeball left the socket. I don't like it. And now we know. That is not my jam. Literally. Look. Okay, it wasn't even that bad, if I'm honest. I'm just a bitch. It's true. It just felt that way to me at the time. She probably barely put half a nail in there, and I'm like, no! Jumped off the bed, wrapped myself in 10 blankets, sat there. Why would you hurt me? You guys do drugs? Resounding positive, yeah? All right, let's do a quick survey. Just call out the drug you enjoy. Go ahead. Molly.
Ketamine.
Ketamine, nice. That's a strong ketamine. You don't take enough, I think, sir. I love doing that. I do it for me because I read a book once by a defense attorney that was like, the truth just sounds different in court. In my job, I read people. I read crowds and, feel out the kind of material I'm going to do. I love doing the drug survey because I can tell all of you enjoy and do those drugs actively. Everyone who called them out, I can tell. Even the guy who's way too aggro. Weed! Like, maybe too much sativa, switch, a little indica mixed in. Just an idea. And I love it, because I've had people fake it. Like guys like, heroin! Like, not a chance in hell. You wouldn't have that much energy and you wouldn't be here. Like, no one shoots up and is like, I love to drool and laugh and piss. Heroin's not a comedy drug, ever. But some people, man, do they do the drugs. God, where was I? I was in Arizona, and I was like, hey guys, what's your favorite drug? I didn't even ask, what drug do you do? I got partway through the word drug in what's your favorite drug? What's your favorite drug? And this guy goes, cocaine! Like before I finished the word drug. Just pulled his gun out, shot it out of the air, spun it back in the holster. But I was playing upstate New York, playing a club, and the booker, the buyer, or the owner were like, hey, would you mind doing a matinee show? And I'm like, yeah, like I don't like doing 3 shows in a night. Like that third show, you're like, did I do this joke already? Where am I? What's my name? Like 3 separate hours, you tend to lose track, you know? But he's like, well, it's like a favor. We have a massive senior citizen community, and they just want to come to a show, and they don't want to be up late. I'm like, oh yeah, let's do it. Let's see who comes. Packed house of people, 75 and older. Yeah, it was actually awesome. They were fun. They rolled with everything. It's great. So I was looking out at this crowd of old folks, and I was like, should I do the drug survey? Everything in me screamed no. And I'm like, nope, screw that. Do it. Guys do drugs? Silence. Like icy silence. Like a tumbleweed rolling in, floating on the wind, not even on the ground. And I was like, what's your favorite drug? Call it out. Nothing. A silence beyond silence. And I go, guys, it doesn't matter what drug. whatever you're into. It doesn't have to be a cool drug or an illegal drug. Caffeine's a drug, alcohol's a drug, Tylenol's a drug, whatever you like. And this brave man saved my ass by going, Benadryl? Fuck yeah, Benadryl. That's a great drug, sir. A pill that makes you not itch? Amazing. If I'm on tour with Fish, I want Benadryl, right? I don't want weed. I want to not itch from all this rashes I'm getting. I'm sleeping in this tent. Good call. I'm like anyone else, and this lady with a beehive, her hand comes up like this, just shaking, and I'm like, you have to raise your hand. What is your name, ma'am? She goes, Doris. And I go, Doris, what's your drug? And she goes, NyQuil. And I go, okay, Doris, let me ask you something. You ever fill it up past the line? And she goes, mm-hmm. Now we're partying, Doris. Now we're partying. Doris likes a full cup, man. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna do one more bit for you. You guys rock. Just gonna say that. Thank you. Really cool. I think every guy has to have good examples growing up, you know, to learn what it is to be a good man. But I think we also need a few terrible examples, you know? We need to meet guys who are just like, I can never be you. Oh, man, do you suck, you know? We have to have those guys floating around. And I was on vacation with my wife in Anguilla. It's a beautiful island in the Caribbean. And I met the worst guy I've ever met. And his name was Doug. And that sucked because every other Doug I've ever met is super chill. Sells you weed at a discount, smokes a little with you, right? Teaches you about life. Unrattled. Doug, is anyone coming to my party? Cool, man. I'm here. They'll show up. It's me, Doug. Dougs are awesome. But this Doug sucked. And the first night, all the new people that had just come to the resort, they're like, would you like to go on a sunset cruise? And I'm like, that sounds delightful. Turns out it's just a giant speedboat with seats, and they gave us a jug of rum runners. And it was the kind of alcoholic level rum runner where you have 2 sips, and you're just like, why do we worry about anything? I feel great. Why do we worry, man? Life is awesome. It's awesome. You realize how hammered you are. And then they just hit the throttle and you're just hitting every wave, like just splashing your drink all over yourself. Just like, this is the best sunset cruise I've ever been on in my life. Just drink all over your face and chest. And we drove out past the breakers and settled. And then we started meeting each other. We're all comfortably drunk and like, what do you do for a living? Oh, that's cool. And where are you from? And we're from all other places around the world. And then Doug starts walking around and alphaing everybody on the boat, men and women. Doug was deep into his 50s. He'd already been drinking before he got on the speedboat, so he's hammered. And he's just going up to everyone going, so what do you do for a living? And no matter what they say, he'd be like, all right. Whatever. Like it's not a real job, but not in a funny way. He like condescended to all of us, and I'm just like, oh, Doug, don't come to me. I don't even understand what I do for a living. Like I don't even get it. So he's like, what about you, bro? Bro, he's 56. Calm down. Let bro go, man. He's like, what about you, bro? I'm like, oh, I'm actually a comedian, Doug. And he's like, good luck with that. Which is how I feel every night on this stage. Moment to moment. Here we go. Hope they like this joke. Good luck with that. Out of the plane. No parachute. That's my job, Doug. You nailed it. And then we're all like, Doug walks away. My wife and I look at each other like, fuck this guy, you know? Then the guy at the other end of the boat recognizes me. He goes, hey, wait a minute. Hey, man, are you Matt Braunger? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, that's me. And he's like, oh, dude, my wife and I loved your last special. You're awesome, man. I'm like, thanks, dude, sincerely. And Doug's head just snaps. And he looks at me, because now I have value. And he's like, I knew this guy. He never knew me, never once. He's like, this guy's a fucking assassin. Fucking assassin. I knew it. You're a fucking assassin, bro. And he goes to high-five me and misses, because he sees like 6 of me. Doug and his wife were terrible, man. We hated him. Like, at one point, Doug got a Caribbean man who worked there, working a job to loan him his do-rag. Doug put it on, started doing hip-hop poses. Did you hear every white person's butthole just pucker? Did you hear that? Like, we can't afford you, man. We gotta throw you off this boat, Doug. cement shoe this motherfucker, you know? You're done. No more white people like you. He sucks. And him and his wife, I think the worst thing is they hate their kids. Doug's wife, one point was like, we have 3 kids. And my wife goes, are they here? And Doug's wife says, and I quote, fuck that, fuck no, fuck them, fuck them. Take it easy, Doug's wife. These are your children. So fast forward to a couple years later, my wife and I were in San Francisco. Now we go every year, second weekend of March, and just enjoy each other. I don't do any shows. I don't do any work at all. She doesn't do any work at all. We just hang out and we celebrate each other, and we love that city, and we've had great times there, you know. And every year we go, because my wife is a pirate, she always goes, let's get butt tattoos. Let's get butt tattoos. And I'm like, yeah, because I'm drunk. Halfway there in the cab, I always bitch out. I'm like, I don't wanna. And we have to turn the cab around. It's pathetic. And we've had our ups and downs, she and I felt I had to show her commitment beyond our engagement. We were engaged to be married at the time. We didn't have a kid yet. And so we sat down. The second night we were there, we ordered drinks. She picks hers up. I'm like, before you drink that, and I drink mine, we're getting butt tattoos tonight. And she goes, you won't. You're gonna puss out. And I'm like, we're doing it. She's like, well, what am I getting? Okay. You're getting what you said to me when I proposed to you, and I'm on one knee. Do you remember? She goes, no. You said, shh. She shushed me. Like I'm on one knee, like you're the greatest one. Shh, what the fuck? This is my moment. Like she can't take a compliment. And she's like, well, what are you getting? I need a volunteer to come on the stage right now and read my butt tattoo to the room. You, ma'am, come on up. You right there, come on up, give her a hand. Clear a hole, go right through here. Keep it going, guys, keep it strong. Come right here, here's the stairs. Take your time. All right, what is your name, ma'am?
Mona.
Give it up for Mona, everybody. Thank you, Mona. Now I have permission to show you my bottom, yes? Cool, okay, take the mic. You see, she's seen them all, folks. Way to go, Mona. So just read whatever you see on my butt, okay?
Okay. Great. All right, let's do this. Fucking assassin. Oh my God! Fucking assassin. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for coming. It's so nice to do this in DC. So excited. Look at us. Look at all your faces. Maskless. So close to other faces. Breathing on each other. No fear. I got COVID. Not currently. Could you imagine? I'm like, lock the doors! It's a trap! That's why I gathered you here. No, I got COVID a while ago, and when I was in quarantine, I shaved my head. And I flirted with the idea of telling people that was a symptom of the virus. Like, yeah, you lose your sense of taste, but you gain a sense of style. And I was surprised I got it because I don't like going places or doing things. I love being home. Oh, baby, I love being home. I'm happy to be with you now, but I can't wait to leave. Like, when we had to lock down, I was like, we get to do this? I just get to be home with all my stuff? And if I cancel plans on anyone, it's because I'm being safe. and responsible. And not because I didn't want to leave my house in the first place. I love that for us. So I was surprised I got it. And never did I think I would be the kind of person to spread it, but the day before I found out I tested positive, I was busy. She had things to do. I went shopping, I babysat. Correct. I don't even like kids like that to be volunteering my services, but I had a friend who needed help, and I was like, I just have a tickle in my throat. I'll come tickle those kids. But maybe subconsciously, I was like, I could kill 2 kids with 1 cough. Thin the herd. They're fine. I think. I haven't heard from them in a while. I also got a massage that day. Busy. I rarely get massages for myself, but I was like, I'm gonna treat myself and someone else. And I went to the massage parlor, and I was in this tiny, tiny room, and it was just me and Stephanie the masseuse. And I asked Stephanie, I was like, should I wear my mask during this session? And she goes, if you're vaccinated, it's fine. Take it off. We laughed. We laughed together. Expelled air onto each other's bodies. Had a grand old time, because we were like, we're the good ones. We care about the health of each other and our community. Double vaxxed and boosted, baby, nothing bad's gonna happen to us. I don't know if Stephanie's alive today. I haven't checked. I did call the massage parlor to let them know what happened. I did also make sure to call after hours. I left a message. I just didn't want to talk to a human about this. It felt icky. It felt like calling an ex-lover to let them know you got a sexually transmitted infection. And I didn't want to do that to Stephanie. Just call her up like, hey girl, Steph. I'm sure you weren't expecting to hear from me so soon. But look, I got something weird to tell you. I'm sick. Yeah, I got the vid. Should probably get tested. I know it's weird because we only saw each other once, but like, you know what they say, it only takes 15 minutes. And we had 90. And honestly, when I think about it, I don't actually know where I got this from. I mean, like, I saw you. Then I tested positive the next day. So I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying the order of operations. And really, you're the one who told me to take my mask off. I mean, like, you did it with such ease, you know? Like you've done this before. I mean, how many clients are you telling to take their mask off? That's all I'm saying. But look, I'm not mad. You shouldn't be either. And honestly, if you get tested and it comes back positive, I mean, I'm positive, you know? Maybe we could do this again. I don't know. I mean, you did make me feel really good. I feel like you got a lot out of it too, you know? We could do like an in-home session or something. I don't think either of us wants to go 10 days without a massage, right? Hello? Again, I do not know if I can have this conversation with Stephanie because I do not know if she's alive. And I will not check. I had to make another stressful phone call recently. I called 911 for the first time. It happened in New York. I saw something and I said something. What happened was I was walking through the park, and next to the park was a car, and inside the car was a man, and inside the man's hand was his dick. He was masturbating. early on a Sunday morning. It was like, he was the early bird jerking his worm. And I was concerned because there were kids running around, and I was like, what about the children? I didn't call 911 immediately because I was on my way to brunch. I had to address that first. I called the friend who I was meeting up with, and I was like, hey girl, I'm gonna be a little late. There's a guy in the park with his dick out. And she goes, you've already used that excuse before. Fair. But I was like, who do I call in this situation? I'm not aware of like a masturbation tip line, although there should be one. Just the tips? But like, is this a 911 situation? And she goes, I don't know, just hurry up, I don't wanna lose these seats. So we stopped talking. And then I called my mom, and I don't usually call my mom when there's a dick in front of me, but she is a woman who has lived, so she's probably encountered unwanted dick at some point in time. I was like, Mom, there's a man in the park with his dick out. Who do I call? And she goes, I mean, he's not touching anyone or harassing anyone. Is there a level below 911? And the only thing I could think of was 311, which in New York is the housing department. And I was like, he is pitching a tent, so. So I called them, and I waited through this long automated message system that was like, do you have a problem with your landlord? Do you have a problem with your tenant? And I finally got a human on the phone, and I was like, man in the park with his dick out. And she goes, is this man your landlord or your tenant? And I was like, neither. She goes, okay, we can't help you. She patches me through to 911. Meanwhile, this guy is still jerking off. I had 3 full phone conversations next to his car, and he's just doing him, literally. I get a 911 operator on the phone, and I'm like, man, park, dick. And she goes, is the suspect black or Hispanic? Those were the only 2 options I was given. Shortest multiple choice question I've ever had in my life. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, this is where we're at? People keep saying we're in a post-racial society, and yet people keep thinking like this. How are we supposed to progress when authorities automatically assume that the person committing a crime is a person of color? That being said, he was Hispanic. And then I was like, well, now I don't want to snitch. So I hung up. Because then I started feeling bad for him. And I was like, maybe he's just so stressed out from all the oppression he deals with every day in this country that he just needs a release. And maybe jerking off in public spaces is his form of rebellion. He's saying, fuck the establishment by fucking himself. He's tired of the man beating him down, so he's beating his meat. He's carrying a heavy load. And he's taking matters into his own hands. We should all strive for that level of bravery. I went on vacation recently. I risked it all for a beach. I went to Costa Rica with my best friend. Yeah, it was fun. And we stayed at a resort because we wanted to be in a different country, but like, not really. And we wanted to go dancing one night. So we went to the concierge desk and we're like, we're gonna go dancing. Can you please call us a car? And we were talking to a staff full of men. And they were like, you wanna go out alone? You're just 2 women. Do you need a man to go with you? Should we send a chaperone to watch over you? And we're like, we're not going to prom. We're just going to a bar, it's fine. But they wouldn't let it go. And then one guy behind the desk was like, I mean, I guess you have to learn your lessons the hard way. And I was like, is this the beginning of a porn? Learn my lessons the hard way. I mean, I wasn't expecting this, but okay. And it didn't faze us. We left, went dancing, found strangers, did their drugs, and made it back safely. Because we're adults. But I thought about that moment and I was like, why wasn't I scared? I feel like me in my 20s would have been scared and been like, oh, we are just 2 women. Maybe we do need a man. But me today, I'm like, I dare you. I dare you. I'm not worried to learn my lessons the hard way anymore because I've already learned all my lessons the hard way. I lived in New York for almost 10 years. I'm a woman in her 30s. If you're looking to scam me, you're too late. I have been scammed. At this point, I know all the tricks. I've been scammed out of money, sex, my time, mostly from the same guy. I used to live in Brooklyn, and I was at a local bar, flirting with this guy, and we were giving each other like, fuck me vibes. And I was like, okay, I think this is gonna happen. But he kept doing all these like chivalrous, transactional acts for the pussy. And I wanted to be like, no need. You got nothing but green lights here, we're good. But he wouldn't stop. And I was like, okay, this is clearly for him. I'll just play along, and this will be like personal role play where I pretend to be somebody who's harder to get than she actually is. I'll give it a try. So we're flirting in the bar. Bar shuts down, and he goes, oh man, it's so late. I should probably walk you home, right? And I was like, yeah. Walk me home. I wouldn't want to learn a lesson. And so he walks me home. We get to the bottom of my apartment building, and he goes, I should probably walk you upstairs, right? And I was like, oh my God, thank you. I always get so lost. I'm terrible with directions. Is it up? So he walks me upstairs, and then we get to my living room, and we're talking for a long time. And then eventually he goes, oh, wow, it is late. I should probably stay here for the night, huh? And I was like, uh-huh. And he goes, on the couch? And I'm like, okay. And then we're like making the couch, tucking the sheets in the cushions, as if that's where he's gonna sleep tonight, wasting everybody's time. And then he tucks himself in the sheets. And he goes, oh, you know what I just realized? If your roommates come home and they see a stranger on the couch, they're gonna think I'm an intruder. I should probably sleep in your bed, right? And I was like, yeah, man, we are on the same team. We have the same objective. If you look at the board, this was the game plan the whole time. I even drew up a play for you to explode through the hole. Yes, get in my bed, and if your dick gets cold, you can use my pussy for warmth. So he got in my bed, and we started fooling around, but it didn't get very far, because his dick wasn't working. And he goes, too many margs. And that happens. I was like, well, try again in the morning. We wake up, and I'm like, meh? And he goes, meh, I have to go to work. And then he leaves. And it took me a while to realize that he worked at a restaurant in Brooklyn, and he lived an hour away in Harlem. So he just wanted to avoid the 2-hour commute and wake up closer to work the next day. Took me 2 years to realize that. I have been scammed. But I'm fine with this. I'm okay that I've gone through these things, because this means I never have to experience these things again. Right? I've already lived through them and learned from them, and when they come up again, I know how to handle it better. For example, I was walking down the street by myself, and this man approached me, and he asked me for the time. I pulled out my phone, looked at it, looked back up. His dick was out. Learned my lesson. I don't tell anyone the time anymore. Like, oh, what time is it? Time's up. That's what time it is. But on the plus side, that guy who showed me his dick, same guy I saw jerking off in the park earlier. And I was like, look at you getting out of the car. Not letting the man keep you confined to your tight spaces. Take it to the streets. One thing I've been wondering lately is, what do you think has to happen in a person's life to make them want to buy eyelashes for their car? Like, who hurt you? Did a car hurt you? Yeah. Now it's my friend. It'll never hurt me again. Who is the audience for this? Is it for the driver's amusement? Do they walk up to their car every day like... Still a face. Or is it for the other drivers on the road? Are we all supposed to look in our rear view mirrors like... Am I in the movie Cars? And is this car flirting with me? Like, I wear fake eyelashes when I want to look sexy. Are the owners of these cars trying to make their cars look sexy? And again, for who? Are all the cars with eyelashes being mounted by all the trucks with truck nuts? Also, truck nuts. Why? What an ugly accessory. An erect shaft would be more appealing to look at than these loose, swanging, shriveled, dangling, detached nuts. Also, is that like a reflection of our society where it's like, if my car's gonna be a girl, she's gonna have pretty eyelashes and makeup. And if my car's gonna be a boy, he's gonna have nuts. I don't even think nuts are the most appropriate body part to display toughness, like grit. That's the most vulnerable part of a person's body. They're sensitive, they're thin-skinned. If you hurt them, they shut down. You don't want that to represent you. If you want to show the world through your car that you have strength and virility, you should want to show people that you're adaptable and that you have endurance and that you're open and warm and multi-layered, like a vagina. Don't get truck nuts, get a snatchback. I'm gonna trademark that soon. One thing I would like to happen soon is for people to talk about vaginas and vulvas and all things happening down here in a kinder manner. I feel like there's been a lot of disrespect from men and women when it comes to how we discuss things below. For example, I was talking to a friend who's a woman, and she was thinking about getting an IUD. If you don't know what an IUD is, it's birth control. It can be copper or plastic. They put it in your cervix. It's shaped like a capital letter T. And whenever sperm comes around, it's like, seats taken. And then you don't get pregnant. So my friend was thinking about getting one, and she goes, yeah, my doctor said that every so often I would have to put my fingers up there to make sure my IUD didn't move or fall out. And I'm like, I'm not putting my fingers up there. And I was like, what have you been doing your entire life? Not putting your fingers up there? And she's not unique in this way of thinking. I've talked to many women, I mean women, like above 30, who have said things like, I've never seen my vagina. I've never put my hands inside myself. This cannot continue. This has to stop. Even when it comes to period stuff, I use a menstrual cup and have for the last 10 years. Not the same one. You do have to change them. If you don't know what a menstrual cup is, it's a silicone cup. You fold it, put it in, pops open, it catches all the blood, you dump the blood in the toilet, you wash the cup in the sink, and you put it back in. And I've described this process to other women, and sometimes I'll get the response of, ew, you touch your own blood? Yeah, it's mine, so it's fine. It might be weird if I was like taking someone else's cup out. Or like shampooing with it. Or mixing it in a drink. It's the real Bloody Mary. But it's going in the toilet, it's fine. Also, if you've ever owned a dog or a baby or an old person, you've touched way worse. Also, want to let you know that I'm currently wearing a cup right now. Just to give you a little peek behind the beef curtain. Isn't that fun? You just never know. You never know. You could be talking to somebody, looking them in the eye, and they could be holding. I'm like a molten lava cake right now. She's got a little surprise. But I like talking about this stuff because it doesn't have to be secretive or taboo or icky. It's so natural and normal. I just really want us to stop treating our parts as if it's a separate entity from our body. Just get in there. Get your hands in your pussies. Get those hands in those pussies. Grab yourself by your pussy. You're allowed to, it's yours. Men touch their dicks all the time. All the time. If you shake a man's hand, there's a chance he was just rearranging some thin skin shortly before that point. We should be like that. I'm not saying we should like root around in there and start shaking people's hands. We should just check up on what's happening down there with as much frequency I have friends who will let someone pound that pussy, destroy that pussy, beat that pussy up. And they won't put a hand mirror down there to make sure it's still intact. It just got destroyed. You're not curious? Also, if you're in the crowd and you're like, oh my God, she's talking about me, I hate this, I'm not judging you. I don't judge anyone for this mentality because we're raised this way. We're raised in a culture that demonizes women for even having bodies and makes us feel like our parts are only important in relation to how they make other people feel. And we get taught these things at a very young age. I remember when I was younger, when I was PT, pre-tits, my mom told me, if your dad is in the house, you shouldn't run around without a shirt on because it would be disrespectful to him. And my mom's not weird for telling me that. She told me that because her mom told her that. And I've talked to many other women who've gotten the same kind of teaching, that we need to cover up and shrink for the men in our household. But it's like, if you think there's someone there who could potentially sexualize a child, let alone their own child, you need to get that predator out of the house. And to make you feel better, my dad didn't show any signs of sexualizing me or finding me sexy, no matter how hard I tried. I was flirting my little ass off. Got no bites. I also feel like we need to tell little girls it's okay to touch yourself and explore your body. So we're not doing weird stuff later. When I was younger, I was raised very Christian, and I thought I was gonna go to hell if I touched myself down here. But I wanted to try, because I heard stories. And I was like, well, maybe if I don't do it, maybe if like an inanimate third party does it, it'll be fine. So the first time I masturbated was with the handle of a lint roller. It didn't feel great. It was lint-free after. And I had a friend, she washed it first. She used the filter of a fish tank because it vibrated and she at least knew it was supposed to do that. We need to tell little girls it's okay to put your hands down there so we're not doing scavenger hunts in our house, trying to find things that fit. Anyone else want to share a household product they put inside of themselves? I'm genuinely asking. Shout it out. A hairbrush? Yes, I love a multi-purpose tool. It's not only for your locks, you can pretend it's a cock. Electric toothbrush, classic. Classic. You gotta fill those cavities. I love it. Was it? A spirograph pen? Now, what is a spirograph? It vibrates? Oh, good, good, good. Not one of those normal ass pins. She's like, I'm not fucking around with Bic. No. This thing has to work. I love it. Anyone else?
Cucumber.
A cucumber! Yes, toss that salad, bitch. Yes. Did it come out a pickle? Guess there was a little acidity in there. Anyone else?
The end of a couch.
Oh, the end of a couch. I like that. I like that it's specifically the end of a couch. She's like, it's the end of the couch, but my beginning. The beginning of my journey. Anyone else? Thank you so much to everyone who shared. And for those who didn't, I know. I know. I love asking people about this stuff because it's so natural and normal and we don't talk about it that much. I feel like there's all this stuff in the media that encourages straight boys' sexual exploration. There's a whole movie franchise based on a boy fucking a pie. I counted. There are 8 American Pie movies. 8! I want like a spirograph pin short film or something. Give us something. Also, if you have experimented and put a household product inside of yourself, you're in good company. You have our friends. And there's a whole group of people who are known to have done the same thing. And those people are witches. Allegedly, the imagery that we see of a woman riding a broomstick comes from women being caught putting the hallucinogenic drug DMT on the end of a broom and masturbating with it. So they were flying high on a broom. They were geniuses. They were putting brooms in their hoo-ha, or their bru-hoo-ha. They were getting high while they were getting off, and men were like, kill them. Why would you persecute a person like that? That's not a woman you burn, that's a woman you marry. Clearly she has good ideas. That's someone you follow to the ends of the earth like, what other cool stuff are you doing in the woods? I want to see. I really think a lot of that witch hunt hysteria was just men being upset that women were having fun without them. All the men are like, oh, you don't need me to help you come? And all the women are like, I have a broom. I can sweep myself off my own feet. I do feel like the pandemic has gotten me more hyper aware of my body and my health. I'm just trying to do more check-ins than I usually would. And what I found is that I've been having these heart palpitations. Yeah, I've had them for years, but in the last year, they've increased in intensity and frequency. And it's not a bad heart, it's just like offbeat, like an old white couple clapping along to Migos at a basketball game. It's like they're trying their best. And I did all these tests and all these scans to figure out what was happening to me. And I was hoping for like a romantic comedy diagnosis, like, you love too hard. Your heart's too big. But no, the results came back and thankfully said there's nothing physically wrong with me. And my doctor thinks that the palpitations were linked to anxiety. And I was like, so the call's coming from inside the house. But I was confused because I've been having palpitations since college. So I was like, this means I've been anxious most of the time and for all of my adult life. And my doctor was like, welcome to being alive. And I was like, well, what about the heart monitor? I had to wear this heart monitor on my chest for 2 weeks straight. Didn't match any of my outfits. And it was supposed to read the palpitations, and if I myself felt anything, I had to tap on the monitor to echo that something just happened. And she goes, well, the monitor didn't pick anything up, but you tapped on the monitor anywhere from 8 to 10 times a day. I was like, that sounds like something an anxious person would do. The monitor probably wasn't even supposed to pick up my palpitations. It was probably just me diagnosing myself through Morse code, going straight to my doctor like, I'm overwhelmed. And she's like, yep, that's anxiety, we got it. My anxiety's been manifesting in other ways in my body as well. I've been experiencing sleep paralysis. Has anyone had that before? Yeah. Woo! More like, ah! It's terrifying. So sleep paralysis is when your brain wakes up from REM sleep, but your body does not. So you feel like there's a force holding you down, and because you just woke up from a dreamlike state, you might see moving images in the room around you. And I was looking up information on this because I love to learn. And I found these studies that said Black people experience sleep paralysis more than any other race. And I was like, of course. Of course. Add that to the list. You could say that about most ailments. Colon cancer, gout, Charlie horses probably, I don't know. And I looked it up because, again, she loves to learn. That sensation when your calf locks up, we call that a Charlie horse because a horse kicked a slave named Charlie, and we've been calling it that ever since. I made that one up. It's just a goof. But could you imagine? Poor Charlie has to deal with this racist horse every day. He's like, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him woke. I also read that a lot of cultures back in the day thought sleep paralysis was brought on by a witch sitting on your chest and giving you nightmares. And I read that and I was like, that doesn't sound like a nightmare. Sounds like a dream. Sounds like some fantasy erotica I wrote in middle school. The witch floated into my open bedroom window. Her long black cloak opened just enough to see the side of her breast. She leaned her broom on the wall, because she didn't need it. She only wanted me. She hovered above my bed, eyeing me up and down, and she thought to herself, maybe I'll make her my apprentice, or my lover, or both. She lowered herself down onto my chest, and I awoke to this beautiful but terrifying woman. And then I realized I couldn't move my limbs to escape. But then again, I don't want to. Changed my perspective on sleep paralysis entirely. Now I can't wait to go to sleep. When's that lady coming back? Her pussy will put your ass to sleep, but wake up your mind. And that is a woman you want in your life. I am really glad those palpitations didn't turn into something worse, because I really don't like my experience going to the hospital or dealing with doctors. And I know I'm not alone in this thinking. I've been reading these articles. Thank you, she's well read. About how sometimes medical professionals don't listen to women when we talk about pain. Have you experienced this before? And this happens because a lot of the research that was done on human bodies was done on male bodies, and they just transferred a lot of that information onto female bodies. They were like, men and women, they're the same. Women's bodies are just like smaller and naggier. They're attached to a ball and chain. But other than that, they're the same. Which we know is not true. There are differences. We react to medications differently. We have different symptoms for different ailments. We make sure there's no urine on the outside of those pee cups before we turn them back in. There are differences. So because a lot of doctors are looking for what they would find on a man's body, on a woman, a lot of women get sent home either misdiagnosed or undiagnosed completely because doctors don't believe what these women are telling them. Like, they don't believe us. I don't don't know about you, but I don't know any women who are lying to go hang out at the hospital for fun. I could read old magazines and watch Judge Judy at home. I don't need to be here for this. Also, I don't know any women who just want to like inconvenience anyone's time or take up too much space like that. Or at least that's how I feel. I remember one time I was on the subway and I was on a packed car. It was really late at night and this drunk woman stumbled onto the train. And she was looking for a seat, couldn't find one, and so she chose me. She sat right on my lap, and what I should have said was, "Seats taken." But what I actually said was nothing. I just let her sit there. And I started justifying it to myself. I was like, I've been sitting all day. This is like strength training for me. This is good for me. And maybe she just read my nurturing vibe, and that's why she chose to sit on me over everybody else in the car. Or maybe she's a witch. Am I dreaming? So that's the place I'm operating from. I don't speak up for myself when I'm supposed to. So if I actually make it to the hospital to tell someone about the pain I've been experiencing, I've probably been dead for 3 hours. And this kind of thing happens to all women, but the rate at which women are misdiagnosed or undiagnosed completely is exponentially higher for Black women. And it's like, of course. I think people may be confused by the term strong Black woman and think we're like immortal, which I understand is confusing because we never age. I'm actually 72 years old. I just drink a lot of water. And thankfully, more people are talking about this issue. It's more in the zeitgeist, it's more in the news cycle. The latest thing that happened that got the whole country talking was Serena Williams almost died after giving birth to her child because doctors didn't listen to her when she asked them to scan for blood clots. Who wouldn't listen to Serena Williams? Is this hospital just full of referees from the US Open? And thankfully, she's healthy and safe. Thankfully, her baby's healthy and safe. And thankfully, she feels comfortable enough sharing her story with us. Because this kind of thing doesn't just happen to celebrities like Serena Williams. It happens to people in my family, in my friend group. It happened to me. Years ago, I got hit by a car. You should see the car. Just kidding, I didn't even see the car. Maybe if the car had eyelashes, it would have seen me. And I did everything I was supposed to do to be on the road. I was in a crosswalk. I looked to my left, didn't see anything. Looked to my right, didn't see anything. Looked back to my left, saw a Chevy Yukon coming very fast towards me. It clipped me at my knees. I rolled up on the hood, bounced off, hit my head on a different car on a different lane. Because I'm an overachiever. Not only did I get hit by a car, but I hit a car. And then I hit the ground, and most of the impact happened on my arm, and that's actually where I get the scar from. And I've had people in my life ask me if I want to get this cosmetically removed, but I actually really like having the scar, because it's a nice reminder. It reminds me that I went through something, and that tomorrow's not promised, and that danger's at every corner. You gotta keep your head on a swivel. You never know when someone's gonna come out of nowhere and try to make your life hell when you're just minding your own damn business, and maybe that's where some of the anxiety comes from. Starting to see. And thankfully, someone saw this whole accident and they called 911 immediately. I guess they were not on their way to brunch. And the ambulance came, and when you're in an accident like that, they have to take your clothes off to assess the damage. But they can't like shimmy your clothes off of you because they don't know what's broken. So they have to cut them off of you. And they sliced up my favorite pair of acid wash jeans. And that's the real tragedy here. And you know that saying that's like, make sure you're wearing clean underwear in case you get hit by a car. Thank God I was. I had just gone to the gym, worked out, showered, and changed there, which is also great because I was on my period at the time. And if they had cut up my leggings post-workout, they would have been like, it's worse than we thought. She's bleeding everywhere. And there was a cup inside her. What happened here? But thankfully that wasn't the case. And they took me to the hospital, and I was waiting in my stretcher bed, waiting to go into the x-ray room. And this nurse comes up to me, not my nurse, just a nurse. And he goes, what are you in for? And I was like, am I in prison? And is this the beginning of a porn? What are you in for? And once I realized that was not what was happening, I told the nurse, I got hit by a car. And he goes, oh man, that sucks. And I was like, yeah, man. Can I get some ice or some painkillers? I'm pretty sure nothing's broken on me. I'm just in a lot of pain. And he goes, oh, we can't do that because if we alleviate the pain, the doctors won't be able to tell what's broken on you. And I was like, I feel like the x-rays will help you with that. But you're the expert. And then I get to the x-ray room with a different nurse, and they want to scan my head because she's an overachiever. And the only scanner they have available is a standing scanner. And the nurse goes, just stand right here on this X. And I was like, I don't think I should be standing. And he goes, no, it's fine, just right here on the X. And I was like, okay, you're the expert. And so I stand on the X, they scan my head, I go to sit down, and I'm like, oh my God, my legs. And he goes, what's wrong? And I was like, I got hit by a car. And he goes, oh, you probably shouldn't have been standing. And I was like, oh, you probably shouldn't have been nursing. And then I'm finally in my medical room, waiting for the doctor. Doctor enters, and she goes, okay, we looked at all your scans. Looks like nothing's broken. You just have some serious bone bruises. And honestly, if we had given you some ice and some painkillers when you first got here, you would have been gone 7 hours ago. And I was like, is this a prank show? Is this What Would You Do? Is John Quinones and some cameras gonna come out and congratulate me for not choking everyone in this hospital? And I didn't know at the time why that was my hospital experience. But years later, I learned about this term called superhumanization, which sounds like an experiment you have to go through to become an Avenger. But what it actually is racial bias, where people believe that Black people are stronger than we actually are. So there are still people in the medical field who believe things like Black people have thicker skin, our nerve endings aren't as sensitive, we feel less pain. And that explains why they didn't give me pain medication while I was at the hospital and why they were asking me to do things like stand after I got hit by a car. But I think there's a way we can work on this. I feel like there's a way we can get people to believe Black women when we talk about pain. Because people believe Black women when we talk about things being cool. Like, this hairstyle's cool, these nails are cool, this saying is cool. People are like, I like it, I love it, I'll take it. And they do take it. So I wonder if we make illness cool, maybe people will take it away from us. So I propose black women just need to be out in public saying things like, sickle cell is sick as hell. Bow, bow, bow. A diabetes, yeah, sweetie. Dying while giving childbirth, more like dying while giving and then the illness will be gentrified out of our bodies and replaced with white ailments, like a gluten allergy or an aversion to the sun or tennis elbow. And I know tennis elbow does not affect black women because Serena Williams has been playing for 537 years. It hasn't gotten her yet. I'm getting tired of the way companies advertise to women. There's this thing called femertizing, where they put a feminist lean to commercials to sell more stuff. And it works sometimes, but the way they're doing it now keeps getting weirder and farther away from the product. Because they want to tug at our like feminist heartstrings. So they're essentially like, you enjoy being girl, right? And you like that girls were able to girl before you, girl? And you want girls to be able to girl after you, girl? Then buy Friskies. What? The cat food? Was this like a pussy joke the whole time? And there's one campaign that haunts me to this day. It came out years ago. It was for brawny paper towels. For years, they were putting a man lumberjack on the packaging. And they decided, for Women's History Month, we can do it too. They were like, we're gonna solve a problem no one thought of. So they started putting a woman on the packaging, but it sucked because they didn't even show this woman's full face. It was just her mouth to her tits. You know, the important parts. What's gonna suck my dick and where do I come? Just right here. But at least you have a paper towel to wipe it off. They got you covered. And there was one commercial for this campaign that was so intense. It was like shot in a black warehouse, and there were these glass panes suspended from the ceiling, which I assume represent the glass ceiling. And then women from history would be projected on the glass, and the camera would zoom through and smash it, or break the glass ceiling. So it'd be like, Harriet Tubman, smash! Marie Curie, smash! Amelia Earhart, smash! Serena Williams, which, yes, absolutely deserves to be on that list. But that is a huge jump in time. There was no one in between Amelia Earhart and Serena Williams? Like Mother Teresa didn't do anything for you? Or Cher? And then it gets to the last glass, and it's a picture of this ethnically ambiguous model, and it's like, is she next? Hashtag strength has no gender, and all these website links. And I was like, what was I watching? Oh yeah, a paper towel commercial. They've gone too far. Also, I never want to see anyone use Harriet Tubman to advertise cleaning products. She was enslaved. They're like, you know who knows clean? Harriet Tubman. Get your windows so clean you can almost see freedom. But it's funny, as much as Harriet was on the run, I feel like she'd be more suited for bounty. I knew I'd get you back. That commercial got me questioning a lot of things, but one question that popped up for me was, why do we still talk about Amelia Earhart? She didn't complete her mission. Her goal was to fly around the world. She didn't even make it back home. I get lost all the time. If you remember, I need someone to help me get upstairs to my own apartment. I always get so lost. But I don't think I should be on a stamp for that. And I don't want to make it seem like she did nothing for history. She was the first woman to fly across the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah. That's impressive. But I didn't learn that in school. I learned that when I was doing research for this bit. The only thing I learned in school was that she got so lost, she died. Is that like a cautionary tale? Ladies, sky's the limit if you can even make it up there. She's more known for having not done something. I would hate for that to be my legacy. I plan on doing a lot of cool stuff in my life, but I would be so upset if decades from now, the way people spoke about me was like, Sasheer Zamata, national treasure. Legend has it, whenever she went to the beach, she always wanted to get in the water. But never did. And that's her legacy. I do think we still talk about Amelia Earhart today because she was a product of good marketing. She was the face of female aviation because she had a good face. So the first person to fly across the Atlantic Ocean was Charles Lindbergh. And after he did it, he was everywhere. He was selling all these books, he had all these speaking engagements, he was doing all these tours, and his publicist, Charles Putnam, was also making bank. So that publicist thought, I could double my money if I find a woman to do that exact same flight. Because we gotta appeal to those female consumers, baby. So he went on America's Next Top Pilot search. And he found Amelia Earhart. And she was perfect. She was young, she was cute, she had a tight boy haircut and a tough leather jacket. And everyone was like, is this a manic pixie dream girl in the sky? I love her. And she was a pilot. She did know how to fly, but she had never done a trip as arduous or as long as a transatlantic flight. So for safety purposes, and also the patriarchy, she didn't fly that plane. 2 men flew the plane, and she was the first woman to be flown across the Atlantic Ocean. That's what made her famous. They thought she could use a couple chaperones to help her out so she didn't learn any lessons. They made that journey, came back to America. Everyone here was celebrating. They were so excited. They were like, you did it, Amelia. You're a hero. How do you feel? And she said, oh, I didn't fly that plane. I was like baggage, like a sack of potatoes. That's literally what she said, which is so sad, but also great marketing. Because then they started selling Amelia Earhart baggage, just in case you want to lose your luggage. This is true. So Charles Lindbergh's publicist became Amelia's publicist, and they went on a tear. She had her own luggage line. She was the spokesperson for a cigarette company. She was the first celebrity to design and sell her own clothes through her own clothing line. She was kind of like the original Kim Kardashian, where you're like, I can't remember how she got so famous, but I will take whatever she's selling. And I'm not even saying that as a diss. I think it's great that Kim Kardashian has been so famous for so long for someone who doesn't have any obvious skills. But she is very skilled. She's great at marketing herself and her entire family. And she's literally about to become a lawyer whose main focus is to release wrongly accused people from prison. She went from getting fucked on tape to helping people who got fucked in court. And that's the American dream. Do you want to know who was the first woman to fly around the world? Yeah. Her name's Jerry Mock. That's it. Just some lady named Jerry Mock I never heard of until I was doing research for this bit. And I hate saying this because it doesn't feel good, but I feel like maybe we don't talk about Jerry because she wasn't marketable. She didn't have that it factor. Nothing was wrong with her. She was just a married woman in her 40s who loved to fly and was good at it. And the people who curate our history were like, I mean, we could talk about her. She did do the thing. But what about this pretty missing girl over here? That's my women's history. We don't like it when the women are around to tell their own story. And Jerry was actually very around to tell her own story. Jerry Mock was alive until 2014. Yeah. Very alive and very available to tell her own story if she wanted to. But part of me thinks maybe she didn't want to. It seemed like she didn't really like the limelight. After her global flight, she kept a very quiet life to herself at home. And she actually went on record saying, the kind of person who enjoys being alone in a plane is not the kind of person who wants to continuously be around other people. A woman after my own heart. This woman flew all around the world and was like, I'd rather be home. All my stuff is there. And she did try to market herself when she was doing her global flight. She gave herself the nickname the Flying Housewife, because other than flying the world, she just took care of her kids at home. So really, out of everyone, Jerry Mock is the most appropriate historical figure to advertise cleaning products. Get your window so clean, you can almost see the first woman who ever flew around the world. And even though Amelia Earhart wasn't the first woman to fly around the world, she was very progressive. A lot of people think she may have been queer. Yeah. There's no hard evidence of this. It's also possible in the 1930s, people saw a woman with a career in pants and they were like, gay. We're not sure. I would like to believe that. Give me a queer icon to look up to. And like literally look up to. Whenever I see a rainbow in the sky, I'm like, there she goes in her biplane. And if she was queer, that would explain how she operated in her marriage. So she actually got married to that publicist who found her. And it may have been for love. It didn't really seem like it though. He asked her to get married 6 times before she finally broke down and said yes. It was a real, like, Steve Urkel, Laura Winslow situation. And before they got married, she drew up a lengthy prenup. She said, I'm keeping my own house. I'm keeping my last name. Don't get in the way of my career. Don't expect me to be monogamous. And if we're together for a full year and we find ourselves unhappy, we have to part. They got married in 1931. Guess what year she took her solo transatlantic flight? 1932. The very next year. She probably checked in and was like, how are we feeling, huh? Do you still like this? And he's like, I love being married to you. And she's like, Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. I did say we have to both be unhappy, and you are very, very, very happy. Okay, so I think it's time for me to take that solo flight. Yeah, across the Atlantic. I know I already flew over the Atlantic once, but like there were 2 men in the cockpit, and I just don't want any cock in my pit. Just like, do this solo. And so she took the flight, and that's what earned her the title of being the first woman to fly across the Atlantic Ocean. And then she was the first person, man or woman, to fly from Hawaii to California. And then she started planning her global flight. Her trips kept getting longer and farther from this man. Which makes me think, maybe she didn't get lost. Maybe she just left. She was like, get me out of this life, get me out of this marriage. I'm tired of all these social constructs put upon me that have nothing to do with me. She realized a long time ago, she didn't need a man to make her happy. And in so many ways, she just wanted to fly solo. So really, we shouldn't be recognizing Amelia Earhart as the first woman to attempt to fly around the world. We should recognize Amelia Earhart as the most notable witch to sweep herself off her own feet.